Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Mr. Pat Sheehan has been given leave to make a statement on the Ballymurphy inquest which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished, and I call Pat Sheehan.
I grew up just a matter of a few hundred yards from Ballymurphy, where these killings took place, and I have worked for the last number of years with relatives of the victims in supporting them and trying to get to the stage where they got to last week. And I suppose going back to the 9th, 10th and 11th of August 1971, strangers came into the Ballymurphy area, supposedly a crack regiment from the British Army. They were there ostensibly to take people from their homes and throw them into prison without any due process and into internment camps. In fact, most of those people were not in any way connected with the IRA. And over 3 days, this crack regiment of the British Army systematically swept through the Ballymurphy area and killed 11 citizens. The British Army and British government set about blaming the victims, claiming that those who killed were gunmen and a gunwoman. There was no proper investigation carried out. In fact, the coroner, Justice Keegan, said that the lack of investigation in some of the cases was shocking. The British Army took the lives of innocent civilians. They cared nothing for their families and the hardships that they faced afterwards. They took the truth from them. They denigrated the dead. They offered only lies and deceit. They left the families with nothing, or so they thought. What they hadn't factored in was the determination of the families of the victims, their tenacity and stamina, and their integrity, their unwavering commitment to clear the names of their loved ones. Last Tuesday, the world heard what the families have always known, and Justice Keegan read their names out in court. Father Hugh Mullen, Father Frank Quinn, Daniel Taggart, Joan Connolly, Noel Phillips, Joseph Murphy, John Laverty, Joseph Corr, Edward Doherty, John McCurr, and she said that they were entirely innocent of any wrongdoing. The British government now need to resolve that situation and give justice to these families who have been wronged for 50 years.
Thank you, Gormagat. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks to the member for bringing us today. Unarmed and innocent, unarmed and innocent. That's how Justice Keegan described the Ballymurphy victims gunned down in cold blood 50 years ago at last week's inquest. This is despite fighting a barrage of abuse and propaganda that tried to misrepresent and falsify who these people in Ballymurphy were and what they were doing in August 1971, and despite the actions of the British media, government and state representatives to protect these people or project these people as gunmen and gunwomen, they were not. And that's what Justice Keegan clearly articulated last week. No ifs, no buts, no whataboutery can change or alter that fact. The Ballymurphy families have shown courage, bravery, grit and determination in the face of huge obstacles and adversity placed in front of them. However, the same cannot be said of Boris Johnson or his ministerial colleagues who went into hiding last week and treated the families with utter contempt. At first there was no apology, then one was issued, eventually in secret. No attempt to empathise or sympathise with these families. And despite his pronouncements, Boris and the Tories don't give a damn about truth, justice or reconciliation. The campaign for an amnesty that he is pursuing is about having to shut the door in the face of the families who want to have truth and justice. And this isn't necessarily about protecting the soldiers, those who fired the shots on the day in August 71, Boris Johnson wants to cover for those at the very top who directed soldiers in the north during the Troubles, people like General Mike Jackson, who was there on the ground directing in Ballymurphy in 1971 and 6 months later in Bloody Sunday in Derry. When the state murders its citizens, it's in the interest of all people and all communities to seek truth and justice. We say the British state should be on trial for what it did in Ballymurphy and those who were culpable in this massacre. The soldiers, the generals, the politicians at the very top should be in trial in court and locked up for what they did. What happened at Ballymurphy revealed, Mr Speaker, to the eyes of the world the rotten role of British imperialism in Ireland, and it was imperialism in the form of internment without trial, torture, state collusion with loyalist paramilitaries, shoot to kill, and ultimately the murder of innocent people. That was how the British state responded to basic demands for civil rights and democracy. And that month, the British Army left 54 people without a parent in Ballymurphy. Some were evacuated south and put into refugee camps. Others were taunted by the military after having their families brutalised. So these families deserve truth and justice, and whilst Boris doesn't want to see it enacted, we need to press to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Paul Given.
Mr Speaker, the families of Ballymurphy have received the verdict that they wanted to receive, innocent, and the tragedy of what happened to them is something that all of us feel deeply from whatever section of the community that we come from. The apology has not been well managed at all, and rightly criticism of the Prime Minister in respect of that, and I hope that that can be put right so that this issue can be put to rest. But let us not use what happened in Ballymurphy as the platform to attack the British Army for their role during the conflict that took place. It is right that where there is criticism and there are findings, that is justified and people are rightly held to account for it. But when we look back at the conflict that took place, those British soldiers during that period of time were here to deal with the armed conflict and the terrorist war being waged by the Provisional IRA. The IRA is responsible for the murder and the maiming of hundreds and thousands of people. And British soldiers did not come here with the intent of killing anybody. They came here to defend basic freedoms and democracy. Where's the apology, the truth, the justice for those hundreds and thousands of victims of terrorist organisations? When will they get that? When will they hear the apology? So as we deal with the legacy and the past, let us all be fully aware of the hurt and the pain that exists on all sides. Let us not go into the future waging a war based upon the past, but let us make sure we never go back to what happened and try and build a better place and a better future for the next generation and all of our people. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Nicola Mullen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of the SDLP first and foremost to pay tribute to the Ballymurphy families who have been tireless in their fight for truth and justice, and in the face of deliberate attempts to blacken the names of their loved ones, deliberate attempts to deny the truth, and deliberate attempts to rewrite the past. Mr Speaker, the Ballymurphy inquest vindicated the Ballymurphy families and their loved ones. They were innocent, all innocent. The inquest was clear. The murder of innocent people in Ballymurphy 50 years ago was shrouded in basic inhumanity. Inhumanity, a damning indictment of the British state. It is shameful that the British establishment forced innocent people to fight for truth and for justice so long. It is shameful that the British government today continues to fail to publicly account for this injustice. It is shameful that the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, cannot even apologise upfront and publicly. Victims right across our society have been consistently failed and re-traumatised. And this House today should unite to send an unequivocal message that no victims, whether of state or paramilitary violence, should ever be obstructed from accessing truth and justice. And all of us should resolve that the Prime Minister must now today come out of hiding, come out from behind closed doors and give a public apology to the families in Ballymurphy. And instead of trying to sweep the truth under the carpet, the Prime Minister's efforts would be better focused, along with all of us, and once and for all dealing with legacy and dealing with our past in an open way. I, like many others, have been struck and moved by the immense dignity and respect shown by the Ballymurphy families to all victims of our past. And we would all do well to follow their lead so that the deep, painful wounds of all victims are given a chance to heal.
Thank you, and I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1971, 180 of our citizens were murdered as part of the Troubles. The year after that, nearly 500 were murdered, and many more thousands were injured. Northern Ireland was on fire. Sectarianism was taking hold. There were three-way gun battles taking place virtually every day. We were descending into chaos. And some people will paint themselves into a corner and they will never criticise anybody who they deem to be on their side. Well, let me be clear. As an ex-soldier, I will criticise anybody when I think they are wrong. And what happened at Ballymurphy over those 3 days was wrong. And because of what happened, there are 10 people, 9 men and 1 woman who had aspirations for the future, who had families to be with, loved ones to share a life with, who were killed. And they were totally, absolutely innocent, and they should not have been killed. And my thoughts today are with their family members, as our family members think back to the times they could have had with their loved ones who were killed over those 3 days. And I commend them for seeking justice, because everybody deserves truth and justice. And even when that truth and justice is hard to hear, and that's what the Ballymurphy families strove for 50 years. I met them a number of years ago. It's the only time I met the families. And they gave me their testimony, and the testimony was harrowing back then, and it has been confirmed by the coroner. And we must take notice of this. And in that is a plea to everybody that don't just look and say, well, they're on my side, I can justify what they did, when you cannot. We should be looking at what is happening and what has happened in our past, and we should be working for reconciliation, and part of that is to just give a very simple impact statement to say what we did on that day was wrong. What happened to those families in Ballymurphy over those 3 days in 1971 was wrong. And I stand to commend the family in seeking justice.
Thank you, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join in others and on behalf of Alliance in recognising how the Ballymurphy families have pursued their long and tortuous path to seeking justice with immense courage and dignity. While truth cannot bring back loved ones that were lost, the families have received complete and utter vindication. Not only were the victims completely innocent and the use of force utterly without justification, but the families had to put up with the libel that the victims were IRA gunmen. Even in the most challenging of circumstances of 1971, these deaths should never have occurred. And the Ballymurphy massacre had wider repercussions. The UK government, its predecessors, both in terms of how the massacre was able to take place and how it was handled afterwards. But in the immediate aftermath, the UK government did need to give an unqualified and comprehensive apology to the families. The manner in which this was handled last week was not only clumsy, but it was in fact offensive. There was a clear model from how the then Prime Minister David Cameron gave such an apology in the aftermath of the conclusion of the Bloody Sunday inquiry. It was almost as if the current Prime Minister didn't want to be bothered and was just going through the motions. The matter of the day is rightly around the Ballymurphy families. However, in recognising them, we do need to recognise the many thousands of other families across Northern Ireland and further afield who are still waiting for their justice and truth. There will be other occasions to debate what the Government are currently doing around legacy and what should happen now. But it is now worth noting that what is now in train does not have the support of the Ballymurphy families and other victims groups and most of the political parties, and indeed many veterans. The approach of the Government seems to be framed through the lens of addressing the false narrative of vexatious investigations and then bolting on whatever else it takes to get there, rather than taking a holistic approach to maximise truth and justice. We already have a legacy process agreed by the UK and Irish governments and most of the Northern Ireland political parties in the form of the Stormont House Agreement from 2014. While far from perfect, it has the potential to deliver outcomes in terms of both truth and justice. As recently as January 2020, with the New Decade New Approach Agreement, there was a commitment from the Government to implementation of the Stormont House Agreement. But for today, I want to pay my respects to Patsy and Geraldine and the Mullen family from Portaferry and beyond, and to all the families, as was read out their names by Mr. Sheehan. Those families have been through hell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will not be speaking for long this afternoon, as much of what has needed to be said has already been said, and this is rightly about the families of Ballymurphy. The verdict of the coroner affirms what the families of those killed in Ballymurphy in 1971 have always known, that their loved ones were entirely innocent. And it is shameful that it has taken 50 years for official recognition of the killing of these 10 people. Families have lived through the past 50 years with the heavy toll of injustice that was visited upon them, and they have not given up. And I only hope that the coroner's verdict comes as a degree of comfort after decades of distress and compounded grief, but I know that it is nowhere near enough. So I pay tribute to the fortitude of the Ballymurphy families and the grace and dignity that they have shown during this very difficult and protracted inquest process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sheer tenacity of the Ballymurphy families brought them to the point where they had recourse to due process, and as a group they then obtained the verdict that their loved ones were innocent, a verdict which I think it behoves us all to accept, and a verdict which was a long time in coming. The manner of their dying will still remain, of course, a very heavy burden for many, but also it would be wrong not to note the very tumultuous circumstances in which all of this happened. And though much has been said of an adverse nature about the security forces, the reality is that in so many instances they stood between this community and the horrendous death and destruction intended by the terrorists. And bombers who went out to bomb and murderers who went out to murder all chose to be terrorists. No one who joined the security forces chose to be a murderer. And yet, terrible things happened. And when they happen, they leave a desperate scar upon society. And a scar which, of course, also plays up what many other innocent victims have never had recourse to, who've never had due process. The victims of Le Mans, Tiban, Kings Mills, never had public inquiries, never had fulsome inquests, certainly never had trials. And they too need to be remembered, and the pain and the hurt that they bear and continue to bear, with little sign that anyone will bring respite to them. So things undoubtedly happened in the past which were wrong in every way, but that is not an excuse for those who brought this province to that point of uprising and tumult to rewrite the history, which is the truth of the past.
Thank you. Thank you. Order, please. That concludes this item of business, members. And Ms Emma Sheeran has been given leave to make a statement on breaches of international law in Palestine by Israel, which fulfils the criteria setting out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I call Ms Emma Sheeran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And you've set out there how this matter of the day meets the criteria. To satisfy the criteria, you have to meet two requirements. It has to be a matter of exceptional public interest, and it has to affect the people of the North. Mr Speaker, I don't know how anybody could watch the events that we see unfolding in Palestine at the minute without feeling affected. As inhabitants of the world, as members of the human race, an injustice against any of us is an injustice against us all, and that's what happened. That is what is happening at the minute. A few weeks ago, I sat in this chamber in complete disbelief as ourselves and Jerry Carroll, over here beside us, were the only people not to support the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which says that it's anti-Semitic to criticise the Israeli state. It is not anti-Semitic to criticise the ongoing Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories, the occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which is in contravention of the Geneva Convention. These people have to acquire a permit to move around in their own homeland. They're denied access to basic utilities. And this most recent violence erupted following further forced evictions in East Jerusalem. Missiles fired on a mosque as people were inside. This is ethnic cleansing. Reports tell us that now almost 220 people have been killed in total over the course of the past week, 209 of whom are Palestinians. The Gaza Strip is smaller than County Louth. 58 children have been murdered there this week. 40,000 people displaced from their homes. A building housing international media bombed into extinction. Mr Speaker, we've just had speakers around this chamber talk about the victims of the Ballymurphy massacre and their long fight for truth. We know in the north of Ireland what colonialism does to people, what human rights abuses do to communities. But you don't have to know right from wrong. We all must stand against the war crimes of the Israeli state.
I call William Humphreys.
Mr Speaker, I rise to my feet on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party to condemn the violence in the Middle East. Both sides need to draw back. Those international envoys who have been charged and tasked with a highly important and significant role need to be on the ground, listening to the views of both the Israeli government and people and the Palestinians. There needs to be a process of meaningful dialogue. I said in the debate in this House 2 weeks ago that Northern Ireland politicians need to be very careful about the language they use around the Middle East. Sadly, some Northern Ireland politicians, in terms of their words and their actions in a few days, over the last few days, have sadly, I think, flamed and inflamed the situation, and I'll come to that later in my contribution. The first duty of any government is to protect its people. We in Northern Ireland know that only too well when a government fails to protect its people, both here in Northern Ireland and on the mainland. Attacking civilians and civilian installations and targets is wrong, no matter who the perpetrator is. There are appalling scenes on both sides, not least the attack on the MDA, the ambulance service, over the last number of days, where ambulances and ambulance personnel have been attacked. That is simply wrong. Hamas terrorists need to stop using innocent people as shields. That is something which has been going on for some time. And I don't say that out of ignorance. My colleague, Mr Buckley, and some other colleagues from this House and Westminster visited Israel in 2018, and we visited Ramallah and spoke at first hand to representatives of the Palestinian people. Palestinian people, I have to say, who in Gaza are absolutely terrorised by Hamas, an organisation that will not allow elections to take place. When was the last time there were democratic elections in the West Bank or Gaza? Violence must end. But does this House know that Hamas actually means violence in Hebrew? Hamas, as I've said, terrorised the Muslim population, Palestinian population. They are radical Islamic terrorists. Their leaders call for the destruction of Israel and the killing of Jews. And of course they want the destruction of the State of Israel from the mountains of Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea. Mr Speaker, as I said earlier in my contribution, we need to be careful of the language you use. Statements and images over the last number of days in this city led to Jewish-owned businesses in the city of Belfast and in Londonderry being attacked over the weekend. That is simply unacceptable. Our small Jewish community in Northern Ireland is very fearful. They are citizens of Northern Ireland. They are not spokesmen or representatives of the Israeli government. Any more, as I said in this House a few weeks ago, the average American is of whatever American administration. I condemn the violence and I support our Jewish community here in this city.
Thank you, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, welcome the fact that this matter of the day was put down and granted by yourself. The images that we've seen on our screens from Gaza in recent days have been nothing short of horrifying. I would like to send my solidarity and that of my party to those experiencing violence right now in Gaza. It's first of all worth saying that in relation to the situation in the Middle East, that there's a deep asymmetry between the State of Israel, particularly the State of Israel led by the government of Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Palestinian people who live in appalling conditions in Gaza. Gaza has 2 million people, I believe, living in an area not much bigger than the Ards Peninsula. They have poor medical care. They are deprived of much basic infrastructure. While there can be no justification for the actions of Hamas, for the firing of rockets, that is unacceptable and not a way to get justice or resolution for the Palestinian people, it is also true to say that the actions and conduct of the government of Benjamin Netanyahu have been not just irresponsible but unacceptable. What we need to see is, first of all, a de-escalation, and then finally, after more than a decade in government, Benjamin Netanyahu and his government returning to the table and getting serious about a deal that secures peace, justice and security for all communities in the Middle East. That will mean a return to the borders of 1967 as set out in international law and UN treaties, UN resolutions, and that should happen forthwith. Sadly, I'm not convinced, given the record of Mr Netanyahu, that that is on his agenda. So while it is important that we condemn rockets being fired into Israel and offer condolences and solidarity to people who are experiencing that violence. We can't turn a blind eye to the extraordinary violence that is being meted out to people in Gaza, innocent people. We know that more than around, 200 people in recent days have been killed, half of them women and children. We can't simply turn a blind eye to that. We can't simply ignore it. So thoughts and solidarity with all of those people. We need the international community and those with power in the international community to de-escalate the situation and to finally deliver justice and a peaceful settlement. It is finally, I would finally in closing say to those who are legitimately protesting here, continue to legitimately protest and make your voices clear, but it is absolutely unacceptable that any violence or any graffiti should be targeted at members of our Jewish community. That's absolutely wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker, and obviously when we rise to this, we should be condemning all violence, and when it matters of international law, it should be very clear that firing rockets against civilian targets does fundamentally undermine both the Geneva Conventions and the Hague Conventions. That is very, very clear. There should be no violence on any side. But the issue here in the Middle East is one that is much deeper. And for us here in the Northern Ireland Assembly to be debating this, there are some issues that we should be taking to the forefront. The first question is the degree of anti-Semitism that's been shown in Northern Ireland, and that should not, and we should be condemning that completely. And indeed the absolutely disgraceful scenes that we saw in London at the weekend, when people were going through the streets of an area that's predominantly occupied by people from the Jewish community. Can you imagine what would happen if that had happened in areas that have been in the Irish community and people were using similar language about Irish people, or indeed people about the Muslim committee? This is completely unacceptable, and I notice people across the other side seem to think there's some kind of amusement about this. There is no amusement about this at all, and anti-Semitism must be absolutely, completely pushed as an area that we shouldn't have within our society under any circumstances whatsoever. However, there is a further issue here as well, and we should be criticising and should be quite clear about Hamas and the role Hamas has had. We're in a situation where each rocket that they fire probably costs in the region of about $200 to $300 or even several $1,000s. That's money that should be going to support medicines within the Gaza Strip, should be going to support economic development within the Gaza Strip, but none of this is happening. Instead, they're using this money to buy rockets that they fire at civilian targets. How can this be acceptable? And again, for the people opposite, and I will say this to you quite clearly, it seems quite strange that you're not doing this with the recognition of what's happening in the rest of the Middle East. You'll be fully aware that Hamas is supported by Iran. You will also be fully aware that the United States is involved with a conflict with Iran at this very moment in time, particularly in the high seas and also the seas around the Straits of Hormuz, and is actually stopping significant amounts of arms going to Yemen. This is all part of a wider situation. So, in fact, we should stop focusing on one area and realising the entire disaster that's happening across the Middle East. What's happening in Yemen, what's happening in Iraq, what's happening in Syria, what Hezbollah are doing and what Hamas are doing. These are all things that we need to be concentrating as well. And if there's any lessons that we should be taking and should passing on to the people of the Middle East, is that violence doesn't work. It hasn't worked here, and it doesn't work in the Middle East, and it's time for all sides to stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ms Sharon for bringing this matter of the day here today. I want to start by sending my deep sympathy to all the families who have lost their lives in the past 2 weeks. Accountability for the needless deaths and destruction over the last few weeks lies squarely with the Israeli government. It should go without saying, but I will underline that the Israeli government does not reflect the views, values and actions of all those living in Israel, and certainly not all of the Jewish people. Just as Hamas does not speak for all Palestinians, and I would echo the comments from previous contributors in terms of the condemnation of attacks on the Jewish people living here in Northern Ireland. The current government of Israel has intentionally accelerated the illegal occupation of Palestinian territory, cited hatred against Palestinians and normalised settler violence. It has set the context for the current crisis. Occupying and destroying Palestinian land is illegal and abhorrent, and the Israeli government knows this well, yet persists. What we are witnessing from the Israeli government is a form of ethnic cleansing enabled by discriminatory Israeli law that should never have been introduced. The escalation of violence since is a direct result of these actions, and the extent of violence is unspeakable and unjustifiable. I reject arguments of self-defence, of air raids being okay due to giving warnings and alarms in advance, and justifying killing innocent children due to Hamas using civilians as human shields. There is no justification for the horror inflicted on Palestinians by the Israeli government. I absolutely condemn rocket fire and mortars from Hamas and other groups into Israeli civilian areas. This constitutes a war crime. We must be clear, however, that there is no equivalence between this violence and that of an incredibly powerful occupying state. The Israeli government is carrying out ethnic cleansing and collective punishment against an already oppressed people. This violence must come to an end, and Israel must lead on ending it. Genuine peace can only be achieved with the full realisation of Palestinian rights and the end of Israelis' systemic discrimination against Palestinians in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. I call for an end to the illegal occupation and illegal blockade of the Gaza Strip. I call for a re-energised peace process to create a sustainable two-state outcome that is consistent with democracy, human rights and international law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise today on this matter thanking the proposer, Sharon, for bringing it. And we've been witnessing devastating events in occupied Palestine and Israel, and the heavy bombing of Gaza continued overnight last night as the fighting now has entered its second week. But more than 50 children have been killed, and the death toll sits at nearly 200. Every effort must be made to end all attacks and forms of aggression, address the underlying causes, and hold those responsible fully accountable. De-escalation and a route to peace can only be achieved with the full realisation of Palestinian rights and the end of Israel's systematic discrimination against Palestinians in Israel and in occupied Palestine. In addition to procuring an end of bombing, rocketing and violence, it is time for the international community to play an actual meaningful role and step up to events in Israel and Palestine. Words are fine, and making public statements without action is meaningless. And this is not the first escalation of tension and violence. This is not the first time we are witnessing the senseless and horrific murder of people. The violence is following similar patterns that we've seen before, reminiscent to the horrific hostilities from 2008, 2012 and 2014. There must be full compliance with international law. There must be a genuine peace process, otherwise people will continue to suffer when the international community's attention is elsewhere. There must be negotiations that can resolve this conflict based on international law, justice and the end of discrimination, which are the only realistic building blocks for a secure and lasting peace. The violence cannot continue, and it must not continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Northern Ireland, as a small state, knows what it's like to be subject to perpetual terrorist attack over many years. And I do, when I listen to this debate, wonder what it is that people would expect Israel to do when it's subject to 3,000 rocket attacks. What's Israel meant to do? Sit back and take it? Thankfully, it has got good defences which have neutralised many of those rockets and their murderous intent. But any sovereign state, when it is subject to attack like that, has an absolute right to defend itself. And therein is
Order, members. Sorry, Mr. Allister. I want just like to make the point there, we've come through almost the second part of the two parts of the matters of the day. very challenging issues for many people across the House. Up until this point, that's been very respectfully adhered to in terms of how people have made their contributions. Been able to say robustly what they wanted and needed to say, but done so in a respectful way, in a way in which maybe elicited a response rather than abuse. So could we keep in that vein, because these matters are very, very important, and we shouldn't be doing or saying anything to inflame problems outside this House. So we'll just ask people to stick to the items on the agenda and to do so in a respectful manner. Thank you.
Just, Mr. Speaker, I was doing that. The point I'm making is, when a sovereign state is subject to a relentless terrorist attack, it has a duty to its own citizens to defend itself. And I noted that in moving this debate, the member who brought it to this House did not have one word of criticism of the firing of 3,000 rockets and more by Hamas. We were told about the poverty of Gaza, and that cannot be gainsaid. But the Hamas authorities obviously prioritise the acquiring of thousands of rockets over dealing with the socio-economic issues in that area. Instead of investing, they'd rather invest in rockets. You know, let's get real in this situation. A sovereign state like Israel, in my book, has every necessity to defend itself when terrorism is brought by rocket attack to its territory. And the way to end this is for Hamas to stop its aggression.
Thank you, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. What's happened over the last week in particular is disgraceful. Showed the world what the Israeli state represents and is all about. 73 years ago, Mr. Speaker, the weekend past, the Nakba was commemorated by Palestinians. They refer to it as the catastrophe. It was the founding of the Israeli state. This is a state that was built on settler colonialism, a state that was built on ethnic cleansing, a state that was built on forced displacement and violence, to name but a few of its issues. And now it is practicing apartheid. Israel is an apartheid state. It's not just a bad state or a state doing bad things. It's an apartheid state. And that's not just a view of this MLA or my party. Desmond Tutu, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and many, many, many more organisations have declared that. There's been an attempt by some opposite today, the mainstream media, and many, many more to two sides this debate. Let's be clear, this isn't an equal battle. Homemade rockets are no match for F-16 jet fighters. Israelis can go seek shelter, but Palestinians have absolutely nowhere to hide. Israeli settlers have the best infrastructure in the region. They have a nuclear state as well. Palestinians are subjected to absolute poverty, misery as a result of what Israel is doing. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is quite shameful as well that the member for North Belfast tries to insinuate, as he has done before, that Palestinian protests in Belfast have led to an increase in anti-Semitic attacks. It's deplorable, it's inaccurate, and it's very, very dangerous, and he's no evidence of it whatsoever. People across the world, Muslim, Jewish people, Christian people, secular people, and many, many, many others are standing against Israel because it is an occupier, it's an aggressor, and it's an apartheid state. And that's why so many are angry, because of what Israel is doing. And to the members opposite who have expressed some faux concern about Hamas and its role towards the oppression of Palestinians, open your eyes. Look at the slaughter being carried out by Israel. Look at the occupation. Look at the checkpoints. Open your eyes. So I say solidarity to the Palestinians. In our thousands, in our millions, we're all Palestinians. And victory to the Intifada. Expel the Israeli ambassador from Ireland.
And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, and I am glad that I rise to speak in the House after that previous contribution from People Before Profit. To start out, I deplore the loss of all innocent life, both home and abroad. But there has been a significant lack of balance to this debate. I have seen on recent visits to both Israel and the Palestinian Authority the horror of the situation faced by both sides. But what hasn't been mentioned is the conditions in which many Israelis, innocent Israelis, civilians, children, women, living along that border, have to live within a minute of a bomb shelter because of indiscriminate missile attacks from Hamas. I have seen the terror tunnels in which Hamas ruthlessly cross to take innocent Israelis to their death in extreme circumstances. I have seen that. And there needs to be recognition that this is a difficult situation, but constant condemnation of the Israeli state and denial of their right to existence is surely an apt starting point for many on the benches opposite to realise the situation in which they live. I would hope in the days to come that there can be intense dialogue towards a peaceful resolution in the Middle East. But that starts with a simple recognition of the right of existence of the State of Israel. In the days ahead, there will be international condemnation of the events in the Middle East. But as Mr. Aikens quite rightly pointed out, to focus solely on what is happening in Israel and indeed in Palestine is not giving this debate and this serious issue due consideration. There is much to consider, and the international community has a vital role to play in doing that. Mr. Humphrey has quite rightly put on record the dangers of rhetoric in this House, and we've seen it from people before Prophet Carol just a moment ago. The Jewish community, small Jewish community in Northern Ireland, feel vulnerable right now. They've had their graves attacked. They've had their businesses disrupted, threatening messages. It's now time that we put our hand and our arm around our Jewish community here in Northern Ireland, who have lived peacefully in this country for many years, and play a vital role in the vibrancy, particularly of our city in Belfast. And I would hope in the days to come, members could reflect upon that, and that we, as a place in which has suffered in the past, can help in the future for the State of Israel and the people of Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this matter of the day today. The Israeli military launched another series of air raids on the Gaza Strip early this morning, only hours after Israel's caretaker Prime Minister said that the attacks on the Palestinian area would continue. And I welcome too the fact that this matter of the day is about breaches of international law in Palestine by Israel. So we are debating the topic, and the fact that some have stated that the murder of 58 children is in some way acceptable as a matter of defence absolutely sickens me to my core. Absolutely sickens me that somebody could stand in this place and say that there is any justification for the murder of 58 children. And there have been up to 198 killed in the past week. Mr. Speaker, there is a view that this violence will be allowed to continue until the death toll is simply too high, at which point the international community will only then get involved and say that enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, Kofi Annan once said that genocide begins with the killing of one man, and not because of what he has done, but because of who he is. Genocide begins with the denial of a person's very humanity. What is happening in Palestine is a genocide. If we stand by and do not condemn this action totally and unequivocally, then it begs the question as to what this House will stand for. The message that comes out of this House today must be that we are united as one and unequivocal, that we say enough is enough. There can be no more loss of life, and no more children murdered or their deaths justified. Sometimes standing in solidarity isn't enough. The current death and destruction calls for action. The genocide must stop, and the international community must condemn it and seek a peaceful resolution in which no more families and no more children in Palestine will go to sleep with the fear that they will never wake up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to add my voice to other members on these benches on this side of the House in showing my solidarity to the people of Palestine and those being bombed to death in Gaza. I often think there's not much more can shock me, but it is really, really despicable to be standing here today and witness a debate of go compare when 58 children have been bombed, blew to pieces in their own communities, under threat by a state that has occupied their land, has deprived them of basic utilities, has left them in poverty. And we stand here, and some members defending it because it's the state's right to do so. Maybe that's the lesson for the people in this House. Maybe that's why it took 50 years for the families of Ballymurphy to get the answers and justice that they deserved, because of attitudes that defend the state even when the state is wrong. And the state, the Israel state, is wrong. One life lost is one too many. 58 children. Listen to those who have defended that today in the words of go compare. It's totally, totally shocking. 220 people have been killed. Bombs, heavy artillery, bombs got in, blowing homes apart, forcing people from where they live, nowhere to go. Could you imagine the fear? Imagine the fear that those people are living under. And yet, we have people in this House that can't even stand together and condemn the murder of innocent lives. Have we learned nothing? I totally send my solidarity with party colleagues to those in the Gaza Strip. And we should look at the bigger picture and see what is happening there. All violence is wrong. There are no winners. We know that in this House. Only losers and families that are left behind with pain for years. That's the legacy. There's no right answer. But it's time the international community did step in and took action. The whole world is watching, and the whole world are united in their disgust at what is happening and how horrified we are at innocent children and people being blown to bits. This debate has shocked me today, Mr. Speaker. I thought we were beyond this. Thank you.
I get a call. Justin McNulty.
Tonight, I put the kids to sleep in our bedroom, so that when we die together, and no one will mourn the loss of another one. The words of a mother named Iman in Gaza, relayed by Congressperson Rashida Tlaib.
Could the member move over the mic? Just, you won't be picked up.
Tonight, I put the kids to sleep in our bedroom, so that when we die together, and no one will live to mourn the loss of another one. These are the words of a young mother named Iman in Gaza, relayed by Congressperson Rashida Tlaib. Over 200 Palestinians dead, including 58 children and 33 women. More than 1,200 people have been injured. 8 people have been killed in Israel, including a child and a police officer. We've all seen the images of families crouched over the rubble of what was once their home, in despair of grief. And we should know from here that one death for political reasons is too many. But when is the international community going to say enough is enough? The rocket attacks on Israel are wrong, but the response by Israel is completely disproportionate. Their violence against, their discrimination against, their attempted erasure of the Palestinian people is appalling. The bombing must stop. We must reach a peaceful settlement. And the international community must step forward now.
Thank you. That concludes this item of business. If members please take your ease for a moment or two.
Is Is it in order for a member speaking in this House to use swear words?
Well, it would be certainly inappropriate, and I haven't heard any swear word, and you might draw my attention to it later on, but I'll check the Hansard.
For Mr. Carroll's speech?
I will do. I will do. Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't use any swear words, but could you check the Hansard, Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Humphreys alleged once again that Palestine protests in Belfast are leading, or insinuated at least, are leading to a rise in anti-Semitic texts in our city, and everybody here is obviously opposed anti-Semitism, but I think such comments are inaccurate, ill-founded, and have no evidence.
Okay, look, I just wanted to reiterate the point that I made earlier on. We have dealt with two issues which are undoubtedly challenging to members across this House. I would expect and hope, and actually glad, very pleased, in fact, that for the most part the contributions were measured, balanced, robust. People give their critiques, give their analysis of the situation, but did so in very largely a respectful manner. That's what this House needs to do on an ongoing basis. I will check Hansard, but as I say, I would hope that this matter would rest. The discussion has been had, the debates are over, and let's hope we can put them to rest. Thank you. Point of order, Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the HMIC have produced their report in relation to the Bobby Story funeral, and I understand a written statement has been placed in the library for members' interest. Is it not in order that the Minister of Justice, given the importance of this statement, would be in the House today for an oral statement to allow questions from members in relation to this report?
Well, as you have rightly pointed out, members have received a statement from the Minister of Justice, and I haven't heard any request or haven't had any request yet, but as you appreciate, I'm sitting in the chair, so I'm not aware of any request put in by the Minister to come to the House. I would always welcome ministers to come to the House on important matters, and I've no doubt the Minister will want to address that at some point when I can't speak for, so I don't know, but your point has been made on the record publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the Minister for Education, Mr Peter Weir, that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or the table here directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This isn't an opportunity for debate, and long introductions are not permitted. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. I call the Minister for Education, Mr Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and with your permission I wish to make a statement to outline to this House the arrangements for the awarding CCEA qualifications in the next academic year. I am delighted today to be in a position to bring forward a clear plan for qualifications in 2022 in advance of the start of the next academic year. I hope this timely announcement and the comprehensive package of measures I put in place will provide school leaders, teachers, parents and, most importantly, our young people with the clarity and reassurance they need. During the last number of weeks, my officials have been working closely with CCEA and meeting with a wide range of stakeholders to develop detailed arrangements. I want to thank all those who have engaged with my officials, particularly the young people both in the schools they visited across Northern Ireland and representatives of the Secondary Students' Union. These young people brought fresh and constructive perspectives on these issues, and I hope they will see today how they have influenced the decisions I have taken. I can assure you that we have listened and reflected on the wide range of views and the issues that have been raised with us. Today I am announcing a roadmap for a return to public examinations for all CCEA qualifications in 2022. I cannot praise enough our school leaders and teachers who have stepped forward to provide centre-determined grades with fairness and consistency. It is due to their dedication and professionalism that our students are being enabled to obtain these important qualifications during the current crisis. However, such an arrangement is not a sustainable or long-term approach. With the rollout of the vaccine programme and the improving public health situation, it is my priority to return to public examinations during the next academic year. Contingency arrangements for alternative awarding based on centre professional judgment will of course be in place should they be required. And I sincerely hope it will not be the case, but please be assured that a plan B is in train. As we know too well, the public health situation can change quickly. Whilst we remain hopeful that there is potential that any decline could yet again lead to cancellation of examinations. So contingency plans for awarding, alternative awarding in 2022 will build on the outworking of and learning of this year's approach based on the use of centre-determined grades. A planned return to public examinations is not, however, a return to business as usual. I'm mindful of the need to consider our young people's mental health and well-being, the many difficulties they have faced with such resilience and fortitude, and the significant disruption to their learning during not one but 2 academic years. In light of this, I have decided that young people will have significantly fewer examinations in 2022, and today I am announcing a package of significant reductions in assessment across the range of CCEA qualifications. A unit of study will be omitted from the vast majority of GCSEs, AS and A-level qualifications in 2022. In each qualification, CCEA will select the unit to be omitted. This will provide a consistent and equitable approach for all our young people. It will also provide clarity for universities who will know precisely what content has been assessed. Unit omissions will also be applied across a wide range of CCEA entry-level occupational studies and vocationally rated qualifications. Schools, of course, will aim to teach the omitted content in order to support and underpin progression, but the pressure of assessment will be reduced. I want our young people to be engaged and motivated to learn. With fewer examinations to prepare for, I hope they will have time and space to enjoy their learning and the wide range of extracurricular and enrichment activities our schools offer. Above all, I want them to enjoy a challenging and broad curriculum which supports them to develop the tools and skills they need to become independent, lifelong learners. I know, of course, that some young people will be keen to take all examinations within the qualification, and this option will be available to them. I pay tribute to the high-quality remote learning provided by our schools during the spring term. Many pupils will have engaged positively with remote learning. However, there is no substitute for face-to-face teaching. Some of our young people undoubtedly found remote learning difficult, and others struggled with motivation and engagement. The reduction to qualifications I am announcing will also provide the necessary flexibility for schools in the event that there is some ongoing disruption during the next academic term. I would like now to provide the House with some more details on each type of qualifications. Looking first at GCSEs for students who are entering their second year of study in September. These young people have lost a full term of face-to-face teaching during the first year of their GCSE studies. Consequently, I am making significant reductions to the assessment across all GCSE courses. Building on the arrangements agreed last autumn, units or modules will therefore be omitted from the majority of GCSE qualifications. CCEA will publish details confirming the omissions in each qualification by the 1st of June. This will give schools time to plan delivery of those courses in advance of the new academic year. In the autumn, I announced bespoke arrangements for 5 GCSE qualifications, which were made up of 2 equal units. These arrangements will again be in place for these qualifications for the next academic year. That will mean that candidates will complete a minimum of 60% of assessment within all GCSEs. This bespoke approach for CCEA GCSEs balances significant reductions to assessment with ensuring that the continued worth, validity and portability of these important qualifications. GCSE English and Maths are, of course, an issue of key significance. I'm happy to announce today that candidates will be permitted to omit the controlled assessment unit within GCSE English Language. This part of the course requires significant class time to prepare for assessment and results in large amounts of marking for teachers. Its omission will free up time for wider teaching and learning experiences in England, including a focus on communication skills following the isolation of the lockdown period. My department and CCEA have also looked very closely at GCSE Maths. Due to the completely unique structure of this qualification, with many different pathways at different tiers or levels of entry, omitting a unit can unfortunately have negative consequences for learners. This approach would potentially make it more difficult for our young people to achieve the highest grades in mathematics. Again, due to its unique circumstances and unique structure, omission of a unit would also remove assessment of nearly half of this key passport qualification, which is required for a number of higher education courses, such as nursing and teaching. For these reasons, I don't believe that omitting a unit is the right approach for GCSE. I'm very conscious, GCSE Maths, I'm very conscious, however, that learners have experienced significant disruption. CCEA will therefore provide additional examination aids for all candidates to use in both the autumn 2021 and summer 2022 examination series. I've also instructed my officials to explore what additional support may be provided to schools to help them in preparing Year 12 students for GCSE Maths. I also want to mention our current Year 10 learners who are starting their GCSE studies in September. I hope that they'll be able to enjoy 2 years of their course without experiencing significant disruption, and the expectation at this stage is they will complete all their assessments for GCSE. I want to reassure parents and pupils, however, that my department and CCEA will closely be monitoring the situation and will not hesitate to make changes to GCSE qualifications for these young people if required. CCEA will also provide a recommended GCSE teaching order for this year group, which will make it easier to make changes if needed. It was extremely disappointing to have to cancel the planned January examination series earlier this year due to a spike in COVID cases. To mitigate this risk, I have moved the usual January series for GCSE Maths and English forward to December, and I hope this may provide an opportunity for young people to experience public examinations for the first time. Turning to A-level qualifications, at both AS and A-level unit selected by CCEA will be omitted for the majority of subjects. This reflects the disruption experienced during the AS years by those candidates now starting their A2 studies. For those beginning their AS courses in September, I know that you've experienced disruption during both years of your GCSE studies. I want you to feel supported as you make the transition to the next level of your education, and for schools to have the time to reinforce and recap core concepts. In a number of practical subjects at both AS and A-level, internal assessment tasks will be reduced rather than having a unit omitted. This approach will ensure that the assessment of practical skills remains a key element of A-level qualifications and that young people have the opportunity to develop these important skills. Practical work can engage and motivate many young people, and it's the very reason they chose certain subjects. I've been careful, therefore, to maintain wherever possible the role of practical assessment within A-level qualifications. I would advise that CCEA A-level qualifications in 2022 will be based on the candidates' A2 outcomes. In line with arrangements in both England and Wales, the centre-determined grades for AS qualifications in 2021 will not form part of the A-level award next year. Last year, many young people and parents wanted the AS grades to contribute towards the A-level grade. Talking to young people and parents this year, many felt that due to the greater level of disruption they experienced during their AS courses, they would prefer their A-level grades to be based on the A2 results only. It is simply not possible to add an AS grade to the A2 marks in a way that is fair and equitable for young people. If we convert the AS grades into a mark for each grade, young people who would normally be separated by only a few marks, for example those at the top of the B band and those at the bottom of the A grade, will be separated by a full 60 marks. This is simply unfair. I plan that with the resumption of public examinations next summer, we will return to the more normal situation where AS outcomes in 2022 will contribute 40% of the A-level studying in 2023. Turning now to next steps. This week my department will write to all schools and parents and students, setting out these decisions in more detail. In early June, CCEA will produce addenda to the specifications for each qualification, setting out the units that may be omitted, as well as specifying the teaching order for those students embarking GCSEs in September. Over the coming months, my department will work closely with CCEA to consider all the logistics to support a return to public examinations. We will also finalise the contingency arrangements should they be needed. My department will also continue to work closely with colleagues in England and Wales on grading standards. Whilst decisions on standards will be taken together across all three jurisdictions, I can give an assurance that generous grading will form part of the arrangements for 2022. I want to address our young people directly. Many of you have faced extremely difficult times. All of you have paid a considerable price for the disruption of the past year. You've not been able to enjoy the company of your friends, your sports, and many other activities that you usually take part in. I hope the return to school and the lifting of restrictions will help you as we come into the summer months. Your schools have worked extremely hard to prepare you for the next stage of your learning, and they have every confidence in you. However, I know many of you may not feel ready for the challenges next year and are concerned about your future. A lot of you are nervous about sitting examinations for the public examinations for the first time. I want to assure you that the school leaders I have spoken to recognise this and are putting plans in place to help you gain confidence and experience during the coming year. I hope that the unit omissions that I have announced and a generous approach to grading will reassure you further. We are fortunate in Northern Ireland to have an outstanding education system, and I know that your teachers will be there to support you throughout the year ahead. I'm regularly astounded by your talent, resilience and ingenuity, and I hope following today's announcement that you will face the year ahead with renewed confidence and optimism. In conclusion, I thank the House for the opportunity to address you on these important issues. Fairness to pupils is my priority and will continue to be at the forefront of every decision I take. Today, I have set out my roadmap for qualifications in the year ahead. It is a map which acknowledges the unprecedented disruption our education system has faced and aims in steady steps to support recovery. My approach in the face of the worst disruption to education since the Second World War has been to protect the progress of our students. In these exceptional times, I've taken exceptional and unprecedented decisions to ensure our young people are supported to progress to the next stages of education, employment or training. I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chairperson of the Education Committee, Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I say from the outset it is somewhat disappointing that the Education Minister nor CCEA have engaged substantively with the Education Committee on this important matter, and indeed that it is regrettable the approach taken by the Education Minister on exams this year has placed so much significant additional pressure on the well-being of pupils across Northern Ireland. Turning to next year's approach, can I ask the Education Minister to confirm whether Z scoring will be used to estimate marks for pupils who choose to omit units, or whether their grade will be based solely on exam sat?
Well, in terms of as indicated in terms of the units that will be omitted, I think for the vast majority there will be units omitted. Those will be taken on the basis of a uniform approach in terms of the units that are omitted, because the idea is that the units that will be omitted will be established by CCEA. So it's not a question of people picking from a menu of units, which should then negate the issue in terms of the detail of that. There is the opportunity, which will be done across the broader situation, that there may well be some pupils who may want to sit every unit, and that may be, I suspect, relatively rare. But some will feel that actually, if they're being, if you like, tested over the full range of the units, that would be to their advantage, and that would be facilitated as well.
Mr. Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker. Now, can I thank the Minister for his statement today? Minister, you will know that not all young people will want to use their qualification to go strictly into university, but indeed may want to follow a course in higher education that may indeed be a professional course. Could I ask the Minister, how do you think that those providers of higher level education will react to the decisions today?
There has been consultation, I think, with higher education. It is important, and I know that some members will always sort of raise the issue of concern that we're trying to make sure that things are in line, but it strikes me that particularly in terms of education, that ensuring that our young people are not disadvantaged, whether it is at university places or anywhere else, that there is specific provision that will be put into place. In terms of higher education, there has been consultation, I think, also between CCEA in particular and UCAS. That has involved, I suppose, also the local universities, things such as the Medical Schools Council, and also because a number of our students may want to seek qualifications within the Republic of Ireland, the Irish University Association. All were understanding, I think, of the exceptional circumstances created by the pandemic. They were supportive of the return to public examinations and willing to work with exam boards and regulators on adaptations to qualifications. I think because of the fact that the units have been omitted will be specified by CCEA, what they will know is therefore there will be consistency across schools in what they are assessed and will know. And that's precisely, they will know what has been assessed. That will also aim, there will also be an aim, I suppose, for schools to teach all content so that no one is disadvantaged on that basis. And I believe that will reinforce a level playing field across a number of jurisdictions to make sure that the qualifications for our young people are not seen in a different way to those who are getting qualifications from other jurisdictions, and therefore mean that they will not be disadvantaged when it comes to places.
Mr. Pat Sheehan.
I welcome the fact that the Department and CA have identified interventions that can support students in the forthcoming academic year, given the huge disruption to their education since the pandemic started. Can I ask the Minister to explain the decision to omit certain units from courses and how that decision sits with the feedback he got from the secondary school students' union, and do our teachers support that decision?
There has been considerable level of consultation within that. I think that, particularly in terms of unit omission, it is on the basis, therefore, that it's the same across the board. So it's you know, if you like, somebody going into one set of school gates or another set of school gates will not have an advantage or disadvantage compared to the others. We spoke extensively to young people and indeed a range of stakeholders, and also particularly the secondary schools students' union on that basis. I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I think, broadly speaking, I think they were content with the direction of travel. I think their particular concern, amongst others, was that there would be a level of fairness and equality for all students, and therefore the omission of particular units is actually in line, I think, with what they were seeking. I know that, I suppose, to drill it down to, if you like, one phrase was a sense of cutting the content to make sure that people were not, given the unique circumstances, that they were going to be assessed on the full level of the content, or at least if someone wanted to volunteer that way, that was the case. So I believe that there should be a reasonably wide welcome, I think, for these proposals, particularly judging from the responses that we've got from young people to the direct proposals.
Mr. Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being here and for his statement today. Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to one of the measures that you're putting in place, which is totally counterintuitive. While I welcome the general direction of your measures, the approach to moving January exams to the previous December is inappropriate. Giving our young people less time will only increase stress and anxiety. This is particularly true for mathematics, because the content is not being reduced. Will you urgently, Minister, reconsider this decision? English and mathematics are key subjects that our young people deserve and deserve the best opportunities to achieve the best they can. Thank you.
Member, I am assuming may or may not be aware that in terms of those taking that particular module, there is the opportunity to either take it in a winter series and effectively preempt the summer, or take it in the summer series. So if someone feels there is no compulsion on the being taken within that, I think what we didn't want to have a situation, given that particularly in the early part of the year we saw, and we all hope there was no level of disruption, that in many ways simply taking everything in January was putting all our eggs in one basket. It would potentially disadvantage. That was why those have been brought forward. But there is the opportunity, that is an option for people to take. There is still the opportunity for those examinations to be taken by those who are taking them in the summer series as well.
Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I want to probe a little further into the GCSE mathematics. You did speak of perhaps that there would be additional examination aids for those candidates who are sitting GCSE mathematics. Could I perhaps ask you, would consideration be given to those particular pupils that are taking GCSE mathematics that have not had their content reduced, that perhaps when they take the exam, that they may be given the opportunity, if necessary, to retake the exam at a later date, free? For example, if they haven't done as well as they anticipated, because the content hasn't been cut, that they would have that opportunity.
The aim would be obviously to develop maths. I can't really, directly speaking, I suppose the charging structure would be looked at. It would be a matter obviously for CCEA to do that. The problem, I think, particularly is the structure of GCSE mathematics means that it doesn't lend itself to a reduced content situation. And that part of the problem on that would be that as effectively the M1 to M4 side of it represents about 45% of that, the only option if you were dropping a unit of assessment would actually be at that earlier stage. And the problem with that is that it would mean then it would disadvantage a range of pupils. So to give one example, at the moment someone can do an M4 and M7 of a combination and may be able therefore to achieve, for example, an A grade. But if you are purely taking, the way that the structure works, an M7, you would not be able to achieve an A grade if you were simply taking that one particular unit, which then creates a level of barrier. So CCEA will look, I think, at the they will look at the aids that will be there, and I'm sure consideration as we move ahead to whatever fee structure are there in terms of costs for a retake would be looked at.
Mr. William Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I declare an interest as a Governor of the Belfast Model School for Girls. Minister, you've really made mention of the fact that young people have had a very difficult year, potentially unprecedented difficult year. You also mentioned that you listened and reflected on what they had to say. Can I ask what the views of the young people were, and what is that reflection in the policy and the statement you've announced here this morning?
Well, obviously, as the member will be, I think the member for his question, will be aware, in terms of young people, there will obviously be a range of views that are expressed, and it's probably wrong for any of us to necessarily assume that they will be a sort of a, call it a homogeneous unit in that regard. I think there were a range of concerns that they raised. They wanted the clarity about qualifications. They were concerned about lack of exam experience. They were concerned about practical work. They were concerned clearly about impact on mental health and well-being, and obviously they were concerned about their future. So I think there's a range of things that they wanted, particularly equality within that. And I think that, for example, taking a consistent approach in terms of unit omission, they wanted a recognition of the difficult periods that they had gone through, which is reflected in the general level of reduction of assessment, either by way of one of two routes, either way of a direct unit omission or slimming down the content of an omission within units. But also then the opportunity, for example, the people coming from slightly different situations wanted, for instance, in practical subjects, to be able still to take those practical subjects without in any way being disadvantaged. And, for example, had an approach been taken to simply omit one of the units as regards that, that would have actually disadvantaged those taking more practical ways. So it's about trying to cater for the wide range. And to take another example, the issue has been looked at here and in other jurisdictions of optionality within questions, but that tends to particularly disadvantage those particularly SEN students and those with who maybe be less academically focused in that regard. So it's about creating that level of fairness, and all those have been taken into account in terms of today's decision.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for his statement here today. Minister, you referenced collaboration with England and Wales and consultation between CCEA and UCAS in relation to third level and further and higher education. Can you outline what engagement you've had with your counterparts in the South, please?
Yes. The position in terms of, as I indicated, I think from the point of view of obviously clearly we need to make sure that there is examinations that are fit for purpose, and in particular they don't act as a barrier or indeed a disadvantage for any of our young people seeking university placements or indeed furthering any career beyond that. So amongst while I've mentioned, for instance, UCAS, I've mentioned very specifically that within Northern Ireland, the two local universities, there's also been engagement between CCEA and the Irish Universities Association to make sure that again, what we've got is fit for purpose. It is important, and this is also in terms of the general levels of mitigations that are there, and also as we move ahead in terms of the standard of assessment and generosity that is there, that if we put something in place which takes us out of line with other jurisdictions, ultimately we disadvantage our pupils. Because either, for instance, in terms of generosity, and it is likely, therefore, there will be a form of COVID tariff across the board. But if we reach a situation in which, on the one hand, we make it more difficult for our students to achieve particular grades, then they are put at a disadvantage compared to counterparts, whether that is in London, Dublin, Edinburgh, Cardiff, wherever. But similarly, if we put in something in place which is seen as more generous and a higher level of mitigation, then there's a danger that universities across the board may take a view that someone getting a particular grade from a CCEA situation in Northern Ireland, it's of a lesser worth, if you like, than other grades. So it's important that we do keep in step within that. That is also due to the case that if we take a look in terms of examination boards, whereas there is a level of control of what we can do through CCEA in Northern Ireland, particularly as regards A-levels and to a lesser extent with GCSEs, students do have the freedom to take examinations from outside Northern Ireland. So it's important that we create as much of a level playing field for all our students as possible, because fairness and equality have got to be at the heart of this.
Mr Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for appearing in front of us today and giving us this statement. In relation to the GCSE examinations, Minister, how can you ensure the portability of these qualifications and that Northern Ireland students will not be disadvantaged when competing for places at other universities outside of Northern Ireland?
Portability is absolutely critical, which is ensuring that what is awarded within Northern Ireland is very much on a level playing field as anywhere else. So I think the fact that there will be equality within GCSEs, so that CCEA will be specifying the unit that's omitted, means that irrespective of what school, for instance, anybody goes to, whether it's here or across the water, first of all, portability, as much as possible, there'll be a level playing field, but also the fact that that is specified means that universities, in assessing students here, will know precisely what is being studied. They will not need to, if you like, delve into each individual school as to where things are. As I mentioned, it is critical also that as the days ahead, and I know sometimes this can be seen as a political point, but it's actually a practical point, that in terms of the standards that we approach, that we do have a level of compatibility, particularly with England and Wales. Scotland, I know, in terms of their hires and etc., we take a slightly different system. But in particular, that we are not seeing either that we are more generous or less generous, because either way would actually create disadvantage for our pupils. And it's important, as people move ahead, that they are given that opportunity, also, if you like, not just between jurisdictions, but also within Northern Ireland.
Ms Karen Mullen.
Minister, I welcome that you have given earlier direction and clarity this year. I declare an interest as a mother of a Year 12 student. You've heard me say that before, but just wanted to say from her perspective and other students that I have spoken to over the last couple of weeks, the pressure that they have continued to be under because some schools have continued with ongoing assessment has affected their mental health and well-being. So, Minister, I wanted to ask, what consideration have yourself and CCEA given to a recovery curriculum for our students?
I think, first of all, I think that it is a number of things. I think there is, because there's reduced content in terms of assessments, will level out. I think part of the problem we've had in terms of assessments, and it is the issue that schools were given a level of freedom to do that, to move towards a point of qualifications being given. There's no easy path. And I entirely appreciate that. And look, I've also said on a broader level that I think in many of us, it may not necessarily always be acknowledged by all of us, but all of us essentially of working age have probably had it a little bit easier in the pandemic than those at one end of the scale who are some of the very elderly within society who've suffered both higher mortality and also greater levels of isolation. But the other group who suffered most throughout the pandemic is our young people. And therefore, it is important that every step can be taken within that. In terms of recovery, yes, there will be work between CCEA and schools. There is very specifically on two levels, not just, I suppose, during the summer period where there will be a range of interventions, but also as we move ahead and we'll be scoping out the details of that, both in terms of, from an academic point of view, a further rollout and a strengthening of the Engage programme, which will help on the academic side of it. But it is also the case, both as we develop the rollout on a permanent basis of the emotional health and well-being, but also very specifically support for schools in terms of that emotional health and well-being by way of COVID recovery, that there will be funding available for that. I think for all of us we fear that students have had to go in and out of school, and in many cases I think there's been a tremendous amount of resilience of young people. I think that there may well be a lot of problems in terms of stresses on mental health that may not be apparent on day one, but may be apparent on day one of month 6 or month 12. And I think it's important that we have that versatility and support from both education and health to be able to provide that support for our young people.
Mr Justin McNulty.
Minister, thank you for your statement, and thank you for this morning meeting with the Board of Governors and the Principal of St Joseph's and St James Points Pass. They're really excited about their new school, but equally frustrated about the delays in delivering that, and are very grateful that the Minister has decided, along with his department, committed to delivering the school as soon as possible. Minister, I welcome your statement today and the general thrust of it, which has the best interests of children and young people at heart. However, Minister, you must recognise that the disruption has not been evenly distributed from this pandemic. Children from disadvantaged backgrounds, children with special educational needs, the gap has widened. How are you going to accommodate them in the grading of awards in the coming months and the coming years, and how are they going to be helped to ensure that they're not left further behind?
Makes a very valid point. I enjoyed engagement with him this morning. It's good to see him in the flesh rather than down the lens of a Zoom camera. On that basis, look, there's undoubtedly, and I think part of the issue also with that, which is a more difficult issue directly to deal with, is the impact. Even people who've been in very similar situations, for individuals, there will be differential levels of impact, both in terms of just the nature of the individual, perhaps their home setting. There's a whole range of things. You may well get two particular students who live next door to each other, and for a range of reasons, the impact on one will be greater than the other. In terms of the broader area of academic catch-up, and I know at times this will cause a level of frustration also amongst some other schools as well, the Engage programme does operate and will continue to operate on a two-tier basis, which means that there's a level of support going out to every school. But for those that, ultimately there's a certain level of arbitrary line has to be drawn in relation to it, there's a much greater level of funding that is available for those schools where they have a higher than average amount of free school meal entitlement. Now, I appreciate that's a certain level of arbitrary, but the Engage programme is heavily favoured towards the issue of providing a greater level of support to social disadvantage. Almost inevitably, though, whenever you draw lines, people will fall one side of that line or others. But that is as we move ahead with that. And if there's any bespoke additional support can be for students, certainly that will be looked into as well.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for this announcement, which is timely for next year's students that are going to be facing these exams. Just to revisit maybe the question that was asked by the Chair, because I didn't quite get the answer. I don't know if I missed it or not, and my apologies if I did. Point of clarity, for a student who wants to achieve an A or an A+, but doesn't want to sit all units, is that still possible? Is that going to be picked up in the last page? It talks about generous grading, so is that still going to be achievable then for students who will not sit all exams?
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear. In terms of the general level of assessment, the vast majority of students will not be sitting all units. The point that was made in terms of the levels of assessment is that CCEA will take, and indeed will provide the detailed specifications at the beginning of June to schools of what units are going to be omitted for assessment. Now, the aim would still be, because I think it's important that students get a level of rounded approach to their education. And some, for instance, said GCSE will also provide a level of springboard in terms of AS and A levels. But it will not be a question of a student effectively picking from a menu and said, I'm not going to take that or I'm not going to take the other. It will be something that will be consistent across the board. I mean, I would anticipate that the vast majority of students will take that reduced level of units, but it will be the same for all students. But the point is that and this may be for a very small number of students, it may not even happen at all, but the option if somebody wants to take every unit and be assessed on it, there will also be that option as well.
Mr. Philip McGuigan.
At critical junctions in the course of the pandemic, Minister, you have been criticised for a failure to adequately consult with key stakeholders when it came to making important decisions. Your statement today does reference some engagement with stakeholders, particularly young people, in the process that you have outlined. But can I ask you if you can give assurances that you will give the sector, teachers, trade unions and the wider school sector, if they will be involved in the finalisation of arrangements for next year, and ask also, has there been a reference group of key stakeholders established?
There has been, I think, throughout this a range of work, particularly in terms of the stakeholder side of it. Obviously, very specifically, we've targeted trying to have that level of engagement with young people, had those specific meetings, I think, with the Secondary Schools Union, but also actually throughout this, indeed, there may be a slight degree of myth that, particularly as regards any forms of exam announcement, we've worked particularly with the stakeholders of a range of school principals and post-primary level. We've worked on this and we've worked previously on that basis. Now, I suppose where the balance is to be struck on these issues is that there will always be some level of criticism that could you go further in terms of consultation and discussions. On the flip side, it is also then to balance that out with ensuring that there are timely announcements, because we could go through a level of consultation, and this will be an ongoing process on that basis. But we could have, as a department, have gone through another 6 months of consultation with stakeholders. That wouldn't have given people certainty. On the flip side, something of this nature could have been announced a month or two ago without that level of consultation. So it's about trying to get that balance correct, and we believe that we've done that.
Mr. Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and also for his engagement with the Secretary Students' Union. It's great to see that new and vibrant voice for young people has been heavily relied upon here, and I hope that their considerations and their thoughts will be included. Minister, the interim mental health champion has strongly advised you that young people should not be rushed into academic work, rather that their mental health needs need to be catered for first. how have you taken that into consideration as part of these new arrangements? And can you assure us that adequate time and resources will be devoted to our young people's social and emotional needs, as well as the drive for academic success and excellence?
It is important in terms of their social needs. So I suppose there's a package of measures that have been already announced and some to come forward. I've mentioned already that in terms of both the emotional health and well-being framework, will be in place and on a very much on a permanent basis. But also then, and that may be seen as to some extent a little bit top-down, from the point of view then also of a specific funding on emotional health and well-being that is there from the COVID point of view, there will be on a pro-rata basis given out to schools, as was this year, opportunities and a level of flexibility for that to be decided on the ground. It is also the case, as the member will also be aware, that over the summer there will be two levels of interventions, particularly utilising the advantage of youth groups, a range of funding through access to all, through summer boost, summer jam, etc., where that can actually deliver a lot of the interventions which are not non-academic, but also in terms of the provision that we're making available on a voluntary basis for schools to be able to engage over the summer. It's not simply about the academic, it's actually about a range of activities that schools will be there. So, I think there is a balance to be struck. We also, I think, in terms of advice, in terms of guidance that was given to schools as schools began to resume in terms of year groups, indicate, and I think a lot of schools took this up, with a level of easing students into their, and particularly trying to identify where there were particular stresses and needs. There is ultimately, though, no getting away from the fact that if qualifications are to be achieved, that will require a level of intervention in terms of the academic side of it as well.
Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making a statement today. Our teachers and school leaders are rightly concerned that other arrangements may be employed should pupils lose any more face-to-face teaching between now and when exams are scheduled. So can the Minister provide any more detail on contingency plans for next summer's assessment so that students and teachers are not thrown into the deep end again, and how you will ensure that lessons will be learned from the difficulties that teachers have faced and continue to face at present?
I think there's a couple of points to be made in relation to that. The contingency plans will be worked on in detail, will be revealed more in the autumn from going between CCEA and schools. And indeed, the fact that that will be largely based around arrangements on centre-determined grades that will actually try. I think the idea is to try and learn whatever lessons there are from this year, and in terms of contingencies, see how those can be adapted. I think one of the important aspects as well, which should mean that schools will be ready to deal with situations, the fact that at this stage and from beginning of June, CCA will be giving that clear guidance to schools as to the order of teaching that will take place, because I think the danger in terms of disruption that we reach a particular point in the year where there's widespread disruption. So therefore, the fact that it would be largely across the piece can then be taken into account, and a level of adaptation taken into this. I think all of us hope, while contingency plans will be put in place, that we are all moving to an era in which the levels of disruption, indeed disruption as a whole, can be largely avoided as we move into the future.
Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'm going to declare an interest because my daughter's actually on SSUNI. She's their Good Relations Officer. I'm not asking about that. Minister, it's regarding the GCSE English Language Controlled Assessment Unit. What is the rationale for permission to omit this assessment unit, and can a pupil or school choose to sit this if they so wish?
The answer to the first question, it would be up to the individual pupil. Pupils across the board have an option of, I think in the vast majority of cases, the pupils will take the general position of, if a unit has been omitted, that reduces the burden and therefore is it. But there is the option, I think, in every course, if someone wants to take all the units, they can take all the units. I think the rationale largely behind that, and it was looked in a considerable level of detail on the on GCSEs as regards English language, is principally, I think, that the controlled assessment unit, preparation for that particular unit, actually takes up quite a large amount of time for the student. The omission of that assessment will free up additional both teaching and learning time, but also very significantly reduce the assessment burden on young people. But obviously, as I've indicated, there is still that option that if anybody wants to take all units, they can do so.
Thank you, Minister. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to ask the Minister a question. So if I could ask the House to just take its ease for a few moments to allow the Communities Minister to arrive in the chamber to move the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you, members. We now move to further consideration of the Pension Scheme Bill. I call upon the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill.
I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the Pension Scheme Bill is now taken.
Thank you, Minister. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Pension Schemes Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage. Further consideration of the Pension Schemes Bill is therefore concluded and the bill now stands referred to Mr Speaker. If I could ask members to take their ease for a moment before we move on to the next item of business. I'll be short and sharp, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule, and I ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Suspension of Liability for Wrongful Trading Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for the Economy, Mrs Diane Dodds, to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I now ask the Minister to please open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm seeking the Assembly's approval of a statutory rule which is being made under powers contained in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020. This Act included 5 temporary provisions to assist companies in financial difficulties as a result of the pandemic. These measures are identical to those that have been put in place in Great Britain. As many of you will recall, I have brought forward regulations in recent months to extend the periods during which 4 of the 5 temporary measures are to apply. I have done so each time to ensure that local businesses enjoy the same support and assistance as those in the rest of the United Kingdom. The regulations which I am now asking you to approve relate to the 5th temporary measure, which is the suspension of liability for what is known as wrongful trading. Wrongful trading occurs where a director permits a company which is known to be insolvent to continue trading, thereby increasing the loss to creditors. If the company is subsequently wound up, the director can be ordered by the High Court to make a contribution to the company's assets out of his or her own pocket.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt that the measures taken to curb the spread of coronavirus will have pushed many normally solvent and profitable companies into financial difficulties. There is therefore an obvious danger that if directors are worried about the possibility of incurring personal liability if they continue to operate, that they will opt in favour of closure to protect themselves. This would, of course, be to the detriment of their employees and the wider economy. It is likely that many of these companies could, given time, regain their solvency and profitability once normal trading resumes. Provision was therefore included in the Act to give temporary exemption to directors from any personal liability for any worsening of a company's financial position until the 30th of September 2020. As the pandemic has had a longer and deeper impact on the economy than was originally anticipated, I introduced regulations in December 2020 to reinstate this measure for a further period ending on the 30th of April 2021. A decision has now been made by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy that this measure to protect directors should be further extended until the 30th of June 2021. Mr Speaker, I think it is essential that company directors in Northern Ireland have the same protection as enjoyed by their counterparts in the rest of the United Kingdom and for the same period. Accordingly, my department has introduced regulations to ensure that wrongful trading provisions also remain suspended in Northern Ireland until the 30th of June 2021. The regulations have been agreed by the Economy Committee and my executive colleagues were advised prior to this debate. I would ask, therefore, that this Assembly approves these regulations. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair for the Economy Committee, Dr Keith Archibald.
And I apologise to the Minister for missing the opening of her remarks. And I rise briefly just to speak as Chair of the Economy Committee to support the motion on its behalf. As the Minister has indicated, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Suspension of Liability for Wrongful Trading Regulations NI 2021 will further assist companies affected by the pandemic. The rule restored provision in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, suspending directors' liability for wrongful trading, and extended the operation of that provision until the 30th of June 2021. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 14th of April, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, and the rule came into operation on the 29th of April. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. And just very briefly, in my capacity as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson, and as I've said a number of times, and the Minister has outlined again today, with the continued impact of the pandemic on our businesses, it's appropriate that these provisions are extended to support businesses in this difficult period.
Thank you. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate, so therefore I'll put the question. The question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 20... Oh, I beg pardon, Minister. Would you like to wind in the debate? Sorry. Mindful of the fact that it's 13:54 hours.
I am completely mindful of the fact. Can I just say thank you to the Economy Committee and indeed to colleagues for their support in this measure. It's important that we give businesses every opportunity to recover from this really very, very difficult period that they've been in, and we will continue to try to help them as best we can. Thank you.
Sorry for trying to rush the House there. The question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Suspension of Liability for Wrongful Trading Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And it's now 5 to 2 and question time starts at 2 o'clock. So if I could ask the House just to take its ease then until there's a change at the top table. Thank you.
Okay, members, it's now time for questions to the Executive Office. I call Ms Nicola Brogan. Nicola Brogan.
Question number 1, please.
First Minister.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 1 and 11 together. I am pleased to say that we continue to make good progress in our pathways out of restriction. At the Executive meeting on the 13th of May, we made decisions on the further reopening of our economy and society as part of our formal review of the pathway. We had good news for those with marriage and civil partnerships planned, the hospitality sector, and for those looking forward to visiting with their friends and families in private homes, and for those needing a hug. The COVID data continues to have a generally positive direction of travel, and we look forward to ratifying those decisions on the 20th of May, subject to an update on the public health situation. While the review process does allow the Executive the flexibility to move rapidly on emerging priorities, the next major review point will take place on the 10th of June. This will allow for data on a range of health and societal impacts to be monitored and assessed before consideration is given to what further relaxations can be made safely.
Supplementary, Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Joint First Minister for her answer. Given the disproportionate effect of the pandemic on the most vulnerable in our society, does the Minister agree that the Executive's recovery strategy should focus on addressing social inequalities as we emerge from the pandemic?
I thank the member for her question, and as she's probably aware, the task force is looking at economic recovery, but it's also looking at societal recovery. And we've always said that if we can do things better after the COVID-19 pandemic, then we should take the opportunity to do that. And the task force will work with the lead departments in those areas, obviously the Department for the Economy in terms of economic recovery, but the other departments as well involved in health inequalities, involved in societal inequalities. Our own colleague, the DFC Minister, will be very much involved in all of those discussions as well. So this is something that we're working on in the Executive at present, and certainly I hope that we can build back better.
Thank you. And Harry Harvey, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First Minister, can you give any indication on a time frame for the resumption of foreign travel? Thank you.
Well, in terms of international travel, Mr Speaker, currently the requirements in place for international travellers vary according to whether they are arriving from a green, amber or a red country. Red countries are those which the Joint Biosecurity Council have assessed as being particularly concerning in terms of prevalence of variants, including, of course, the Indian variant. Arrivals from red countries must book a managed isolation package prior to arrival and spend 10 days in a hotel after they arrive in Northern Ireland, and India, of course, is on the Northern Ireland red list. Those arriving from amber countries must book and take a postal arrival test at days 2 and day 8 and must self-isolate at home for 10 days from their arrival. Where green countries are those from JBC have assessed a low risk, and arrivals to Northern Ireland from green countries do not need to self-isolate or enter managed isolation either. They must book and take a day 2 test. And Northern Ireland currently don't have any countries on its green list, and the Executive is currently considering the most appropriate list for Northern Ireland, and I very much hope we will be able to have an outcome in relation to that this week.
Thank you, Nicole. Colin McGrath.
Many businesses, especially those in the hospitality sector, face significant problems when they reopened after spending tens of thousands of pounds to get ready, only to find out that they didn't meet some established criteria. Would the First Minister be able to detail, is there any proactive work that's been undertaken to help sectors as they become permitted to open up, to try and help and ensure that they meet any criteria prior to the opening date and then been told very quickly that they have to close down?
I think the member is probably referring to the outdoor hospitality issue when there was some issues raised with us directly. Actually, the regulations hadn't changed from last year, but I think the difference was that there were some councils perhaps taking more proactive approach to enforcement, so things that shouldn't have been happening last year, but a blind eye was turned and no enforcement happened. This year, enforcement did happen, and then unfortunately some of our hospitality organisations having spent a lot of money, and we absolutely understand that, felt that they could not open because they were in breach of the regulations. So therefore there is very much an important emphasis on engagement. Deputy First Minister and I met with Hospitality Ulster and the Hotels Federation last Thursday to again discuss these issues coming up to next Monday, which is when we are hoping we will open the indoor hospitality. Of course, we're confirming that this Thursday. We are keeping a very close eye, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure the Chair would want us to, on the Indian variant and the fact that we are concerned about what we see in England, Scotland and Wales at present. We are here in Northern Ireland. There's no evidence of significant community transmission. We're very pleased about that, and we want to keep that the case. So we will listen to our advisers this Thursday to hear what they have to say in relation to all of those issues.
Thank you. I call Jim Allister.
Given the approach of the 12th of July celebrations in this centenary year, and given the very long lead-in organisationally, what certainty and guidance can be given to those organising those demonstrations?
I think that's a very good point, and one that I raised just last week, because I think it is important that people have a very clear vision as to what's happening before the 12th of July celebrations. I do pay tribute to the organisations last year for the way in which they conducted themselves and absolutely abided by the regulations, being quite innovative. I'm sure he'll remember the 12th at Home initiative and all of those things. I'm hoping to meet with Grand Orange Lodge along with the Health Minister in the very near future to discuss these issues, to see what is possible in July, because I think it is very important that people are able to have their cultural expression, but obviously in a safe way, and that's what we want to ensure.
Paula Bradshaw.
And First Minister, thank you for your answer so far, and I'd just like to place on record my thanks for all your work during the COVID pandemic at the executive table. My question relates to the service stations up and down our motorways, and I appreciate why the executive allowed them to remain open for indoor dining. However, what we're hearing, obviously from the contact tracing services, there's a potential for some transmission there. From the 24th, are you intending to introduce the contact tracing provisions that will be in all other restaurants going forward? Thank you.
Well, we will want to see contact tracing, and this is something that the Deputy First Minister and I discussed with the hospitality sector last week. We want to make sure that it's very much fit for purpose, so that if people do come in for a meal or for a drink, that all of those contact tracing pieces are in place, so that if there is an unfortunate outbreak, that we will be able to trace it very quickly and get to everyone else that is near to them or is at a risk. This issue again was discussed at the executive last week because colleagues were concerned that some people are actually driving to service stations for a meal. And I found it quite interesting myself. But anyway, this is apparently what's happening. That people are so desperate to get out for a meal that they're going to a service station and sitting in the service station. Of course, that's not what it was designed to do. It was designed to allow truck drivers and people who ordinarily would not have access to those services to be able to continue to do that within the service station. So sometimes when these laws are made, the purpose behind them gets stretched, and I think this is a very good example of the purpose behind the reason getting very, very stretched.
Thank you. Next question, call Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker.
The Travel Agents Financial Assistance Scheme was agreed by the Executive to ensure the continued viability of the travel agency sector here. The scheme is intended to help vulnerable but viable travel agents, including self-employed home workers, with the cost of reopening or keeping a business operational, with the cost of reconnecting with employees and customers, and adapting customer marketing, and the cost of financial planning. A viable travel agents industry is critical to support a return to normal and build confidence that travel agents and other retail businesses will continue to be a feature of our high streets. The payments for the scheme should make a significant contribution to the continued viability of the sector here. The scheme was open for application from the 19th to the 26th of March 2021. Officials within TEO are currently processing 187 applications. It is anticipated that payments will be made to successful applicants in early summer. It is expected that the scheme will provide in the region of £1.1 to £1.3 million of much-needed support for this sector. Final costs will be known once all applications have been processed.
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, First Minister, and indeed thank you very much on behalf of those travel agents who will ultimately benefit from this and its much-needed support. But a question that is coming through from travel agents today, and we recognise the value of them to the economy of Northern Ireland, is that because their counterparts in the rest of the UK will be using effectively the NHS app to prove that their clients have received vaccination. The NHS app is not available to them here in Northern Ireland, yet most travel booking that's done through travel agents, and therefore the business which they do, is done on a UK-wide basis. But if an online app is not available in Northern Ireland, what alternative do you and your office have to provide for that, for those citizens who wish to travel?
I thank the member for his question. And actually, England and Wales, the app speaks to each other, but in Scotland it doesn't as well. So Scotland, Northern Ireland, there is an issue. And it's something that we have discussed with the other devolved administrations, as you would expect. Under the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, we speak every week around some of the upcoming difficulties. And what they're looking at is, in the short term, having a paper trail. So if you've had your vaccination, and not just a letter, but obviously something that's compliant with safety rules, data protection rules, to make sure that there isn't any fraud going on, and that you don't just turn up with a letter that somebody has typed out for you from your office, as it were. So there's a lot of work going into data protection and cybersecurity issues around that, and we'll probably get an update on that this week. But Scotland has a similar problem to ourselves, and therefore we need to get the apps to speak to each other. And I know that there's work going on the alternative, i.e. the paper alternative, but then there's also work going on the digital piece to see if we can get the apps all connected to each other, because they are meant to speak to each other. So when I go across to England, I should be able to use the Northern Ireland app in England. So why can't we get it to work in terms of this COVID certification as well? So there is work going on, and I want to assure the member that that is happening.
Call Melissa McHugh.
Minister, thank you for your answers to date as well. In terms of travel and tourism, I can totally understand how it has suffered so much, and I appreciate the emphasis that has been placed on travel and tourism in particular. But so many other industries and businesses as well have suffered throughout the whole pandemic. Can you provide for us, as part of a response to the pandemic, whatever financial assistance is there now in place for other industries?
Well, I'm certainly happy to get the office to write to you with the full range of assistance that there is. Obviously, there is the COVID localised support scheme still in place until such times as hospitality is open in full again. But as I say, there are probably ones that I don't know about that the Department of the Economy has, so I would rather write to you and give you a more substantive answer so that you have all of the schemes in front of you.
Thank you. And I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for the answers to questions so far. Question 3, First Minister.
Question 3. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I shall answer questions 3, 10 and 13 together. The first meeting of the task force took place on the 23rd of February, chaired by the junior ministers. The task force formally adopted its terms of reference and the vision of, quote, sustainable city, town and village centres, which are thriving places for people to do business, socialise, shop, be creative and use public services, as well as being great places to live, end quote. Since then, 4 subgroups have been established on influencing policy and strategy, promoting the development of capacity, developing and promoting good practice, and influencing and shaping intervention and investment. Meetings of the subgroups are being arranged to initiate the formal projects for each of the key functions and a programme of comprehensive engagement and co-design with stakeholders. Recommendations for future action will be developed in due course. Restoring the vibrancy of our high streets will take a number of phases over a period of years. As we emerge from the lockdown, the immediate priority is the opening up of our high streets and the rolling out of a COVID recovery strategy. That is the focus of the Executive COVID Task Force, headed by the Interim Head of the Civil Service. The High Streets Task Force will have a longer-term focus, addressing the fundamental need for transformation of our high streets in response to fundamental societal and economic changes. In relation to membership of the task force, the key to success is co-design and co-delivery, drawing in the skills of business and other sectors to shape transformation. The breadth of the membership reflects the breadth of the challenge. Whilst the membership is large, the governance arrangements of subgroups, each with a key function, will provide a basis for efficient and effective working.
Supplementary, Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for the answer to the question. First Minister, many of the sectors represented on the task force are unhappy about the fact that within a 90-minute meeting, 20 sectors are vying to have their voices heard. I note that you have said that there are various subgroups set up, and I welcome that. But what will you do, Minister, to ensure that the task force is able to engage effectively?
Well, I know what the member says, and the unfortunate thing about this is trying to find a balance, because I have stood here and in the committee and I've been challenged about the fact that X council hasn't been involved or Y council hasn't been involved, and that such and such a sector needs to be involved. So we've tried to have a balance in the overall High Street Task Force, but we have split it up into these 4 separate subgroups in the hope that we can have a more focused look at those, and the subgroups can bring people on and consult people about the best way forward in relation to those particular issues. The High Street and the recovery of the High Street is multi-layered, there's no doubt about that. We have always had this issue. Well, we've had this issue now for a couple of years about the High Street and the challenges to the High Street. Obviously, COVID has then come along and has exacerbated that, accelerated some of the problems that High Streets are facing. And therefore, we do need to have a very focused look at what is the future of our High Streets in Northern Ireland, whether you're in a village or in a town or in one of our cities. So, we have set out an ambitious plan. We ask people to bear with us and to work with us, because I think this has the capacity to bring forward a vision for Northern Ireland that is different, that is ours, and I think that's right. We should have our own vision here, but we'll look at other examples in Scotland, England and Wales as well to see that we're doing and going on the right track.
Keith Archibald.
Margaret Concordia, and I thank the Minister for her responses so far. And Minister, as you've outlined out there yourself, there's going to be no one-size-fits-all solution to issues faced by the high streets. Do you therefore agree that it's important that there is that targeted engagement, and you've outlined through the subgroups with particular regard to our smaller towns and villages, to ensure that there is what is needed to revitalise and regenerate going forward? Margaret.
Yeah, I thank the member for her question. That's exactly what we want to see happening, and I know sometimes some of our local councils feel that they need to be a stakeholder in the group to be able to contribute. I hope that they're looking at this in a more holistic way, that they recognise that this is a subject that sits within TEO but actually goes right across government, right across all of the departments and indeed all of local government as well, and the businesses, and that's why we have those business representatives on, so that they can bring their experiences and what they want to see happening on the high streets as well. So I hope it will be a focused engagement, but one that will deliver real and tangible results, because as I've said, this has been going on for a number of years now and we really need to grapple with it.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and with your indulgence I would like to take this opportunity just to put on record my thanks to my friend and the First Minister for her love and commitment to Northern Ireland, for her dedication and incredible work ethic, not least throughout this past very difficult year. In regards to the answers to the questions regarding the very important work of the High Street Task Force, does the First Minister agree that the work of this task force will need to continue well into the future, as the periods of lengthy closures and the ending of furlough will have long-lasting impact on our recovery?
So I thank the member for her kind words, and absolutely will miss working with her in the Assembly. Can I say to her that, given its strategic role, we have established that the task force will probably be in existence for an initial period of 5 years, with an expectation of a review of its performance early in the next Assembly mandate, so that we can see where we have got to by probably this time next year, Mr. Speaker. So it is important that we realise that this just isn't a quick fix. It's something that will continue for a period of time, and I think that that's important, because our high street doesn't just want us to come in, look at it, suggest a few things and then leave again. They want us to continue to work with them in trying to develop the high streets for the future. So initial period of 5 years, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Orlia Flynn.
I can call you. Thank the Minister for her answer. And the First Minister, you did outline some of the issues that were already facing the high streets, even pre-pandemic. And I think it's great, all of the work that the task force is carrying out. But I'm wondering, does the First Minister have any update on another important initiative to help support the high streets, which is the High Street Stimulus Scheme? If there's any update on that, thank you.
Well, of course, and I thank the member for her question. This is a stimulus scheme that will be brought forward by the Department for the Economy. We had hoped that that would have been able to have been rolled out faster than what we're doing now, but there is no point in putting out a stimulus scheme until we were fully open, because the experience of going to our high street is of course enhanced by the fact that you can go and have lunch, you can go and have a coffee, you can go and have a drink, and until next Monday that hasn't been possible in an indoor setting. So I'm sure that the Minister for the Economy will want to come forward in the near future with the High Street stimulus scheme, because it's something that we hope will make a real difference to those people who have had such a terrible year. 2020-2021 will not be seen as a good year for our high streets, but I hope that we can help them to get on an even footing again.
Thank you. And Irma Patsy McGlone, I call Patsy McGlone.
Question number 4.
We are committed to the development and implementation of the rights, language and identity proposals contained in New Decade, New Approach. It has always been our intention to progress these proposals during this mandate and to create the relevant bodies as quickly as possible thereafter. We will keep the Assembly updated on our progress.
Stella, Patsy McGlone.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to take this opportunity. I have, as the Minister will be well aware, worked with the Minister in different roles at different departments throughout all that. Now, we agreed on many things and maybe differed occasionally, but I would like to take this occasion to put it on the record to wish her and her family well in the times ahead. Just in regard to the supplementary, given the Culture and Language Bill was part of the bedrock of the New Decade, New Approach, will the Minister give assurances that it isn't being used as a political bargaining chip? Thank you.
Thank the member for his question and indeed his kind words, which he's already communicated to me, and I thank him for that. As the member knows, there are many things in New Decade, New Approach that should have moved on by now. Progress on health transformation, having more police officers on the ground, down to very technical issues like moving to 3 cycles of IVF instead of just 2. So there are a number of issues that haven't been able to progress, and I think we all know the reason for that. It's in terms of COVID-19. But he should know that we are committed, as I've said in the answer, to the development and implementation of all of the commitments in New Decade, New Approach, and I'm sure that those will progress now that we are hopefully moving into a better place in relation to COVID-19.
I call Doug Beattie.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, I won't labour, but thank you for your leadership as our First Minister. Of course, we all have disagreements, but what we can honestly believe is that you wanted to do the best for this part of the United Kingdom, and I thank you for that. Just to follow up on that question, First Minister, will this go through a full legislative process? And is there an expectation, and maybe you're doubling back on yourself, but is there an expectation that we'll get royal assent before the end of the mandate?
Well, first of all, can I say to him many congratulations as he takes on the role as leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. I want to pay tribute to, and this is the first time I've been in the House since his predecessor stepped down, and I wish Steve well as he moves away from the pressures and challenges of leadership, as we all do. And I hope that he enjoys being on the back bench now. But congratulations to you, Doug, and I hope you enjoy your time as leader. I mean, in terms of getting royal assent by the end of this mandate, that was, of course, the intent when we agreed New Decade, New Approach, that would be the way forward. Obviously, it will be for others now to push ahead in relation to all of the promises in New Decade, New Approach, and therefore those will move ahead according to their timetable. But I just want to be very clear, as I said in my resignation speech, you know, here in Northern Ireland there are people here who are British, other who are Irish, other who are Northern Irish. Then we have a mixture of all three, and of course we have our new and emerging community as well. But we must all learn to be generous to each other, to live together, and to share this wonderful country that we are all so privileged to represent here in the Northern Ireland Assembly. So that's certainly my belief, and I hope it's the belief of everyone in this Assembly. If we are to move forward, we cannot keep looking backwards, because the future for Northern Ireland will not be found in division, but instead in sharing this place that we all call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Ennis.
Does the Minister agree with me that New Decade, New Approach was the basis on which these institutions were re-established, and that we need to see full delivery on the commitments contained within NDNA by the Executive and by this Assembly, but also crucially by the British and Irish governments?
Yes, we do need to see delivery from all of those involved in the New Decade, New Approach discussions. That was the idea behind it. It was a comprehensive agreement. It was one that brought us back in here again. I do agree with her in relation to that. So therefore it is now for those involved to make sure that that moves ahead, whether it is our own government, the Irish government, or indeed people in the Executive as well. It's for them to progress and to move ahead in New Decade, New Approach.
Minister, think that we have seen delivery under New Decade, New Approach of the commitment to utterly unfettered trade from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, and in respect of any legislation, though it's probably now a matter for her successor, can she confirm for the public's information that no legislation can be brought, no government legislation can be brought to this House without the consent of the First Minister and the Executive, and therefore without the personal endorsement of people in that position?
So, just to the last point, obviously, any legislation that comes to the floor of the House from the Executive has the endorsement of the Executive, has the endorsement of the First and Deputy First Minister, just to confirm that that is the case. To his point around unfettered access, of course, all of the promises that were made about unfettered access have not been held up. What we are seeing now is actually the opposite. We are seeing fettered trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and I hope that the legal case which he and I are both involved in will bring an end to that and will bring some clarity in relation to trade, which of course was set out in the Act of Union back in 1800, and we hope that that will be the case.
Member Carol Cullen, and could I say the member won't have time for a supplementary?
Okay, question number 5.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Junior Minister Lyons will answer this question.
Mr. Speaker, in 2021, funding of over £18 million was allocated to good relations by the Executive Office. This includes £12 million of shared future funding, which was allocated across departments for the delivery of the 7 TBUC headline actions and wider good relations programmes. A further £6.6 million of Executive Office baseline funding was allocated to good relations delivery, supporting programmes such as the Minority Ethnic Development Fund, the District Council Good Relations Programme and funding for the Community Relations Council.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, and we move now to topical questions for 15 minutes, and I call Sinead Bradley.
Speaker. Could I ask, please, for an update on progress and the anticipated timeline for reporting on the Truth and Recovery Design Team who are charged with establishing the terms of reference for the victims centred around the mother and baby homes?
Well, I thank the member for her question. She will know that that work is being taken forward by Judith Gillespie and her team. They have set up a panel now with a number of experts to engage with the victims so that they can moderate it in a way that is truly co-designed for the future. We are looking forward to engaging with Judith again to get an update in relation to that work that's ongoing. Unless she's going to tell me otherwise, no huge concerns have been raised with me around that process, and I hope that it will bring forward an inquiry of whatever type that the victims want and the victims need.
Supplementary, Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer. But I think it's fair to presume, and we know, that a lot of the truth and the answers to the truth lie in documents and data held by other parties. Can I therefore ask, what actions have the First and Deputy First Minister, preliminary actions, have you taken to secure that data? And unfortunately, also there may be a requirement to secure land.
Yes, well, we have had initial discussions with some of the church leaders, with some of the institutional leaders. Those were preliminary discussions around the scope of what we were trying to do, as well as data that is held here and, of course, will be protected if it's held within our government departments, as you will know. We will also listen very carefully to what the Interdepartmental Working Group has to say about access to documents outside the jurisdiction, because she will know that there is a great degree of concern around access to documents in the Republic of Ireland, for example, and we will want to hear what the recommendations are around that. I think that Judith is engaging with her colleagues in the Republic of Ireland to try and tease out some of those issues at present, but we will want to see all of those documents made available so that people can get the truth and that they can find out what happened during those terrible years.
Thank you. Erimar Colm Gillerny, I call Colm Gillerny.
Gormayagat Can Corlia. Can I ask the First Minister to outline the impact of the Together Building a United Community strategy in tackling sectarianism and division?
This has been a long-standing strategy, as a member will know, from the Executive Office and before that from the Office of First and Deputy First Minister, to try and tackle some of those legacy sectarian issues that persist within our society. And I have to say I've been really pleased to see the way in which our young people engage with the TBUC strategy and the programmes that are rolled out from that TBUC strategy, in particular the camps that are held at an annual basis, and those are organised all around Northern Ireland, bringing people together who wouldn't ordinarily come together, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure the member is aware of the good work that takes place, for example, in Erne East, a very important part of Northern Ireland. I do declare an interest as my home DEA, and I think that the work that goes on there is an example of the good work that TBUC has facilitated over many years.
Stella, Colm Gillerny.
I agree, Minister, that it is a crucial piece of work, and given that that is the case, that it is so crucial in terms of building a shared future and a better future indeed, can you detail how the impact of the programme is being, in terms of interventions, are being assessed or measured at community level?
Thank the member. So the delivery of the strategy is captured under an action under outcomes 7, 9 and 10 of our outcomes development plan, which relates to a vision of a safe, welcoming and shared society that respects diversity and is a place where people want to work and invest. Progress towards achieving those outcomes is measured by a number of key indicators, including increased respect for each other, increased shared space and increased reconciliation. And results from the 2019 Northern Ireland Life and Time survey indicate that 66% of respondents believe facilities in their area are shared and open to Protestants and to Roman Catholics, while 62% agree or strongly agree that their own cultural identity is respected. So we're looking at life and time surveys, we're looking at those indicators to see that the programme is actually making an impact on the ground.
call Maurice Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the First Minister what plans the Executive Office have to promote Northern Ireland's only enterprise zone in my constituency?
As the member will know, that is more a matter for the Department for the Economy, but I'm quite happy to pass on his comments to the Minister, and I'm sure she can respond to him in due course.
Supplementary, Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the First Minister for that answer. And maybe perhaps you could pass on to Invest NI to show the same commitment the First Minister has had for East Londonderry, and perhaps visit my constituency a wee bit more often. Thank you.
For Invest NI, but I'm sure they will have heard what the members had to say in relation to that matter.
I call Steve Egan.
Indeed, and may I indeed join my calls to the First Minister and wish her all the best for the future. And she now joins quite an exclusive club of ex-unionist leaders and the rest of it. But we could all join together and have a bit of a pub crawl when everything opens up to get to that point. But First Minister, may I go to my question? It was reported yesterday that Lord Frost stated his view that the protocol in its current form was not sustainable. Would the First Minister agree that the protocol isn't working for anyone in Northern Ireland and is in fact destabilising?
Well, I'm not sure that a pub crawl would be allowed under COVID restrictions, but I thank him anyway for his comments. In terms of Lord Frost's comments, yes, I noted those comments very much. It was notable that he has said that it's unsustainable and that they're not working for anyone, and he gave some good examples as to what was happening here in Northern Ireland. I welcome his words. Now we need to see action in relation to these issues, and I hope that we will see action in the near future, because we've seen some very alarming stories recently, particularly in relation to cancer drugs, and we want to get clarity in relation to those issues as soon as we possibly can.
Supplementary, Steve Egan.
I thank the First Minister for her answer so far, but I also, further to her remarks, obviously one of the significant issues we're having around is about medicines and medical devices and the likely impact that's going to be. Could she outline if she's had any discussions with the European Union and whether Mariusz Šefčovič has indeed identified that these are problems and things that need to be sorted out, or is he just ignoring the issue?
Well, I think that after the newsletter story last Friday, the European Union did respond and basically dismissed it and said it wasn't an issue. But MHRA, which is responsible for dealing with these issues in the United Kingdom, disagrees with them and actually says that it is an issue, because what the European Union is referring to is just a grace period, and MHRA don't deal in grace periods, they deal with what is going to happen. Therefore, I think it is right that this issue, in particular in relation to medicine, it's only one issue, of course, and I think we all recognise that, has to be a priority, because the well-being of the people of Northern Ireland depends on it. And I mean, cancer drugs, above all things, should not be held up in a political wrangle, and therefore it needs to be dealt with very, very quickly.
Nicole William Humphrey.
I thank the First Minister for her answer so far. Given the recent visit of Lord Frost to Northern Ireland, can the First Minister advise the House if he recognised the huge difficulties that the obnoxious protocol causing to Northern Ireland plc, and that protocol is absolutely opposed by all unionists in Northern Ireland and it needs to be replaced?
Well, thank the member for his question. I do indeed think that Lord Frost acknowledges the political issues around this. He recognises that there is not one unionist in favour of the protocol and the way in which it has been implemented since the beginning of this year. I had the opportunity to briefly speak to him when he was here in Northern Ireland last Monday. He was meeting with businesses, he was listening to their very real concerns, and I think as a consequence of that you have his comments of this weekend, which set out very clearly that he thinks that something needs to happen. So let's see that happening. So instead of listening to words, we actually see action in relation to the protocol.
Supplementary, William Humphrey.
Thank the First Minister for the answer. First Minister, you'll be aware of the attack on the city cemetery and the Jewish graveyard there a number of weeks ago. There is real concern within our small Jewish community in Northern Ireland about utterances of some politicians and some street activity. Can the First Minister join with me in providing real support to our small Jewish community, particularly in this city of Belfast?
Well, I have to say to the member, I'm very pleased he has brought this issue up. I tweeted about this last night. I find anti-Semitism sickening. especially when it's directed to such a small community here in Northern Ireland, a vulnerable community because of their size. I noted that one of our foremost business people had their premises defaced in a really awful way at the weekend. And I think it's incumbent upon every single person in this House, regardless of what they think of what is happening in the Middle East at present, to condemn and to be active in their condemnation of what is happening to our small Jewish community here in Northern Ireland. I find it sickening to the pit of my stomach, I have to say, that people would target our Jewish community in that way, and I absolutely say to the member to please take my best wishes to the community, particularly in North Belfast.
Thank you. I call Dagna McAleer.
Does the Minister have any indication of when the Peace Plus programme is likely to open for applications?
No, we don't have an indication of that as yet. It's still in development. As he will know, the Department of Finance leads on SEUPB matters, but the Deputy First Minister and I have met with the Chief Executive in relation to the programme. It will be a very significant programme for many communities right across Northern Ireland, and we look forward to that in the near future.
The Minister will appreciate that previous EU funding programmes have had a huge transformative impact here in terms of promoting peace and prosperity. Does she have any assessment of the impact of previous programmes and indeed of the pending Peace Plus programme?
Well, as I've indicated, the Department of Finance leads on the Peace Plus programme. Of course, the Deputy First Minister and I take a very great interest in it because often it augments other programmes, and sometimes when we go to try and help a community, it's a cocktail of funding that comes forward, but SEUPB are sometimes the largest funder, and it is about transforming the communities and dealing with some of the issues Mr McAleer's colleague, Mr Gildernew, referred to in relation to transforming societies through the T-Buck strategy. So we have indicated to the Chief Executive that we would like it to be a transformative piece of work right across Northern Ireland, and I hope he agrees that that's the way it should work.
And I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, at the outset, I hope that I'm not sounding overcritical, and considering that we have been in the middle of a pandemic, could the First Minister enlighten us as to when we could see the hundreds of jobs as promised flowing from the former 760-acre Shackleton Barracks site, Ballykilly, in my East Londonderry constituency?
Well, as the member will know, and I think I've signed off a question to the member very recently in relation to this, this has been slowed down by the fact that the Heathrow expansion has been stalled by a planning issue in Heathrow. This development of Ballykilly was meant to be linked to the Heathrow expansion, and unfortunately that is stalled at present, and I'm sure that that has an impact in relation to the matters in which he refers.
Supplementary, Mr Robinson.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Could I ask the Minister if there is a clawback clause attached to the sale of the site?
That's not detail I have in front of me, but I'm happy that officials follow up with the member in relation to that issue.
I call Harry Harvey.
Deputy Speaker. First Minister, given the announcement last week that on the 24th of May, non-essential travel is allowed within the Commonwealth travel area, what steps are you taking to encourage those from GB to travel to NI to boost our tourism and hospitality sector?
Well, in relation to travel within the CTA, currently subject to advice and guidance, we have decided to remove the essential travel reasons requirement and retain the guidance on self-isolation and add 2 new exemptions to that. So now people are allowed to visit family and friends. We felt that that was a very important exemption, Mr Speaker, given the number of familial ties across the United Kingdom, and indeed many within the Executive acknowledged that. And also there is an exemption to those who have already completed mandatory quarantine on arrival at a point of entry elsewhere in the common travel area and then travel directly into Northern Ireland. So if you've already served your quarantine in London or Scotland, then you can come on into Northern Ireland without needing more quarantine.
Thank you. And time is up. Could members please take your ease for a moment or two? Okay, members, move on to questions now to the Minister of Finance. And I call Justin McNulty to ask the first question. Mr McNulty.
Question number 1.
Minister.
Regulation of the financial services is a reserved matter for the British Government, and there is a limited role my department can play. But I do engage regularly with local banks and with trade union representatives on local services and jobs matters. I last called senior representatives from the local banks to a roundtable meeting on the 24th of March, where I pressed them on the need to protect the services they provide to citizens and businesses in the North and the jobs that go with these. Separately, I met with the Bank of Ireland in February to discuss their planned branch closures, and earlier that month I wrote to the NatWest CEO to raise my concerns about the closure of the Ulster Bank in the South and the impact of this on the staff in the North who service those operations.
Supplementary, Justin McNulty.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer thus far. Minister, our cross-border banks have long been a driver of our all-island economy, but some of these banks are divesting from both sides of the border. Ulster Bank, as you mentioned, closed operations in the south, and Bank of Ireland is closing branches in the north, including in Keady and in Crossmaglen in their own constituency. This divestment is made worse because financial services are not covered by the protocol. Minister, your budget document made clear that it is your department's responsibility to lead on financial services. What specifically are you doing to protect the all-island economy against the damage done by banks scaling down their operations on either side of the border? Well, I think he's possibly mistook leading on financial services with leading on a matter which we don't regulate, and we don't regulate the banks. That power lies in Westminster. So I don't have that authority to actually dictate or control in terms of what these private corporations do. What I can do and what I have done is to raise with them issues of concern. It's also primarily an issue of concern for the Department of the Economy as well. But to raise that, I have met with them. I've had a round table with them. I've pressed them in relation to the need to continue services, particularly over the course of the pandemic. And then I pressed with them, indeed with Bank of Ireland, in relation to rural services and the loss of services in rural areas, and some expectation that post offices or others can pick up these services when clearly in relation to benefits that's not the case with a large number of these. So there are very real challenges. They make commercial decisions in the interests of their own corporations, but I do think there is responsibility on them, particularly in the challenging economic times we face, given that when they were facing very challenging times it was the state, north and south, that bailed the banks out and kept them afloat. So I do think there is responsibility to the people that we all represent, and businesses and others, to ensure that they continue to provide service, and I will continue to engage with them in that regard in the time ahead.
I call Steve Egan.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Thank you very much indeed for letting us know that you've already had discussions with the Chief Executive of NatWest. But obviously one of the major concerns we'll have was the desegregation process with the Ulster Bank, and the fact that the Ulster Bank is heading towards greater merger with NatWest. Could the Minister say if he's had any discussions about the retention of the vital back office functions and jobs here in Northern Ireland, and what we can do to retain them here?
Well, Alison Rose, who's the CEO, assured me the bank's commitment to support their customers and colleagues, and she advised that Ulster Bank business in the north is unaffected by the withdrawal of Ulster Bank from the south. An orderly phased withdrawal of Ulster Bank in the south will take place over a number of years, and there will be no new compulsory departures or branch closures from the businesses this year as a result of this announcement, and we will obviously closely monitor that situation. As I say, the regulation and the authority over the financial services lies in London. And also lies in Dublin for those that are south of the border. But we will continue to engage, and we will continue to press and to remind these institutions that they have a responsibility to people, they have a responsibility to businesses. They have to recognise that the globe is going through a very challenging economic time, and that financial institutions have a part to play in that, as the citizens had a part to play when the financial institutions were in trouble.
Call Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses thus far. As the Minister will be acutely aware, many businesses are coming out of these restrictions heavily indebted as a result of the downturn in trade over the last year. What engagement has the Minister had with the banks, and what message does he send to the banks about the need for them to show forbearance to enable these businesses to come back?
Well, that's the very discussion we had at the round table, was about the need to continue to support the loan scheme that came from Treasury, and the
I know that the Treasury had been considering further flexibilities in terms of paying that back as people began to earn rather than attached to a time frame. And we, of course, would continue to talk to Treasury about that. But I do think there needs to be that recognition, as I've said, that these are very challenging times, that businesses will need support to get back to full trading again, that there will be some time before that's achievable, and that the banks and other financial institutions have a role in relation to that, just as we had a role in relation to their difficulties.
Phil McGuigan.
And I thank the Minister for his responses to this point. And just further to the previous questions, can I ask the Minister if he has had any engagement with the Financial Services Union, which represents bank workers throughout Ireland, on the idea of a forum which will bring together key stakeholders, including executive banks and workers?
Yes, I did, as well as meet the banks themselves. I did meet the Financial Services Union on a range of issues, and it did include their call for establishment of a banking forum to discuss the future of banking in the south and here in the north, and I indicated that I was supportive of that in principle. And my officials are currently considering their proposals for forum and are given further consideration to understand the particular practicalities of how it might work here. In addition, my officials are engaging with the Financial Services Union to further understand the position of the Irish Government. This is an opportunity for all stakeholders to get involved in the discussion, to consider the key issues facing the local banking sector. And therefore, I raised that concept at the recent roundtable with the banks and asked for their views on whether they would sit in the forum. Although they didn't provide a clear position, and membership, of course, would be voluntary, I continue to press the local banks on the merits of such a forum.
Melissa McHugh.
Concordia, cont'd.
The COVID-funded support to business administered by my department since the start of the pandemic included the rates holiday, the £10,000 grants to small businesses, LRSS, and the 3 schemes I recently announced to use up unspent funding. In total, my department is anticipated to spend just over £1 billion in business support. For a department that doesn't usually administer grant support to businesses, that is a tremendous achievement, and I'd like to thank LPS for stepping up during the pandemic. The Department for the Economy has spent £494.9 million on business support. Of this, some £200 million has been administered by the Department of Finance, bringing the total administered to my department to over £1.2 billion. I know from talking to businesses how important all of this support has been in sustaining jobs during the COVID crisis.
Supplementary, Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your answer. There's no doubt about it, there's been a source of a huge scale of financial assistance to the business community. Can you actually tell us, Minister, now when we would expect the 5,000 and the 10,000 K grants to be paid out?
Yeah, well, as I said, the department is currently working through 3 schemes of business support, and that one particular scheme we expect that payments should begin by the end of the month and flow through from there on after.
Call Paula Bradley.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, question 3.
Could I congratulate the member on her elevation in recent days? The launch date for the fund, the Shared Prosperity Fund, has been continuously pushed back, and while a prospectus has been promised by the summer, I'm not expecting to have any detail on quantum until the next Westminster Spending Review. We have been promised a governance role for this fund, but we have no detail of that role. My officials continue to push for involvement in the development and delivery of this fund and a respect for our devolved competence. A pilot scheme for the Shared Prosperity Fund has been launched under the name Community Renewal Fund, and the £11 million set aside for projects here under this fund is considerably less than the approximately £70 million per annum we would have previously received from comparable EU structural funds. The Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government plans to deliver the funding here directly, with little or no role for the Executive in delivering the funding. It is also been indicated that the Shared Prosperity Fund may operate in this way. This would mean our EU funding will not be replaced, leaving a significant hole in our budget, and put MHCLG in competition with the Executive departments and local government for projects here. This cuts across our devolved responsibilities.
I call Paula Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. And I know the Minister has been working hard on this, and I know he has been lobbying on behalf of our Executive to get this money through. Are there any early indicators of any of those groups and the wonderful work that is being done out there, and how that might suffer because of the lack of continuity in the funding?
Well, there is, I suppose, such a dearth of information in relation to that that groups that previously would have relied on that support have not necessarily got it now. We did fund at the end of the last financial year some additional money to the Department of the Economy to continue schemes that they would have got under European funding because there was nothing coming through at that point. We have this indication that 11 million is earmarked for here. That doesn't mean we're getting 11 million. On comparable schemes over previous years, we got, I think it was 70 million euros. So whatever the comparable sterling figure for that was. But it is a real area of uncertainty because, as you know, quite a lot of community groups, quite a lot of people who are working out in that voluntary community sector and providing vital services in communities that rely very heavily on those have relied on EU funding, and so our inability to give them certainty in terms of funding going forward is a real challenge, and the loss of that level of funding and the inability of the Executive to allocate, as we previously did, EU funding against our priorities and to make sure it's got onto the ground where it's needed most is now removed, and that means that groups like that will be competing with groups right across Britain for a much lower level of funding. So it is a very uncertain and unacceptable place to be, and we will continue, as I do with my Welsh and Scottish counterparts, to raise this with Treasury at every opportunity.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The governance and lack of information on the Shared Prosperity Fund is totally unacceptable. Can I ask the Minister what the latest update is he has had from the Economy Department on the shortfall of funding in relation to InvestNI? InvestNI was in significant receipt of European money, and towards the end of last year it was reported that they were around £60 million in deficit as a result. What is the latest update on that?
Well, we did allocate some funding to the Department for the Economy before the end of the last financial year to cover some of the gaps they had in relation to some jobs intervention schemes. I'm not certain whether they were directed through InvestNI or not, but I think the figure was in the region of £40 million. I can double check that and communicate that out to the member. And as he knows, the Department of the Economy now has a standstill budget for this year, and that presents significant challenges. And while we have been able to fully allocate the money for the economic recovery programme that they have developed, which will involve undoubtedly job promotion and apprenticeships, and I'm sure will involve InvestNI, there is no guarantee that we can replace any of that other funding that InvestNI would have relied on in previous years. So it is, as he says, unacceptable. It is very challenging. We haven't got certainty in relation to that position, and certainly what has been indicated so far falls way short of what we previously would have been in receipt of, and that also applies to agriculture. I think we've identified a shortfall of some £14 million in relation to what they would have previously received under EU funding.
Call John Blair.
Before I ask, maybe you'll permit me a moment or two to wish Paula Bradley all the very best on her elevation. Paula and I, of course, are former council colleagues or adversaries, whichever way you look at it. We wouldn't say that, but genuinely wish her well. Mr Speaker, can I ask a question if the Minister can confirm whether his department, either solely or with the Department for Communities, is working with local councils to organise the bids for the Community Renewal Fund?
No, we aren't. The way the Community Renewal Fund has been set up, we've been told that the only area that the Executive can have an interest in is the transport area, because it's the sole authority responsible for public transport here. The other two themes, if you like, of this Community Renewal Fund are around town centre renewal, and even though communities would have a very natural interest in that, we're told that that isn't an area where executive bidding can be allowed, and culture and arts is the third theme, and again we've been told that that isn't the function of the executive. So I'm sure if the councils or anyone else come to us, we'll provide whatever information and assistance we can, but it is very unclear as to how this is functioning, and the executive have been restricted to one particular aspect of it.
We call Nicola Brogan.
Question number 4, please.
The Department of Finance Innovation Lab delivered a one-day Insight Lab on Wednesday the 5th of May 2021, which was designed to encourage consensus on a roadmap that would deliver the Department's aims of increasing social value in public procurement. The event engaged with participants sought thoughts on timeframes, targets and scoring, with a view to inform a roadmap to an effective and workable policy that can be implemented quickly. Participants also considered case study contributions provided by a number of invited keynote speakers from across these islands. The ILAB report will inform a paper that will be presented at the next Procurement Board meeting on the 9th of June.
Supplementary, Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I'd like to commend him for his ability to find new and innovative ways of working, in this case to generate employment and opportunities that otherwise wouldn't have been there. Can the Minister outline when he expects the new social value policy to come into force?
Well, the intention, as I said at the end of the Innovation Lab, is to collate that, and I've already spoken and had a discussion with officials who were involved and managed that from the procurement side, and is to compile the outcome of that into a paper which we are already developing to bring to the Procurement Board on the 9th of June. And in anticipation that gets through the Procurement Board, my intention then would be to bring that to the Executive at the earliest possible opportunity. We have changed the way we've done procurement policy to bring matters like this to the Executive for the Executive's endorsement. That gives it a much stronger place in each department then, rather than just simply a policy issue for the Department of Finance. So I look forward to that meeting with the Procurement Board to getting this very important area of work advanced, and then getting executive endorsement to make sure that there's a consistent approach across all government departments and all arm's length bodies.
Question number 5, please.
Again, congratulate. I believe congratulations is due to the member also. There's been a lot of elevating going on in recent days, but I wish him well in his new role. Can I say in relation to the question he's asked that he's referring to reports commissioned by the Minister for Justice, and officials from the Department of Justice are engaging with officials in NICS HR, as it's known as the Human Rights, the HR, the Human Resources capacity within the Department of Finance, and they're engaging with them on the implementation of the relevant recommendations contained within those reports. Implementation falls to the Department of Justice, and that department is best placed to report on progress. However, I understand that Department of Justice officials have been engaging with NICS HR and have identified as a priority a recommendation to embed a HR team within the prison service. NICS HR already has some staff embedded within the prison service, and work on developing this is further progressing well. It's envisaged that the embedded team will be in place by the summer of this year.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. And you nearly looked at my supplementary and gave me the answer straight away, because it was about that embedding of staff within the headquarters of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, because it is so unique in the way it delivers its service compared to other civil services. Could you give us an outline, and not just want to maybe extrapolate a little bit on what you just said? Do we know how many people we are likely to put in as part of that team in that particular grade that's been recommended?
Well, as I said, there already are a number of people allocated to HR within the prison service, but I think the report's recommendation was for a bespoke service. As he said, there are unique features there which do require its own particular service. So I don't have the detail. The department between Justice and Finance will have that, but I do know that when the team is in place, they are going to look at that HR function and other prison service operations to make sure that they have a comparable approach there, and one which obviously builds on best practice elsewhere.
I call Chris Little, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update with regards to the removal of the NICS HR use of the term inefficient when referring to prison officers absent from work due to mental ill health, and ask if the Department of Finance has scoped costs for the recommended extension of eligibility for the Police Rehabilitation and Retraining Trust support to former prison officers?
Well, can I say in relation to the first issue that he's raised, the absent management policies have merged to create one new sickness absence management policy in which the word inefficiency is not included in its title. It is only referred to at the dismissal stage, and the reason for this is the grounds for dismissal are linked to rules set out in the NICS compensation scheme, which uses the term inefficiency. As soon as trade union consultation is complete and DSO has completed a final review of the revised policy, revised letter suites and guidance will publish, and that's expected to be no later than the end of June this year. In relation to the second matter, I will have to go and make some inquiries, and I will come back to the member in writing.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the broader point, Minister, of civil service reform, we know there are profound issues. Reports keep telling us that, including from the Northern Ireland Audit Office. Last year, we're expecting a full package of civil service reform. When can we expect to see that?
Well, we are progressing that as we speak, and of course that is a matter that we will take the lead on in the Department of Finance, but it does apply to all departments, and I expect the Public Accounts Committee, I think, to follow up on that Audit Office report with a report of its own. I know officials have been in front of the Public Accounts Committee, given some information and evidence in terms of progress on these matters. He will know that we're out for a very substantial recruitment programme at the moment. We want to push forward a very substantial apprenticeship scheme across the civil service, and all of these will contribute to an influx of new members and hopefully a much more diverse input into the civil service, reflecting society as a whole. And we will continue to progress that, and I will keep the member and keep the committee that he's on updated as we do that.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I also congratulate Paula Bradley and also Doug Beattie on their recent elevations and wish them well for the challenges ahead. Question 6, Minister.
Due to the nature of the EU funds, the financial framework in which they operate, and the uncertainty around replacement funding, it is difficult to quantify loss of EU funding for 2021-22. Despite the British Government assurance that farm payments would be funded in full, due to the approach they have taken, DAERA are projecting a £14.4 million loss in farm payments for 2021-22. The continued lack of information in the Community Renewal Fund and the Shared Prosperity Fund means that we are unable to make a complete assessment of the reduction in spending power in relation to the other funds. However, with the limited information we have, coupled with the delivery mechanism for these replacement funds, the result is likely to be detrimental to the Executive's budget, which, if the Shared Prosperity Fund is delivered in the same way, will be amplified in future years. The Department for the Economy was allocated £42.5 million by the Executive in the 2021 January monitoring round to help mitigate the impact of reduced EU structural funds income for the 2021 year.
Supplementary, Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, what are you doing to ensure the replacement of funding for cross-border projects that is determined and allocated locally, rather than it being distributed and decided directly from London?
Well, it depends very much on what London intends to distribute that funding for. Of course, you will know that the peace funding will continue, and we're currently out consulting in relation to Peace Plus, which takes in the old peace funding, which is now in the Peace 4 stage, plus the Interreg funding, which was specifically in relation to cross-border projects as well, and they will be merged into one fund, which will start and continue on for 5 or 6 years. I think there's potentially over €1 billion in that fund. Of course, we will continue to engage with the government in Dublin in relation to the Shared Island Fund, which I think also will be beneficial in cross-border terms. But where some of the projects that currently exist and were funded under the EU funding schemes that don't fall within Peace Plus or indeed the Shared Island Fund, then we will continue to engage with Treasury, as I have been doing with both my Scottish and Welsh counterparts, to establish the fact that the Executive should have a role in relation to doing that the spending here should be against executive priorities, not levelling up priorities that are decided in Whitehall, and that particularly in relation, we have a unique set of circumstances here in relation to cross-border projects which are in 2 different jurisdictions, and to respect that, and we continue to engage with Treasury on that basis.
Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for his responses so far. Clearly, our budgets are under ever-increasing pressure as a result of cuts to the block grant and also, as described, the loss of European funding. Both of these, I might add, are as a result of decisions taken in Britain. Can I ask the Minister to also outline the medium to long-term impact of the COVID pandemic on the budget?
Well, we have received, as the member will know, last year we received a significant allocation. She's there. I was looking in the wrong area for you. We received a significant additional allocation of COVID funding, £3.3 billion, some of which we've been able to carry over. But we are struggling this year with a flat cash rollover budget, and we have so far, I think, received somewhere in the region of £900 million of additional COVID funding, which we allocated largely with the budget that was announced in the last number of weeks. And we're currently engaged in an exercise looking at about £300 million of that to try and get it allocated, so departments have a sense early in the year of what they may have to spend. That is as much as we have indicated we're going to get. and that is going to be very, very challenging. And that's against the backdrop, I think, of a general economic downturn, which is expected, although I think in the early stages of reopening people will expect some increase in economic activity, but over the longer period there's expected to be a downturn, and that will mean less revenue for a lot of government departments as well. So it is going to be a very challenging time. We are glad of the additional money we've received, but I have no doubt that the approach of a one-year budget, which doesn't give us any additional cash, is going to be very challenging for the Executive.
I call Roy Beggs.
Question number 7.
The Community Renewal Fund is the pilot for the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is intended to replace EU structural funds. I have discussed both funds extensively with ministers from Cabinet Office, Treasury, MHCLG, NIO and from other devolved areas. I have also had frequent engagement with local government and third sector organisations. My most recent meeting was with Michael Gove at the Cabinet Office on the 12th of May. Prior to that, together with the Economy and Infrastructure Ministers, met with MHCLG and NIO Secretaries of State on the 10th of March. The £11 million has not been allocated to us, as the question suggests. The MHCLG plan to deliver directly using the Internal Market Act. It is also not new money, it is spending power that should have been given to the Executive to deliver. This approach cuts across the responsibilities of the Executive, and the role envisaged for the Executive is to apply for a limited range of the funding and to comment on applications. The £11 million also falls far short of the amount we would need to replace EU structural funding, where in the past years the Executive has benefited from some £70 million per annum. On what we know so far about these funds, Brexit will have cost the Executive a significant sum.
Supplementary, Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the Minister seemed to be indicating that his department has not been the consultant over this fund, and yet I have local government seeking to be consulted. But in the rest of the United Kingdom, local government are mentioned as a strategic partner in terms of coordinating and ensuring that there are collaborative bids and maximising the opportunity. So will the Minister go back to the Department of Housing, Communities and Local Government, seeking to ensure that there will be collaboration in Northern Ireland with local partners to maximise the opportunity that has been availed us?
Well, that's what I would expect that department to do. I have to say that we have not received that type of information. Local government in Britain has a different function from local government here. It's much more limited. We've been told that there are 3, as I say, themes to this. The Executive is only able to express an interest in one in relation to transport, and the other areas of town centre renewal and arts and culture. Those are outside of the Executive. So we're happy to work with local government. We're happy to make sure that in the limited funding available and our limited input into it, that we can maximise whatever we can from that. And we're happy to continue to engage with the departments in Britain, because we've been trying to get as much information on these issues as we can for some time now. And we continue to press for that information. And we'll also continue to press for a different approach to doing this, because the approach, ultimately, even if we maximise what is possible under the current arrangements, is still way short of what the Executive would have had under EU funding.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister share with me an amusement at the irony of members of parties who backed Brexit standing up and decrying the loss of EU funding that communities and local government in this place are facing as a result of Brexit? But can I ask the Minister, does he agree with me that one of the few opportunities there are is the Northern Ireland Protocol, which gives us access to 2 markets, including the European single market of 500 million people?
Well, I don't recall that this been written on the side of the bus when it was starting on the Brexit tour, that we were going to end up as net losers as a consequence of this exercise, even though I'm sure he will recall that many of us warned of a detrimental outcome in relation to that. I do think that there are significant opportunities. There are expressions of interest from different parts of the world as to our unique position in relation to both the British markets and the European markets. And I think it is time to get beyond the noise in relation to Brexit and the protocol and actually resolve any issues that arise from it. And there are supply chain issues across the world that are nothing to do with Brexit at all, which are impacting here as well. But to resolve those issues in the best interest of our businesses here, and to get on with the opportunities that are presented by the situation in relation to the protocol and our unique position between both markets.
And I call Paul Frew, and a member won't have time for supplementary.
Question number 8. Thank you.
The purpose of the Dormant Accounts Fund is to build capacity, resilience and sustainability in the third sector. The purpose and criteria of the fund were informed by a significant consultation and engagement process with the sector and has been co-designed to reflect this aspect of local needs. This includes supporting new and innovative ways of working, supporting cross-organisational work and developing the skill sets in organisations to allow them to thrive into the future. There have been 211 applications to the fund between the 12th of January and the 30th of April. The fund does not have a closing date and remains open. To date, the success rate of applications has been relatively low, where many of the applications received have sought replacement programme funding and not met the capacity building requirements. My department is working with the National Lottery Community Fund to promote the overall purpose and encourage new and resubmitted applications. The fund is not a programme replacement fund, rather it is designed to meet the gaps that traditional funding models cannot address.
And that ends the period for list of questions. We move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr Speaker, Minister, in a previous answer to me about the pay offer to civil service workers for this year and next year, quoted a higher figure than the 1%. Can the Minister confirm that that figure was including progression around pay, which was due and is due to happen regardless of the pay offer? And can he confirm that the offer is 1% for these workers?
Well, what I can confirm is that the pay offer has been made to the recognised trade unions and a pay bulletin was issued to all civil servants last month. It's a 2-year pay offer. It represents a 4.8% increase on civil service pay bill over 2 years at a cost of $44 million. It would make the civil service a living wage employer, fulfilling the New Decade, New Approach commitment. It focuses on the lowest paid, fulfils the commitment to multi-year pay offers where this is possible, and improves terms and conditions for staff. It's the best that can be offered in very difficult circumstances against a flat budget from Westminster. And importantly, the Executive agreed not to follow the pay freeze imposed by Westminster Government on most civil servants in England for 2021. The pay offers a difficult balance between recognising civil servants for their work and managing public money carefully in the face of the most challenging economic position for many years.
Supplementary, Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks, Minister, for his answer. Minister, my understanding is that 4.8% includes progression and 60% of workers will not be seeing any real term increase in their pay. And I also understand that the Tories include progression as part of pay offers as well, as a way to disguise meagre pay offers or pay cuts. And I expect workers to reject this offer, and if they do, they'll have my full support. If they do as well, what will the Minister's response be to those workers?
Well, I will await the response. I've had discussion and dialogue with a number of trade unions, some who have been very receptive to what has been on offer for them. Others have taken issue with it, and that's their right. They all know from my discussions with them over the course of the year that I would like to be in a much better position to make a much better pay offer to them. But in terms of what has been available to us, we have done our very best, and we have also got the Executive to break with the policy that has been established in Westminster in terms of a pay freeze. And the last time a pay freeze was introduced in Westminster went on for a number of years, and it took effect here as well. So we've broken with that tradition, and a number of them recognise and appreciate that. But I'll wait on the outcome of the consultation. It's up to the members to decide their approach, and we'll respond accordingly then.
Carol Nichillen.
Minister, in relation to the response you give to Nicola Brogan regarding the Social Value Act, could you even give us an indicative time when you anticipate the social value legislation being introduced to the Assembly, please?
Well, the social value measures that I was responding to the member from West Tyrone in relation to procurement policy matters, which we're currently progressing through the Procurement Board and then will take to the Executive. I have indicated a long-standing desire to do social value legislation as well to complement and reinforce that. Obviously, with the pandemic and the emergency approach to all of the other issues that all of the departments were facing, a lot of our planned legislation has been kind of shunted sideways. We are trying to pick that up. I'm hopeful that we will have time left in the mandate to get a social value legislation devised and through the Assembly, and I think what we're doing in terms of procurement will have a significant impact, but I would like to see that reinforced by legislation.
Carol Nichillen, supplementary.
And Cormagat, Ara as Ogden Ratches or Ogden Fragra. So, if all being well, the Social Value Act does proceed through the Assembly, as we all hope, how will he ensure that each department takes their responsibilities for procurement, commissioning and tendering seriously?
Well, I think part of the reconstitution of the Procurement Board itself was to do that, even outside of legislation, was to recognise that what we wanted to do was to bring on practitioners to get the best possible policies that were well tested and through dialogue on the board, but also then to make the approval of procurement policy an executive matter rather than just the Department of Finance. So in previous terms, the Department of Finance policy, and we tried to encourage other departments and down through to their arm's length bodies and agencies to respond accordingly. So I think, and we agreed that with an executive endorsement of procurement policy, that then gives it a consistency through each department. So we will expect each minister in the executive to ensure that something they endorsed is followed through right down through the department. So we would hope that when we get this policy agreed within the next short while and endorsed by the executive, then we will see some real change. And it is a progressive policy. It's starting out where it needs to start to have impact, but its ambition is to go much further over the time ahead.
I call Karen Mullen.
Firstly, Minister, I would like to welcome your recent announcement of the opening of a recruitment process to appoint the 500 Grade 1 and Grade 2 Executive Officer positions within the civil service. Can the Minister confirm if any of these posts will be created in Derry?
Well, as I say, the recruitment process has just started and it's part of a much wider programme of reform within the civil service. We also want to push forward with an apprenticeship scheme, which I think will also be beneficial. I'm told, I don't have the precise figures, I'm told that most of the jobs will be located between Belfast and the North West. And I think that then will be complemented by the regional hubs that we're promoting, which mean that people who will be considering jobs in the civil service, particularly those who are headquartered in Belfast, don't have the same consideration where they have to travel 5 days a week from more peripheral areas around the border in and out of Belfast every day, that it makes those jobs more available to them. So I would hope over the course of all of these matters coming together that we see a much greater transition in the make-up of the civil service, both in gender and disability and sexual orientation, and a civil service which truly reflects the entire society that it serves.
Karen Mullen, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for his answer. And as someone who travels from those parts, I know it would be very, very welcome for many. Minister, can I ask if you would consider putting in place measures to ensure that those from the most disadvantaged areas and background are given the best opportunity to avail of these new employment opportunities?
Well, we have been doing a substantial push in relation to the recruitment exercise that's ongoing to make sure that there's a very widespread knowledge of that and that people are encouraged to apply, and that the civil service makes it very clear that it's an equal opportunities employer and that welcome applications from right across society. I think also the apprenticeship scheme will be important in actually looking to people who traditionally come from areas or sectors or geographical areas that would not have considered applying to civil service, that people realise that there are opportunities for them there, and that through doing that and through, as I say, changing the work practices as well in terms of the civil service state, we get a much more diverse civil service which reflects society.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, my question relates to rates and rate support schemes. Obviously, if you're under the 15,000 net annual value, or over the 51, if you were in the childcare sector, you would have received either 10 or 25,000. But the pot of money between the two, so between the 15 and the 51,000, that sector wasn't fit to get the 25,000. Are you looking at adding that sector in, the childcare sector, to get that support?
No matter when we devise one of these schemes, you will always find the people then, the first people you hear, the people have fallen outside for some reasons. And I actually had a discussion with LPS this morning, and that very issue was raised in relation to that specific part of the childcare sector. So it is very difficult to devise schemes to include everybody. We are operating on a very limited amount left of COVID money. We have other areas, including multiples, that we have not been able to address to date, and we're trying to get support to them. And we recognise that other supports have been available for some sectors as well, so we're trying to take all of that into account. But I will continue to look at where we find gaps and see what we can do in the time ahead. But we are coming to an end of that type of support scheme through the rates body. But as I said, we did have a discussion in relation to this morning. I can't promise anything, but I can promise that we will continue to look to see where gaps are and if there's anything done for them.
Keith Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer so far. Just supplementary on the LRSS scheme, Minister. Some businesses had received 3, 5, 6, 8,000 in my constituency and now being asked to pay it back because of errors in your department. Those businesses needed that money to pay bills. They've paid the bills, now they're asked to pay it back. What would you say to those businesses?
Well, I could say that out of the hundreds of millions of pounds allocated over the course of that scheme, I think it was something like 1.7% paid out in error. So it's a very high success rate for a scheme which was done quickly, for an agency which was not a grant-giving agency, which is actually a revenue intake agency that repurposed themselves to do that. So, I accept that in doing that at the pace that scheme was done, it was inevitable that there were going to be some mistakes. LPS will work with people. Firstly, if they feel that they're wrongly being asked to return money, they can appeal. And I know some of those have been revisited and the payments upheld then for them. I would advise them to, in the first instance, engage with LPS, appeal if they feel that they're being wrongly charged. Some of them may have wrongly received LRSS, but they are actually entitled to some top-up. So you may find that one payment will cancel out the other. So they should engage with LPS to find out if it is the case that LRSS was wrongly applied to them, they might be able to avail of an additional scheme then, which would actually would compensate for that. But I would advise them in the first instance to engage. But it has been a very, very small error in terms of a scheme which was huge and which was done at a very significant pace.
Call Christopher Stalford.
Oh, sorry, sir. No, I'm fine. I wasn't aware I was on the list.
Okay, I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue, like many other members, I'm sure, to receive a significant amount of casework in relation to the localised restriction support scheme. Can the Minister give us an update on the status of this scheme, particularly in relation to the backlog of payments?
Well, I believe that they're working through those as quickly as we possibly can. They were obliged, I think, in discussion with, and good practice anyway, but in discussion with the Audit Office to reassess as they went along to make sure that where there were errors made, that they would, at a very early fashion, go in and try and recoup the money lost. And so they have written to a number of businesses in relation to that. As I say, I'm not certain that there's that much of a backlog at this stage, but I can't find that out for the member in terms of payments that are due and valid for people. The main question in recent times has been the attempt to recoup some of the money. As I say, it represents about 1.7%, which is a significantly high level of success in terms of the scheme, and as I said in response to the previous question, the pace at which the scheme has developed and the support got out on the ground, and I know people have been very grateful for that. But where there are errors made, it is a difficult situation for businesses. LPS will work with them to make sure that the error isn't in fact correct. They will then make an arrangement with them if the money has to be recouped. But they can also offset that. So if the person's due another payment, perhaps on the top-up scheme for those who weren't getting LRSS, they should have fitted in there instead. Then they will ensure that that is taken from that rather than have to find the money to repay it themselves. So there are arrangements that can be worked through with them. But in relation to backlog, as I say, I'm not aware that that's a significant issue now, but I will check with the department. If there's anything in relation to that, I'll get back to the member.
Supplementary, John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, to thank the Minister for that answer. When the LRSS scheme ceases, businesses will continue to operate in a situation restricted in terms of profitability and overall operation because of continued COVID regulation restrictions. Can the Minister reassure us that that situation has been looked at in terms of solutions that need to be found?
Well, the LRSS scheme is defined by regulation, and the regulation only allows them to pay out where a business has been advised and instructed to close or is very severely impacted and restricted. And I think everyone recognises that businesses will struggle to get back to full trading because undoubtedly the restrictions or the guidance in relation to social distancing and all that will be in place for some time, and that will have an impact on businesses. But LRSS is only able to pay if, as I say, they're forced to close or very severely restricted. And so we have fully funded the economic support recovery package for the Department for the Economy to try and assist businesses in other ways. And of course there are measures coming through like the voucher scheme, the ongoing rates holiday for quite a lot of businesses for next year. That will be two full years for a lot of people in retail and hospitality haven't paid rates. So there is continued support for businesses, but it will not be through LRSS because that's obliged to stop once the business can reopen.
Number of members aren't in their places to move forward to Dagna McAleer. You may have only time for one question.
Could the minister in reference to the question earlier, and he mentioned the levelling up fund. Is there any update on that there? Because I note from previous answers that it sidestepped the executive in relation to some of the other the UK Community Fund. What's the levelling up fund?
Well, it's not so much a levelling up fund. It's the expectation is that the shared prosperity fund will be kind of set against a levelling up agenda. Now, for most people who understand British politics, they will understand the levelling up agenda to be largely focused on the north of England, where undoubtedly there is economic deprivation. But there are significant areas of deprivation here, and I'm sure in Scotland and Wales as well. And in any dialogue I've had with the Scottish and Welsh finance ministers, we all feel that the levelling up agenda is very unique to England. And if that's the criteria against which projects here will have to bid for support and in competition with projects in England, then it would put us at an unfair disadvantage. So these are issues, but the Shared Prosperity Fund prospectus hasn't been released yet. It's expected to be released over the summer. The Community Renewal Fund is, if you like, the pilot scheme for that. But if it continues in that vein, I think it will be detrimental to projects here. I don't think that we will experience anywhere in the same level of support that we would have had under EU arrangements.
Thank you, members, and the time is up. The members, just please take your ease for a moment or two. Point of order, Mr. Allister.
Intervention I made this morning after the close of the Matters of the Day debate. I asked you to examine the comments of Mr. Carroll. Having myself listened back to the tapes, I am now totally satisfied he did not, as I allege, use a swear word. I completely misheard him. I have apologised to him. I apologise to the House for wasting time in that regard and withdraw any suggestion that he did use a swear word.
I want to thank the member for taking the time to go and check a record for himself. I want to thank him for that, and also for contacting directly, as I understand, Jerry Carroll to explain all of that, and for informing my own office that you intended to set the record straight in the chamber this afternoon. So I want to thank the member for that. The members, just then please take your ease for a moment or two. Okay, members, we resume the meeting. Thank you. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4),
The period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to 28th of January 2022 in relation to the committee stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to open the debate on the motion. Dagla McAleer.
Mr Speaker, this important piece of legislation will facilitate the resumption of payments to Downpatrick and Down Royal racecourses that have been unable to receive allocations from the Horse Racing Fund in recent years. This has been caused by a change in managing operator at the Down Royal and a need to ensure that the fund complies with subsidy control regulations. The bill seeks to address these issues to ensure payments can once again be allocated to the two racecourses. While the bill itself is quite focused in scope, it raises potential wider issues that may need to be considered by the Department with regard to resorting the fund, the making of payments and potentially making other entities eligible to receive payments. In order to ensure that the ERA Committee has the scope to give due regard to the specific aspects of the bill and other wider issues that it presents, the motion is submitted to extend the committee stage until January 2022.
There's no other members indicated to speak on this matter, so normally we call on the committee chair then to close the debate.
Yeah, member. Thank you for the debate here today. Yes, just in order to give adequate scrutiny to this here, and given the fact that the committee has quite a very tight schedule now, particularly as we commence scrutiny of the Climate Change Act, we respectfully request the extension of the committee stage until January 2022.
Valiant exercise. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Can members take a ease for a moment? Thank you.
Order members, the next item of business in the order paper is a motion on unfettered access to medicine and medical devices. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the importance of retaining unfettered access to the United Kingdom internal market for medicines and medical devices, notes that 98% of the medicines used in Northern Ireland are supplied from Great Britain, recalls that the barriers to trade in this area imposed by the Protocol on Ireland-Northern Ireland are yet another reason why the Protocol should be replaced, rejects the establishment of regulatory and customs controls on medicines moving between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, highlights that, if established, these arrangements would add cost for businesses and public services, restrict supply and jeopardise patient care across Northern Ireland, regrets that some GB firms have already severed ties with the Northern Ireland market, expresses grave concern that existing grace periods are due to end on 1st of October 2021 and 1st of January 2022 in the absence of a solution, and calls on the Minister of Health to work with his executive colleagues to resist strongly disruption to East-West trade for medicines and medical products in all circumstances.
I call Jonathan Buckley to formally move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes and to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak on this most serious of issues in the hope that members right across this House could accept the spirit of what I say and the seriousness of the nature in which we debate. This issue today in relation to medicines and medical devices goes to the very heart of why I believe that the Northern Ireland Protocol is harmful to Northern Ireland citizens. And if this does not highlight its harmful insanity, I fear that nothing will. It has been well documented the perilous implications of imposing the Protocol on Northern Ireland. As has already been alluded to, first and foremost, we're all too aware of the economic disruption directly consequential of the implementation of these arrangements. And I myself, and I know indeed many other members, have been contacted by hundreds with examples of the burdens placed upon consumers, businesses and everyday supply chains. In this brief period, we have witnessed a snapshot image of the long-term unworkability and unfairness of this new arrangement, which ultimately impacts trade across all sections of the UK and draws a dagger across our tried and tested market. Beyond the economic impact, this roughshod arrangement has been thrust upon Northern Ireland with no support from the unionist community. There was nothing on the ballot paper or in the result of the 2016 referendum that made the Protocol inevitable or desirable. And best of all, the champions of the Protocol that exist in this House portray it as a compromise, a necessary evil to keep the land border open, at the detriment of the health of every one of our citizens. To this I would add, what sort of compromise is this? That accessing medical supplies poses a risk to the EU single market. Northern Ireland's model of supply has historically relied on the free movement of supply from Great Britain, and to that end, medicinally, it comes as no surprise that 98% of the medicines and medical devices used in Northern Ireland are imported either from or via Great Britain. Absolutely.
Grateful to my friend for giving way. The member knows that this debate is taking place in a context, and one of the contexts is that we've had to cancel, as a consequence of COVID, more than 16,000 surgical operations, and there's presently 320,000+ people in Northern Ireland sitting on a waiting list. Does he not agree with me that to deny those people medicines and access to medical equipment is just an act of cruelty?
The member makes a very valid point, and something that I will come on to later on in this debate. 98% of medicines from the GB mainland to Northern Ireland. You will not find a clear example of how this protocol is harmful to every citizen in which we represent in Northern Ireland. When the grace period ends, shortly I'll come back. When the grace period ends, all medicines moving into Northern Ireland from Great Britain will be treated as though they are goods entering the EU from a third world country, and they will be subject to additional batch testing and certification. From the 1st of January next year, when the grace period ends, all the medicines used in Northern Ireland will have to comply with the EU's Falsified Medicines Directive. This affects the packaging of medicines, and the same requirements will not apply to products being marketed in GB. In relation to licensing, medicines in Northern Ireland must comply with the European licence and requirements set out by the European Medicines Agency, whilst those in GB do not. In addition to these checks, Northern Ireland will allow EU regulations on both vaccines and clinical trials, of which we have benefited enormously within its recent history. If ever there has been a case for the need for closer alignment on medicines, from whether it be paracetamol to vaccines, in relation to what we went through with COVID, it is quite clear that Northern Ireland has benefited immensely, and I pay tribute to the Minister and the vaccination team headed up by Patricia Donnelly in the efficiency by which the programme is rolled out in Northern Ireland. Could you imagine the disaster if the grace period did not apply for this period and Northern Ireland would not have had access to those life-saving vaccines? I will short, I have to get through this and I will come back, I will have time to do so. We have not seen the impact by which this protocol will cause upon medicines and medical devices, because it's been covered over. And I do welcome the fact that there has been a grace period, but it has been masked by a grace period. When that ends, suffering will inevitably come because of this Northern Ireland protocol. All of these measures and barriers to supply for the proposed differentiated arrangements for Northern Ireland would require segregated, complex and costly supply chains. Throughout the pandemic, we have been made abundantly aware of the benefits of having unfettered access to national distribution and supply network through the success of the UK COVID vaccination programme across all regions. This is something that would not have been made possible without the existence of that very grace period. 98% of the supplies to the Department of Health come from the mainland, valued annually at $600 million. Despite this, the protocol would create small and segregated NI-only pools of products, with the risk that separate licensing, labelling, custom requirements will prevent medicines made to GB specifications being sold in Northern Ireland. Myself and my colleague Pam Cameron have met with many of those GB companies, and they do fear the added and additional burden that this will put upon their supply chains, and many of them, I would imagine, will look at Northern Ireland as no longer a place in which they will do business with. The British Generic Manufacturers Association made it clear that this will prevent identical products being sold to GB and NI, meaning businesses will have to duplicate resources and supply lines. Firms may need to build extra warehousing and hire some more staff to ensure medicines comply with both UK and EU regulations, which simply isn't viable in the long term. Given the small margins, this simply wouldn't be sustainable, and some GB manufacturers report that up to 90% of medicines could be at risk of being withdrawn. Alongside the cost of creating a Northern Ireland-only pool of products, the protocol is likely to impact and prohibit the treatment of specialist illnesses. We only had to look at the headline in the newsletter last week, where specialised cancer drugs were going and will be prevented access to Northern Ireland as a result of this protocol. This is harmful in so many ways, but yet we have parties in this House that call for its rigorous implementation. Now, I would like to see in today's debate members from those parties that have called for the rigorous implementation of the protocol to recognise the folly of their words. And on that stage, I will give way.
Mr Speaker, I have to wonder, if the DUP are genuinely concerned about the impact that Brexit is going to have on health, why do I not hear them talking about the new barriers being faced by EU healthcare workers and the impact that will have on staffing levels? Why do I not hear them talking about the Cross-Border Health Directive? Surely these are issues that will have an immediate impact on our healthcare service. I'd like to hear you talk about that, Mr Buckley, instead of the motion that we have in front of us and the inaccuracies that are presented within it, in an attempt to deflect from the protocol. The protocol is not the issue here in terms of health. The issue here, the fundamental issue, is that Brexit is bad for health. A Brexit which you voted for,
Order, members, please. Can I remind the member that interventions are meant to be brief, and if you wish to make a speech, you can put your name down. You still have the floor, so I'm back to you.
So, to finish the point, to reflect from the protocol is not the issue here in terms of health. The issue is that Brexit is fundamentally bad for people's health, and that's a Brexit that the DUP championed, the DUP voted for, and the DUP still supports.
Order, please, everyone calm down.
Point of order.
I give the member an opportunity to finish her intervention. I refer back to you, Mr Buchanan.
Mr Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr Deputy Speaker, could you maybe clarify, is it not in order when a member gives way for an intervention that whenever they wish to take the floor again, they're entitled to do so?
Whenever a member gives away the floor, they give away the floor to whoever they gave the floor away to. Courteousness would normally result in it coming back in a brief period of time. You're briefly running out of time. I call Mr Buchanan.
To that point of order, can you clarify that it is standard custom and practice in the House that interventions should be brief and that that was not?
Order, members. Order. Enough comments from sedentary positions, please. I have said already that interventions should be brief. I call Mr.
I will happily debate on any of those issues that has been mentioned by the member, but today I talk about medicines and medical devices, 98% of which come from GB and are impacted directly by the Northern Ireland Protocol. Northern Ireland Protocol is not looking towards those patients with current consideration. In fact, quite the opposite. I only had a constituent vote last week. MS drugs in which they need. Their manufacturer claiming that because of the protocol, this supply line will be disrupted. This is in addition to the threat to supply and choice available to local health and social care services, access to clinical trials and exciting new development in the production of medicines, including vaccine supply, would be threatened, but at the very least slowed down. The reality is that while the protocol was championed on false premises, the issue of medicines and medical devices must be addressed, the protocol must be removed, and we must get to a stage whereby this place is not held at ransom by the European Union and that of the protocol. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Colin Gildenew.
And I welcome the opportunity to make some brief remarks outlining the Health Committee's consideration of this issue before speaking as my party's health spokesperson. I should point out from the outset that the committee has no agreed position on this issue. However, I would like to outline the committee's consideration of the matter to date. The committee has received a series of Brexit briefings from the Department of Health and were joined by Executive Office officials at the most recent briefing on 15 April 2021. During that briefing, the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer outlined that currently the pharmaceutical industry benefits from a grace period for medicines which was introduced at the start of January to give the industry a further 12 months to prepare for changes. The committee has scheduled a further briefing on Brexit-related issues late in June, and we would expect a detailed update on progress that the Department has made to deal with the issues that have been raised at that point. I would now ask Ceann Comhairle to make some remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. Ceann Comhairle, there is no good Brexit for Ireland, north or south. The majority of people here voted against it, and our membership of the EU was a fundamental component of the peace process and formed the foundation for the Good Friday Agreement. The protocol is not perfect, but it mitigates the worst of Brexit. It is an internationally agreed and binding treaty and prevents a catastrophic hard land border. Brexit itself is the problem. And the member in moving the motion talks about drawing a dagger across the throat of long-established markets. That is exactly what Brexit has delivered. We would not be here debating this issue if the Brexit government did not go down a path of the British government did not go down the path of a hard Brexit with maximum disruption and divergence. The Tories, enabled by the DUP, chose this hard Brexit, and you must both own it. Innumerable opportunities were available to minimise divergence in medicines regulations as well as trade and in many other areas. The members opposite whose party have brought this motion here today may have been fooled, beguiled or bought by the lies of a Tory government who have no more your interest at heart than they have mine or ours, but we are not. Nor should any member or party in this House be fooled by the faux outrage and false narrative contained within this motion being placed in this Assembly today. Instead, what we must do is concentrate on dealing honestly with the issues which Brexit is raising and will continue to raise. We should recognise the supply of medicines and medical devices is a complex undertaking featuring a series of interlinked processes across Europe and the world. Indeed, it is the reality that 70 to 80% of Britain's own medicines supply comes via a European border. We need to maximise the potential of the grace period and work in good faith and honestly, members, with all partners, including Europe, in that effort. Burying our heads in the sand will not help in that regard. If we want to talk about threats to our health system from Brexit, we could also be talking about, as has been mentioned here, the serious long-term staff shortages we face in hospitals and care homes, which are being exacerbated as a result of the additional red tape recruiting EU healthcare workers. We could be talking about the loss of the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive, which is already impacting, and I'm sure, members, you are all hearing of constituents who are being impacted by the loss of that directive. These are also looming crises to our health service, but these are because of Brexit alone and nothing to do with the protocol. The fact is, Brexit is bad for our health. It is not the protocol that is the problem here. It is the Brexit that the party across called for, worked for, and connived with English nationalists for, against the democratic wishes and interests of our people here in the north. I call on everyone here today. I will.
In this distortion of reality, does the member not recognise that Great Britain has free access to, for example, Trogigiso, which is the treatment for lung cancer? Northern Ireland does not. And the answer to the question why is the protocol. Not Brexit, the protocol. Because the protocol keeps us within the ambit of the EU Medicines Agency.
The member's an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, but surely the member knows that Britain itself imports 70 to 80% of their medicines from Europe, and up to 90% of their medicines comes from the wider global supply chain. Medicines are not a British issue, and I hear reference earlier to the vaccination programme. A vaccine, AstraZeneca, a key vaccine that has helped here, was developed in conjunction with a German and a European company, manufactured in Belgium and funded by the European Union. That is where medicine supply and healthcare sits in the world today. So I call on everyone here today to reject this attempt at misinformation and misrepresentation, and to reject this motion. Let us set about the real work, members, of rebuilding our health and social care sector, and let us stop wasting time with the cynical political opportunism and fear-mongering from the members across the chamber today.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd first of all like to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, somewhat disappointed that none of the amendments, and I know there were several amendments tabled to today's motion, weren't taken. I think they would have allowed a greater richness of debate and people to put down alternative wordings.
Point of order.
Is it appropriate for a member to question the decision of the Speaker's office in relation to the tabling of amendments?
Order members, can I respond to that? The member is perfectly correct. We're not here to debate amendments that were not chosen. I'd ask members to debate the motion that is in front of us. Mr O'Toole.
Okay, to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, I didn't question any judgment. I expressed regret that they weren't. That's not the same thing, and it's disingenuous of my colleague in South Belfast to state otherwise. Today's motion, Mr Deputy Speaker, concerns movement of medicines and medical devices. Let me first of all say it's an entirely legitimate subject for debate. I in no way suggest that the members opposite should not be debating these issues. There is, however, a somewhat insincere decision to frame this as produced by the protocol. It's as if somehow the protocol is sui generis. It came from nowhere. It was designed, it sort of dropped from space. Someone in Brussels, perhaps concocted with the Alliance Party, the SDLP, Sinn Féin and the Irish government, got in a room and decided to come up with a protocol out of nowhere. The protocol is a response to the protocol is you overdue. I'm afraid that from a sedentary position, the member for North Antrim somewhat exaggerates our influence. The protocol is a response to decisions made by the UK government, repeated decisions to break away from the regulatory ambit of the EU single market, do so in a way which prompts, I'm afraid, very unfortunate consequences. Consequences which go far, far beyond the Northern Ireland Protocol. The Protocol simply relates to movement of goods. It does not relate to services. Before I come on to the specifics around medicines, it's important to say that the vast majority of our economy, that's 70% of our economy, is services. That's not covered by the Protocol, and that is having real-world consequences in terms of healthcare. The Cross-Border Healthcare Directive has already been mentioned. We know at the minute that the Minister's Department has written to trusts in Northern Ireland, telling them that if they have any staff engaged in cross-border healthcare work, that could be nurses or doctors who accompany children to get cardiac care in Dublin. It could be people involved in cancer care in the North West, now need to be registered on both sides of the border. We know that there are a vast range of complexities, difficulties thrown up by Brexit, because Brexit is a disruption of regulation, a disruption in how we do a range of things, and it's unfortunate, and I wish it wasn't happening. Specifically in relation to medicines and medical products, first of all, it is important that we get a resolution to these issues. We're in a grace period at the minute. That was agreed long before the end of the transition period last year. First of all, again, worth saying in parenthesis, that transition period should have been extended. That would have given us a long period of time to deal with this issue and many other issues to do with Brexit, not just relation to goods and those issues affected by the Protocol. That transition period should have been extended, but it's good that it was welcome that this grace period was agreed by the Joint Committee late last year, and I know this is being monitored and observed by the Joint Committee in terms of how we deal with movement of medical medicines and medical devices going forward. It's a legitimate question, and it's legitimate for us to engage with the Joint Committee, and I'm sure the Minister's Department will be doing just that. I'm not being ideological about this, but it is, I'm afraid, incorrect and wrong to simply portray the Protocol as the root of all evil when it comes to these matters. I will briefly give way, yes.
I'm sure the member has read the Protocol. Now, if he's read Annex 2 of the withdrawal of the agreement, he will know that paragraph 20 deals with imposing 11 EU regulations, all of which control medicinal products, and that paragraph 21 imposes 5 EU regulations that deal with medical devices. So, with or without grace periods, that is the heart and the core of what's in the Protocol vis-à-vis medicine. That's not going to change unless the Protocol goes.
Members, an extra minute.
Much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member is right that those directives are applied in Northern Ireland. He wants, and he's engaged in legal and political pressure at this moment in time to upend and remove the Protocol. I think that would be a very bad thing. The Protocol does, however, also establish a joint committee, joint consultative working groups, and a whole range of other means of engagement with the European Commission and the UK Government in terms of applying the Protocol. That's what's already happened. If the member's solution to everything is to simply turn over the table, throw everything in the air, what good will that do us? And I would say that seriously to some members opposite, and I respect that many of them dislike the Protocol in principle, and I don't demean their concerns about it. I have many concerns about Brexit. I'm deeply upset that members of my constituents of mine, EU citizens, are having to apply for settlement because we don't enjoy freedom of movement in this part of the world anymore. We're all having to deal with unfortunate consequences. I regret the fact that doctors and nurses in Northern Ireland are now having to register with Southern authorities simply to provide basic health care. These are difficult issues thrown up by Brexit. The right way to deal with them is to engage in productive, constructive engagement via the Joint Committee. So we will not be supporting today's motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
And I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This debate would not need to be happening today if there was no protocol in place, nor a regulatory order down the Irish Sea. It is worth placing on record that a number of parties in this chamber were quite happy to run down to Dublin and to go across to Brussels for smiling photo opportunities and to call on both the Irish Government and the EU to implement the Protocol without delay. They were unashamed cheerleaders for the Protocol. Indeed, in a letter signed by 4 party leaders from the Alliance Party, Sinn Féin, SDLP and Greens, sent to the Prime Minister in April of last year, they advocated for an EU office in Belfast to ensure, in their words, the implementation of the protocol on Northern Ireland that he negotiated. The DUP leadership initially welcomed the concept of a regulatory border down the Irish Sea, describing it as a gateway to opportunity. This opened the door for Boris Johnson to push ahead. By the time the DUP realised the consequence of their initial welcome and began backpedalling, it was too late to stop. My family have operated a village supermarket for nearly 50 years, and we can already see the creeping effects of the consequences of the protocol. A large local wholesaler, who are part of a chain that operates right across Great Britain, had previously stocked a huge range of own-label products that would cover just about every requirement a shopper would have. They were quality products and had a budget price marking. If a shopping basket was filled with them, it would represent a huge saving on a family weekly food bill. These products are no longer being brought into Northern Ireland because the supplier cannot justify the cost of relabelling the large number of food products in the range to meet EU regulations. That is just one example of the long-term damage being caused to the supply chain of goods into Northern Ireland. I could quote a number of similar stories around various products. There is not a single retailer or wholesaler in Northern Ireland who has not been impacted negatively by the protocol. This debate is, however, about the supply of life-saving and pain-relieving medicines and medical devices. This issue is extremely worrying, and no matter what your opinion might be on Brexit or the protocol, no one should underestimate the potential impact on our citizens' health, but more importantly, the impact on our NHS and the ability of the public to purchase over-the-counter medicines, both as we approach the end of the grace period on 1 January 2022 and in the years that follow. Currently, the annual budget for medicines used in Northern Ireland is around £600 million, and that figure does not include medical devices. Undoubtedly, the price of medicine will increase because of the protocol, and even a 10% increase in cost to the NHS will inflict a major blow to their budgets, money that could be directed and better used in assisting the much-needed restructuring of the NHS and its ability to tackle reducing unacceptable waiting lists, brought about by curtailment of health funding over many years by the parties in this House. New drugs, for instance, to be used in the treatment of cancer could become available for use. While they will be immediately available to patients in Great Britain after professional assessment, the same drug will not be guaranteed to become available in Northern Ireland. My party has suggested a mitigating solution that the UK Government would legislate to place a duty on suppliers based in Great Britain to provide their goods to all regions of the UK internal market. We think that this would prevent a situation that producers of medicines and medical suppliers decide that following the grace period that they will only supply their goods to customers in GB. I know that the Minister and his officials are working hard to preemptively cover a range of outcomes from temporary product shortages to major price increases brought about by the protocol. It is a result of a flawed political deal between the UK Government and the EU Commission, and is a clear illustration why it should be scrapped. To use the safety and welfare of the people of Northern Ireland as some sort of bargaining chip is shameful. We need the certainty that a commitment to a full derogation would provide, and we need it now. And I have listened to, and I've heard it on numerous occasions, Sinn Féin saying it's a problem, it's Brexit. It's not. The protocol is a reality. It's with us now. That's the problem that needs to be sorted, the protocol. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
I regret that we cannot support the motion, despite the fact that there is much contained within it with which we agree. It rightly raises a serious issue, but as so often with the EU referendum, it falls short on providing serious solutions to it. And before I proceed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to place on record my thanks to Cathy Harrison, the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer, and her team. As the Chair of the Health Committee has outlined, she has come to us many times and outlined the serious issues that they are grappling with, not least during a global pandemic.
So while I commend the proposers for raising the issue, which does require resolution, again, we see it raised in a way which is primarily about pretending that this is not about Brexit, and specifically pretending it is not about the Brexit brought about inevitably by the DUP's insistence on seeking at every conceivable turn, while its MPs held a balance apart Westminster, to distance us from our major trading partner. Indeed, the DUP likes to talk about our major trading partner being Great Britain, but actually from an all-UK perspective, our major trading partner is the European Union, and specifically the European single market. It is the DUP which sought fully intentionally to put up barriers to that trade. We are living with the damage of that now. I just want to make a bit of progress, thank you. Part of that damage will inevitably involve barriers to cross-border cooperation in health. Yet still the DUP's only solution is to try and impose a border on goods on the island of Ireland. The already existing regulatory body adds to the potential damage to our health system regarding everything from longer-term workforce planning to mutual recognition of qualifications. The issue before us, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a serious one, and as I said, the fact there is much in this motion with which I agree. While we should not forget that the protocol in fact creates significant opportunity for the local pharma industry and for investment in pharma locally, because it can freely export both to Great Britain and to the European Union, I do not think it is realistic to expect a full redirection of medicines imports by October or January. Therefore, I in fact fully concur with the final lines of the motion, except that they do not explain how this may be best done. Mr Deputy Speaker, let us turn to solutions. I agree that we are going to need longer than October to find an adequate way forward, a fact already widely accepted for food. This grace period will need to be extended for medicines. Nor do I think we should use that grace period merely to seek longer for realignment of supply chains. We need to be better than that. There are ways in which we could try to eliminate the barriers to imports of medicines from Great Britain, most obviously for everyone in this chamber, to face the fact that this will involve the UK Government and the European Union coming together and agreeing alignment on standards and regulations. A veterinary agreement, currently blocked evidently by the UK Government, would provide at the very least a model on which we could restore relatively unfettered east-west movement of vital goods, and this could potentially be copied over to pharmaceuticals. Failing that, we should, as a bare minimum, seek to have HSC Northern Ireland, or NHS, in other words, recognised under a trusted trader agreement, demonstrating no risk of leaking of medicines to be used by the Public Health Service into the European Union. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, we want to see solutions, and it is going to take us to lay identity politics to one side and engage in practicalities on behalf of everyone here in Northern Ireland. Alliance Party representatives will be meeting the Cabinet Office this week to discuss these actual solutions. This is where our focus needs to be. Thank you.
I call Christopher Stilford.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is an apocryphal story about an old soldier at the end of the Second World War who didn't realise that the Japanese had surrendered, and he kept on fighting in the jungle for years afterwards without realising what had happened. When I hear myself and Matthew O'Toole talk about Brexit, I'm sometimes minded of that allegory. We can fight till doomsday around this issue, but I don't wish to refight the 2016 referendum. Following on from what my other colleague from South Belfast, Ms Bradshaw, said about the erection of barriers, I think that she will find one of the major reasons why we're in this situation was the callous and spiteful decision of the European Union to invoke Article 16 some time ago as a means of seeking to deny the people of this country access to their vaccines. And the Health Minister himself rightly said everyone thought that work was progressing well until the EU triggered Article 16 over vaccines. That unnerved people, that unsettled people, and that has, I suppose, increased to the level of concern that we are seeing, especially from smaller, more intricate suppliers of medicines and medical devices. It is quite clear where the belligerence in this situation has come from, and it has not come from the elected representatives of the people of Northern Ireland or from the government of the United Kingdom. I just want to make a few points and then I will give way to you. What this situation demonstrates to us is that the Northern Ireland Protocol is bad for your health. 98% of all medicines and medical equipment come into this country from Great Britain. And in that context, I think it's important that we reflect upon the scale of the health challenges that we are facing. Obviously, for the past 14 months, the Health Service has been focused almost entirely on tackling the threat of COVID-19. As a consequence, 16,000 surgical procedures have been cancelled in this country. More than 320,000 people are sitting on a waiting list. That's 1 in 6 of the entire population. And we need the resources. Obviously, the Minister will say he needs the money, and I accept that, but we need the resources. It's not simply money and staff, it's also medicines and medical equipment. And anything... no, I don't want to hear from a Brussels cheerleader right now, Mr Dixon, thank you. Anything that is placing barriers in the way of our people getting access to the medicine and the medical equipment that they need is a bad thing and a dangerous thing. I give way to Mr Shane.
And I thank Mr Stalford for giving way. But I think there are two fundamental problems here. First of all is the DUP support for Brexit, and that has been well rehearsed. But could I also suggest that there's an existential threat to unionism at the very top of the British government, and that's encapsulated in the quote from Dominic Cummings when he said, "I don't care if Northern Ireland falls into the FNC."
I'm here to discuss health rather than any existential threats to the union. But let me say, I certainly do believe it would be good to see a bit more unionism put back into the Conservative and Unionist Party. And I think the Prime Minister has a challenge to meet over coming days in that. Anything undertaken to deny our people medical supplies is not merely the act of some overzealous bureaucrat. This is a deliberate act of cruel aggression and belligerence towards the people of Northern Ireland. And Mr Dixon, was it? Yep. Go on ahead. Very briefly.
The act of belligerence against Northern Ireland, if indeed there was one at all, surely came when the DUP sat down and wrecked Mrs May's decisions and decided to follow the hardest of hard Brexit by the current Prime Minister.
Members of the next minute.
Those who defend the protocol are quite literally supporting the denial of medicines and medical equipment in the service of the people that they represent. And the member may shake his head all he likes, and the member may choose to parrot whatever line comes out of Brussels, but the exact consequence of this protocol is that people in East Antrim will not be getting access to the medical equipment that they need or the medical supplies that they need.
Can I ask that all remarks be made to the Chair?
I beg pardon, sir. It can attempt to be sugar-coated in any which way that the European Commission's cheerleaders like, but that's the reality on the ground. Northern Ireland's being used by the European Union as a football to kick in order to punish the United Kingdom as a whole for daring to vote to leave their club. And this is demonstrative in the fact that 20% of all checks taking place on the EU's borders are being conducted across the North Channel, a region that represents well below 1% of the European population as a whole. Now, what does that demonstrate about the overzealous way in which the European Union has conducted itself? We've seen it when they sought to deny people access to vaccines. We see it with the brutal and heavy-handed way in which they're implementing the checks across the North Channel. And we see it in this latest example of seeking to deny our people access to medicine and medical equipment. I can't have literally 40 seconds. Already we've been told by the Health Minister that a request to extend the grace and favour periods in relation to medicines has not been agreed. What possible justification can there be for such belligerence beyond spite? And I think that people looking in will see not only the spiteful attitude that has been adopted by the European Union, but they also see the rollout of the vaccines in this part of the world as demonstrative of the success that our country has had in comparison to the approach that European Union officials have taken in relation to healthcare matters. Thank you, sir.
I call Carl Nicolin.
So I'm going to repeat the opposite of what Christopher said. So I'm going to say Brexit is bad for your health. Both Colin Gildernew and Sinead Bradley, and indeed in so many words I think Matthew O'Toole said that as well. And you know, for all its faults, the protocol is here to mitigate the worst impacts of Brexit. I just want to correct Christopher, most of the people here from the north didn't vote for Brexit, so we don't want to open up a debate again, but it's just, to put that on the record. And it is an internationally agreed and binding treaty. So the notion that it can be done away with 45 votes in this House is also misleading. It is. It absolutely is. So I just want to also bring some facts into this debate. So Scotland doesn't have a protocol, but yet Scotland, according to the Scottish Health on the web, says that it's shown that there are 37 supply shortage notices in the supply of drugs, including antidepressants, medicines for epilepsy and other such illnesses. I actually feel that, the red tape, and this is something that's been completely ignored. The red tape is as a result of Brexit, not the protocol. In fact, some British companies have indeed relocated to Dublin in order to ensure that there's a free flow. And it is about ensuring that it's via, and I think that's getting missed, although I seen Pam had put something up different to what Jonathan had said in the outline. This notion that medical device suppliers in Britain face many new barriers in relation to trade, I think needs to be challenged because it is misleading. It's actually hyperbole, to be frank. Yes, there won't be an automatic certification, but there are compliances that need to go through. And the fact, in my opinion, that this has been omitted, not fully omitted, acknowledged at the end of Jonathan's speech where he says because of grace period, the East-West supply hasn't been impacted yet, but then went on to, outline the worst-case scenario. Surely.
Thank the member for giving way. And I understand from her logic of her remarks that Brexit is primarily, all in all, the problem in relation to this debate today. Does the member accept, because I haven't heard it yet from the party opposite, that the Northern Ireland Protocol in its current form affects this market far and beyond any other element of society in Northern Ireland, with 98% of its market being with GB mainland? Does she accept the protocol's problems in relation to that aspect?
Members, next minute.
Thank you. And again, you're misleading the House, if I could say so. It's drugs. It's 70-odd% of drugs that go via Britain. They don't come from Britain. So you need to read your research papers, Jonathan, with respect. Okay? And the second issue is that, when we were having a debate about agriculture and we were having a debate about businesses, it was the same thing. So just again, some facts. Manufacturing NI survey, the majority of businesses accept that the protocol, and accept the mitigations. Only 18% of businesses believe that it should be thrown out completely. That's a fact. Okay. You also were at the committee, I believe, when Cathy Harrison, and again, I too want to put in record the work that she's doing, the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer and her staff, that they're doing absolutely everything. And even the British government, who the member put so much faith in until they shafted him again and again and again, have actually asked for an extension on the grace period in order to get this through. So without the protocol, things would be really, really bad. And I understand ideologically the member has to jump up and down, but realistically, without the mitigations, things would be much worse. So on the basis of that, and the member will not be surprised because he's already heard Colin saying that we will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to take part in the debate today. It provides a timely opportunity to remind the DUP and the hard Brexiteers of the responsibility and accountability that they have for the Northern Ireland Protocol. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's look at the facts. The DUP pushed for a hard Brexit In 2017, at their party conference, the then DUP leader, Arlene Foster, said that the DUP would prevent any Brexit deal that would decouple Northern Ireland from the UK. And this was a time when they were kingmakers, but it became a time of intransigence, belligerence, arrogance, and telling the Prime Minister how DUP MPs take their tea. It was a time of problem finding and solution dodging. In early 2018, thanks to the DUP intervention, the UK government rejected the backstop proposal. It was good work there, lads. This belligerence continued through 2018 and culminated in the line that there cannot be a border down the Irish Sea. The red line is blood red. DUP intransigence, belligerence and arrogance continued over subsequent years until in October 2019 they accepted Boris Johnson's proposal for a regulatory border in the Irish Sea covering goods and agri-food. And to sweeten the deal, PM Johnson offered additional funding for Northern Ireland, a little bit of a buy-off. It was as though, Mr Deputy Speaker, the people of the North could be bought and sold like so many rolls of Mr Johnson's wallpaper. Mr Deputy Speaker, the motion before us today tells us that the Northern Ireland Protocol was imposed on us and must be replaced. Have the DUP learnt nothing? The DUP pushed for the hardest Brexit. They rejected every single deal that was going. They were intransigent, belligerent and arrogant with the UK government. And perhaps I could take the moment to ask DUP members just exactly what did you expect? What would have been a positive outcome? The protocol is a result of Brexit. The DUP are responsible for the protocol and you are accountable for the protocol. You dance to the tune of a member from North Antrim while looking to future elections, and you give in to the unelected bloggers who call on you to make Northern Ireland unworkable until the Irish Sea border was removed. Violence returned to the streets of the North, and then the DUP called for the Chief Constable to resign and called into question the rule of law and order. Mr Deputy Speaker, the motion before us today notes that grace periods are due to end in the absence of a solution. Could I suggest to the proposers of this motion that this motion is not a solution? It is evident that there are issues that are still outstanding with the protocol. However, these issues are technical and not political. The parallels between the DUP's attitude to the protocol and to the First Minister are really quite telling. It is evident that they are not in solution-finding mode in relation to the protocol, and that yes, sorry, go on ahead.
Just on the relation to solution-finding mode, some of us on the side of the House are often told that we're not as committed to making Northern Ireland work as we should be. Does he not agree with me that the irony is that in this year, which is important to certain members of the House, we have unique dual market access, including to 500 million members of the EU single market, and those who want to make Northern Ireland work should be focusing on maximising that opportunity?
The member for the next minute.
Thank you very much. I welcome that intervention as it is a positive outcome of what the protocol can deliver. And if we were forward-thinking and forward-looking and out there embracing every opportunity that there is across the world to try and sell ourselves as ideally placed to be able to work the systems that are there, to be able to deliver jobs and prosperity for the people of the North, it would be a good thing. But all we get is negativity, negativity and negativity from across the chamber. And what I would have to say is if that was an investor, they'd probably run a mile as come in here and provide jobs for the very people that you're supposed to be representing. But the lesson needs to be learned and learned well. Intransigence, belligerence and arrogance from the DUP were what placed us in this position, and the proposers of the motion may well be able to stop and operate a coup and remove their party leader, but that intransigence and arrogance will not remove a framework from an internationally agreed act of withdrawal. Let's get the technical problems addressed and leave the politics to the side. Whilst we can support the part of the motion, we all need to get access to medicines, but the way that you're proposing that we deliver it is not something that we can support. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Orlia Flynn.
And I suppose maybe just from the outset that the point's been made a couple of times in the debate already, but I think it is fair to say that there's no one in this chamber, there's not one member who would want to see any disruption to our medicines and medical supplies. And you'll know that, Jonathan, through the committee. It's an issue that we're all aware of. But the problem with the motion is the essence and the content of it. And for me, it really is that it is ignoring the glaring reality of why we are at this point. And I know members across the way have made the point that it's as a result of the protocol. But we're not debating this issue today as a result of the protocol. We're not debating the issue of the unfettered access to medicines and medical devices as a result of the protocol. It has been said, and it is the reality, that Brexit is the problem. Brexit is the point. We've been brought to this point where we are now because of Brexit. The protocol emanated from Brexit, and Brexit has been the catalyst. Whenever now we're talking about the language is changing around when Cathy Harrison gave us a briefing at the Health Committee, and now she's talking about this long-term change and a new normal. We've heard all these comments that have been made. But this long-term change that is being identified and that the industry is now trying to adapt to has been a result of the process that's flowed from the Brexit referendum. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and I understand that some members across the House don't want to take my word for it, but what about the words of Mark Samuels, the Chief Executive of the British Generic Manufacturers Association? Due to the protocol's interpretation, the situation has forced our members to review the viability of their ongoing medicine portfolios for Northern Ireland. Without a solution immediately, some manufacturers report that up to 90% of medicines could be at risk of being withdrawn. Is that not an acceptance that the protocol is a serious issue?
I thank the member for making that point. And so that's what I want to actually bring my remarks back to, is see the word solution, right? So we're talking about, we're hearing about the threats, we're hearing about that 90%. So what we need to focus on is the medicine disruption. Carl referenced it earlier in relation to Scotland. So the disruption that we're seeing isn't unique to the north, right? So if it's not unique to the north, well then what logic will tell you is it's not unique to the protocol. And I know that Carl had mentioned the Scotland example, but there is also a committee that's set up that monitors the availability of all the medicines across England. And again, just as recently as the 14th of May, in that committee, it had revealed that there is a shortage. The latest shortage that's been reported is for fluoxetine. It's an antidepressant. And the shortage is actually existing for England, Wales and for us in the north. But again, it's that comparison. You can't make the comparison that the protocol is causing these shortages when it can't actually be. It's bigger than that. And I know that when Cathy Harrison briefed the committee, she has briefed the committee actually on a number of occasions around the impact that Brexit is having on medicines and that supply. And every time, and Health Committee members will know this, we have asked about what is being done to address those problems, and that's the point that we need to get to. And we know that the mitigations thus far have ensured minimum disruption to patients and to citizens. And we do know that many of the issues that have been raised were actually in relation to the readiness of traders and the short grace periods. So now it has to be said also that the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer was saying that the majority of those issues are now resolved and that they are working through them, albeit on a case-by-case basis, and importantly that they have that further surveillance, enhanced surveillance system in place. This is the important things that we need to be talking about and keeping checks on. And again, we have heard about the potential slow access to new medicines, around delays, around the introduction of the variations in the licensing for medicines. But again, the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer has made it clear that this has been given the top priority, and more importantly, this is part of the talks, the ongoing talks between the British and the European Union negotiating teams, and that is where you're going to get progress and movement. And I suppose just to say as well, we've heard about the large programme of work that's been undertaken by our Department of Health, by the CPO and the Department of Health over in England also, the HMRC. An enormous amount of work has been done to reduce the risk to our supply chains. And the CPO's own language that she used to us in committees is that all that work that's being done, and that still is being done, is starting us in good stead in our understanding of supply chains. So we know that our medicine supply chain is being reorientated as we speak, and there's no change in that. That's happening as we speak, and we are now working towards this phase of a new normal for a wide range of partners that are involved in this industry. But I think it's also important as well. I mean, we know that the pharmaceutical industry, which is very, very broad, it's made of a broad family, and they are looking at which is really, really highly complex supply chains from around the world. They're looking at different ideas, but these decisions that they're having to make, and they are making decisions already around transporting to the south of Ireland, up north, and direct models into the north as opposed to via Britain. But I mean, this is work that they're used to doing. This is a complex business, and yes, the changes are having to take place. But the important thing, I think, for us as MLAs, and people were quoting about how our constituents might suffer as a result, I think we need to really, really be careful with our language in this chamber, because until we see the evidence and the outworkings that our citizens are being impacted, we have a responsibility to be really measured here, and I think to focus on progress and solutions.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the motion today because the Alliance Party didn't want or have the protocol. It's not our protocol, it's the DUP's protocol, because we know why that protocol came about. It is down to the responsibility of a party which chose extreme Brexit, and that's where we are. But, Mr. Speaker, we are a pragmatic party when it comes to issues like those contained in this motion today. And we want to highlight the solutions, and others have been talking about solutions. This has been a debate of two halves, those who aren't interested in solutions and those who are interested in promoting solutions. And I'm very clearly on the side of wishing to promote a solution to the problem that we have had set out in the motion today. The motion totally fails to outline a meaningful course of action. Furthermore, it fails to set out any realistic way of replacing the problems and the issues that we face. The Alliance Party was first amongst parties to engage with the Cabinet Office to find solutions to the protocol. Our North Down MP, Stephen Farry, our Brexit spokesperson, has been engaged extensively in this since the election in 2019, engaging directly with the UK Government, highlighting the issues for the people of Northern Ireland, but crucially and importantly, working on solutions. Dr Farry was one of the very first to float, for example, the EU-UK veterinary agreement to ease Brexit friction across the Irish Sea, an idea which has gained considerable traction across the political landscape, even amongst DUP ministers. Dr Farry was also one of the first to highlight the potential problems that we could see after the grace periods on medicines in Northern Ireland would draw to a close. As many have already mentioned, the vast majority of medicines into Northern Ireland come from Great Britain, but the fact is that many of them are manufactured in the EU. The grace period on the implementation of rules around medicines imported from the single market has been welcome and should be given some more space. However, we must clearly keep medicines flowing long term. That is in everyone's interest. But I believe and have confidence that the UK Government, sitting down with its partners in the EU, will be able to achieve that. What will not resolve the problem is continued blatant scaremongering. We, as local representatives, should be engaging in good faith and constructively to achieve this. I'm delighted that the Health Minister is here to listen to this debate today, and I want to hear in detail what engagement he has had and what practical activities he has undertaken with the Joint Committee to resolve these problems. Because there is actually one person in this room who can tell us exactly what is going on. I don't believe he will scaremonger. I think he hopefully will set out some of the practicalities that he and his department have been working on to resolve these issues. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, a trusted trader scheme could be a solution, as medicines don't normally go directly to patients, but they are prescribed. I see essentially no risk of medicines ending up outside Northern Ireland after arriving from the other parts of the United Kingdom. On wider customs issues, the UK Government has invested in the UK Trader Scheme, Trader Support Scheme, to reduce frictions and to manage red tape. Businesses are already managing mitigations. We should be giving space to support this to happen, not trying to undermine this work. By scaremongering, we need to be supporting, and we need to be supporting businesses, helping them to seek stability and to reduce frictions. The reality is, the protocol is here to stay. Even people like Mr Stalford, who engaged with me earlier in this debate, told the Nolan show today it could be here to stay. Those were his words. The UK Government has decided that a hard Brexit for the rest of the UK is worth it. So what is the alternative to the DUP proposal? The Brexit and protocol is not the outcome that my party wanted. Clearly, the backstop, vetoed by the DUP, would have provided a much better outcome. But the DUP sank that. Sometimes, something I think they should be reflecting upon. People are tying themselves in knots, trying to reconcile the fact that they supported a hard Brexit and all the complications that they were warned that that would bring to Northern Ireland. But they are also trying to blame others. They are also trying to blame others. I look forward to the Health Minister's practical and workable solutions, and I want to hear what he has to say about his engagement in delivering that for Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I now call Jim Allister, and you'll have the remaining 4 minutes for debate.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there should be some reflection on the number of minutes given to those in favour of this motion as opposed to the number of minutes given to those against it. But this motion is a moment of truth for the rigorous implementers of the protocol, for Sinn Féin, for the SDLP, for the Alliance Party, because they are the people who demand rigorous implementation. And we are seeing what rigorous implementation means. It means for their constituents and for mine. The person who's suffering from lung cancer cannot, under this protocol, unlike his fellow citizen in the United Kingdom, have access to a vital life-saving drug like Trogiso. Why? I will not give way because I have no extra time. Why is that? Because the protocol places us exclusively under EU law and within the orbit of the European Medicines Agency, which has not approved that particular drug. And therefore, the hapless people of Northern Ireland, courtesy of the protocol, thanks to the rigorous implementers, are in a position where a life-saving drug like that cannot be afforded to them. So I hope the rigorous implementators are proud of themselves. I hope...
Order. Point of order, Mr Sheen.
I'll ask Ceann Comhairle. Is it in order for members here to be peddling misinformation? My colleague made the point earlier that the problem with medicines relates also to Scotland. It's not an issue that relates to the protocol. And the member in the corner here is quite clearly blaming it on the protocol. So is it in order for a member to be doing that?
The member has put his point on the record, but I have no information to say that what he's saying is not accurate. I call Mr Allister.
I'm making the point because it's absolutely accurate. The people in Scotland have access to Trogiso. Why? Because they're not bound by this iniquitous protocol. But the people of Northern Ireland, including the people in West Belfast who might be suffering lung cancer, will not have access to it. Thanks to the protocol and its rigorous implementation, which Mr Sheehan and others supports. So I trust that those who vote for the rigorous implementers will see what rigorous implementation means. It means that they put their ideology above their constituents' health. That's what it comes down to, above their health. Shame on them in terms of taking that attitude. But it does much more than that. As I intervened earlier, there are 16 critical EU regulations and directives which are implemented by the protocol, and that means that never, ever, under the protocol, can any public representative from Northern Ireland have any say in shaping, changing, amending any of those, because the transfer of sovereignty that has happened under the protocol means that those laws which touch upon the medicines, and nothing is more critical to our people, those laws that touch upon our medicines can never now be made in Belfast, can never be made in London, but are made in a foreign jurisdiction subject to the oversight of a foreign court. That is the protocol in action. So you see it in action in what it's doing to our health. It is a death-delivering protocol in terms of cancer patients, and that is
Could the member draw his remarks to close?
those who want the rigorous implementation. It truly is bad for your health. And thanks to the rigorous implementers, that's the way they want it to be. Tragically, sadly, their pro-EU ideology is such that they'd rather sacrifice the lives of their constituents than face the realities of this protocol.
Point of order, Mr. Dixon.
Speaker, I take as a person who is suffering from cancer great offence at being told that my vote today may deliver death to people in Northern Ireland. I trust that the Minister of Health will explain exactly what the situation is with regards to life-saving cancer drugs in Northern Ireland. He has a duty and an obligation to explain that, and that Mr Allister is completely and utterly wrong in his statements in this House.
The member is well aware that's not a point of order, but his point is on the record. I now call on the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to the motion that is in front of us and to the members' remarks. I want to reassure members that I and my department are committed to maintaining the supply of medicines and medical devices to meet the needs of people in Northern Ireland. Furthermore, I am committed to ensuring that Northern Ireland citizens continue to have the same access to new medicines and innovative treatments as the rest of the United Kingdom. As a constituent part of the United Kingdom, we should expect no less. This Assembly can be satisfied that as Minister for Health, I am prioritising these issues, but undoubtedly under this issue, the flawed protocol, there are challenges. Members should be aware that the Northern Ireland Protocol has major implications for both the regulation and supply of medicines and medical devices. Under the Northern Ireland Protocol, Northern Ireland is obliged to continue to follow EU laws and regulatory processes for medicines and medical devices, but Great Britain is not. Consequently, whereas Great Britain is now solely subject to the regulatory authority of the UK medicines regulator, the MHRA, Northern Ireland must follow the European Medicines Agency's centralised procedure for medicines authorisation. If there are any differences in medicine licensing decisions or timelines between the two regulators, this creates a risk of divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which must be managed. We have seen an example of this in recent days with the change to the medicines licence for the drug Tagrisso for lung cancer.
Would the Minister also accept that any divergence between the European Union and here must also be managed?
I actually said in the comments between the two regulators, this creates a risk of divergence. So it covers both north, south and east, west. And I don't want to politicise the drug supply. I want to talk about the example that has been used here today. Tagrisso was already licensed by both MHRA and EMA under the Northern Ireland Protocol. Northern Ireland follows the conditions of the EMA licence. When a change of licence held by MHRA was approved under Project Orbis, it only applied to Great Britain, leaving Northern Ireland subject to an update by EMA, which has not yet happened. But to avoid a delay for Northern Ireland patients, the MHRA, Department of Health and Social Care in Westminster, and my department worked together with the drug company to enable Tagrisso to be available for Northern Ireland for patient use in line with the rest of the United Kingdom, but used outside its licence. While the EMA authorisation is being finalised, Tagrisso will be available under compassionate use, judged on a case-by-case basis.
Grateful. So it's to be used on a compassionate basis as a one-off, but the principle is that once we come to next January, we are tied in irreversibly to the EMA and their approvals, and the approvals of the UK regulatory body cease to control us. Isn't that correct?
And using this as an example, this is an example, and I think Treviso has proven an example, of the complex issues that we currently face and the additional steps and procedures that now need to be managed when there are differences between MHRA and EMA and the decisions on medicine authorisation. In terms of supply, members will be aware that we are currently benefiting from a grace period to allow the pharmaceutical industry more time to adapt their systems to comply with the new requirements under the protocol, which will come into effect at the end of the 31st of December 2021. The new requirements will mean that medicines moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland will be subject to the additional batch testing and verification. And in addition, all medicines in Northern Ireland will have to have packaging that complies with the EU Falsified Medicines Directive. And I want to advise the Assembly, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the grace period has been successful in mitigating potential risks to Northern Ireland medical supplies. At this time, the Department is fortunately not aware of significant risks to patient care because of an actual or proposed diminution in the quality of medicinal products or devices placed in the Northern Ireland market. Certainly, there have been a range of issues involving delays to deliveries of medicines and medical devices arising as suppliers adapt to new import arrangements. However, the majority of these relate to trader readiness and have been satisfactorily resolved at this stage, and my officials continue to offer support and interventions when needed to ensure supplies for patients. I note the members' concerns about the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I agree that there are challenges for the pharmaceutical industry and for my department, which must be addressed and worked through. This Assembly will agree that it is important these challenges are properly defined. At this time, the true extent is still to be seen on how the protocol imposes barriers to trade, but it should be the policy of all of us in this House to avoid any barriers. Since the start of the year, trade was thankfully been maintained, and the pharmaceutical industry has adapted to the additional regulatory and import checks required by the protocol when moving goods from GB to Northern Ireland. There is no evidence yet to suggest that patients in Northern Ireland are unable to access medicines they need, or indeed any issues regarding the safety and efficacy of those medicines that are available. However, when the grace period ends, all suppliers will have to comply fully with the requirements of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and my department is aware that companies are planning for potential major changes to their supply arrangements from January 2022. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster did ask for an extension of that grace period, but as of yet, the EU has yet to agree. Members should note that pharmaceutical companies are subject to an obligation to ensure continuous supplies of medicinal products so that the needs of patients in Northern Ireland are met.
Appreciate the Minister giving way. I agree with the Minister that we do need to focus on ensuring that we have a solution to issues around medicines moving from GB to NI. I agree with him on that. Would he also agree with me that Almac, one of the biggest pharmaceutical life sciences companies in Northern Ireland, has a section on their website called the Protocol Advantage, unique, unfettered and flexible access to UK, Europe and beyond. That enormous employer, pharmaceutical leader here in Northern Ireland, believes it's an advantage for them to have access into both British and EU single markets under the protocol.
I note what the member says, and I note the motion states as well, if established, these arrangements would add costs for businesses and public services, restrict supply and jeopardise patient care across Northern Ireland. So that is also acknowledged, I think, in the motion that we're debating here today. Mr Deputy Speaker, a number of issues were raised, and we are aware that price increases are a potential risk, and if issues emerge, we have systems in place to deal with them. So far, there is no evidence yet to suggest an increase in the price of medicines, but that does not say that that could not yet change. The grace period for medicines is a short-term mitigation that has benefited the medicinal supply chain in Northern Ireland. However, to reduce the potential for risks to manifest at the end of the grace period, I want to assure the Assembly that there are a number of other mitigations ongoing. Firstly, medicines are the subject of ongoing discussions between the EU Government and the EU Commission to reach a negotiated position on implementation of the protocol. Secondly, my department is working with the DHSC in London, both at official and ministerial level, through direct and regular engagement between myself and the Minister of State for Health. The underpinning principles of this work are to ensure that the clinical needs of patients in Northern Ireland are met and that equity of access of medical products is maintained across the United Kingdom. The DHSC are committed that they will be communicating to industry specifically on supply into Northern Ireland. My officials have requested further clarification from the DHSC regarding the time frame for that guidance. Thirdly, the DHSC are involved in formal discussions with industry about their plans for the end of the grace period, and my department also maintains close contact with stakeholders in industry, and officials have frequent meetings with the individual companies. In addition, officials engage with wider stakeholder groups, both within the health and social care sector in Northern Ireland, community pharmacy, and with groups representing patients across a range of interest and medical conditions. I note that the motion asks for the Minister of Health to work with his executive colleagues. And I can assure members that throughout this process, I have spoken with the executive and provided my colleagues with a comprehensive briefing setting out my up-to-date assessment of the situation, and I will of course continue to do so. In addition, my officials continue to liaise with the officials from the Executive Office on related matters. And I would like to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, by saying that the actions taken by the pharmaceutical industry and the interventions, when needed, by my officials have ensured that there has been no significant reduction in either quality or quantity of medicines and medical devices on the market in Northern Ireland. They have risen to that challenge, and this Assembly will no doubt join me in acknowledging and thanking them for the hard work they have undertaken to date. My department will continue this work in the coming months to ensure that future access to medicinal products and medical devices are maintained for the citizens of Northern Ireland. My department has the support of both the Department of Health and Social Care in Westminster and the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in this regard. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe I have clearly demonstrated that all these issues are being given very serious attention by my department, and intensive work is ongoing. And I want to thank members of the Health Committee for their acknowledgement of the work of the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer, Cathy Harrison, and her team, and the dedication she has put to this task. This is not a situation that either my department or I have created or sought, nor can we fix it by ourselves. Both the EU and the UK Government have central roles in finding that way forward. I have sympathy with the concerns being expressed by members.
Can I just thank the Minister for the last few words that he said, that he cannot fix this issue on his own, and that it does lie between the UK Government and the EU to resolve these matters. But I do value the intervention of the Department of Health and the Minister in respect of these matters. But it is important, Mr Speaker, for the words that the Minister has used today to acknowledge that what we need to be doing is working on solutions, and that those solutions are achievable between the UK Government and the EU.
And I thank the member, and I hope by the demonstration of what I've just said in regards to our interactions, both with the DHSC, MHRA, and the work being committed by my Chief Pharmaceutical Officer and her team in regards to this. This is an issue that we're actually working on by a case-by-case basis, because many of the theoretical problems, many of the policy problems that are presented to us need that case-by-case answer. But what I would say, at the end of this, it will be a political solution and agreement. No matter how much departmental officials, EU or Westminster policy comes up with, the answer to this will be political.
Thank you. Can the Minister confirm that all the regulations and directives listed in the protocol, touching upon medicinal issues which include veterinary medicines and medical implements, all of those are beyond the amendment or input of this House, and going forward, all legislation touching upon those matters is now incapable of being made anywhere in the United Kingdom as they affect Northern Ireland?
The scope of the decisions in this are out with this House and out with this department. We have a major implication and responsibility to provide input and advice when the Department of Health and Social Care ask for it. And I will say we are getting great support from the DHSC and the MHRA in the recognition of the challenges that are now being faced by the supplies of medicines and medical devices here in Northern Ireland. But my deepest regret is that as Minister of Health and the Department of Health in Northern Ireland, we do not have a seat at that table, because that's where we could truly identify all the issues that we know and all the knock-on implications that any change will have. And that's where I would value that dedicated and detailed input. But as I was saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have sympathy with the concerns being expressed by all members, because this situation is very far from ideal. New layers of complexity and bureaucracy are being created. However, I would appeal to members to choose their words carefully, because there are certainly uncertainties and challenges. But every effort will be made and is being made by my department to be made aware of, to ensure that the needs of all our patients and all our people in Northern Ireland are met. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I now call on Pam Cameron to wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I want to thank all of the members for their contributions, including the Minister of Health in responding to this motion today. And without a doubt, this threat to Northern Ireland's medicine supply is an issue which should be debated openly and honestly. So I welcome the opportunity we have had to discuss this in the House today. I'm sure every one of us, when we're talking to constituents, say that one of our highest priorities, if not the highest priority, is health. Our health service, the jewel in the crown for our union, that free at the point of need service that we have all valued more than ever before of this last 12 months, should always be a priority. For it is our health service that keeps us well and saves lives. Key to the success of our health service is, of course, access to medicines and to medical devices. In the United Kingdom, we benefit greatly from the very latest treatments, cutting-edge technology, all administered by our amazing frontline healthcare workers. Approximately 98% of medicines and medical products used in Northern Ireland are imported either from or via Great Britain. It is a life-saving supply chain. Yet due to the protocol, this free flow of medicines and medical devices is now under severe threat. Medicines moving from GB into Northern Ireland will be handled as though they are goods entering the EU from a third country. That means that medicines moving into Northern Ireland from GB will be subject to additional batch testing and qualified person certification. From the 1st of January next year, when the grace period ends, all medicines used in Northern Ireland will have to comply with the EU's Medicines Directive. That affects the packaging of medicines, and the same, that affects the packaging of the medicines, and the same requirements will not apply to products being marketed in the GB. The fact that they even call it a grace period is an insult in itself. In relation to licensing, medicines in Northern Ireland must comply with the European licence and requirements set out by the European Medicines Agency, whilst those in Great Britain do not. For GB manufacturers who place medical devices on the Northern Ireland market, they must now appoint an EU or Northern Ireland-based authorised representative. Having spoken with many suppliers in recent weeks, they testified to the intolerable levels of paperwork and bureaucracy, issues with couriers and substantial increase in the cost of doing business with the long-standing clients in Northern Ireland. Non-UK manufacturers are now required to appoint a UK responsible person or Northern Ireland
Appreciate the member giving way. Like I say, I don't dispute that there are issues that we need to address constructively. She mentioned the increase in paperwork. Would she accept that for anyone importing goods into GB from Europe, the enormous European market, from which a huge amount of medicines are imported into the UK, are also facing a huge increase in paperwork, because that, unfortunately, is what Brexit is?
I thank the member for his intervention. Non-UK manufacturers are now required to appoint a UK responsible person or a Northern Ireland authorised person who, along with Northern Ireland manufacturers, must register devices with the MHRA before they are placed on the Northern Ireland market. Furthermore, medicines on a clinical trial will follow the EU regulation in NI but not in GB. For the times we are in, and and having benefited so greatly from the UK vaccination programme, it is significant that Northern Ireland will follow EU regulations in relation to vaccines and Great Britain will not. While members of some parties want us to follow the European vaccine programme, I think once again we are better with the Union of the United Kingdom and not with the European Union. Mr Deputy Speaker, the British Generic Manufacturers Association have made it clear that this intolerable and unsustainable position foisted upon us at the behest of the EU will prevent identical products being supplied to GB and NI. Many businesses will have to duplicate resources and supply lines. I will not, thanks. Firms may need to build extra warehousing and hire more staff to ensure medicines comply with both EU and UK regulations, which simply isn't viable in the longer term. And given the small margins, this simply wouldn't be sustainable. And some GB manufacturers report that up to 90% of medicines could be at risk of being withdrawn. Sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the consequences of what the EU is demanding is likely to impact specialist illnesses particularly hard, given that smaller quantities are needed and the cost of creating an NI-only pool of products would be prohibitive. It would also disrupt direct-to-patient supply, especially in respect of nutritional products such as gluten-free food, infant formula and personal home care products. This in addition to the threat to supply and choice available to local health and social care services. Access to clinical trials and exiting new development in the production of medicines, including vaccine supply, would be threatened and, at the very least, slowed down. Who amongst us, Mr Deputy Speaker, feels that this is the best deal, the best for health and well-being of those we represent? The rigorous implementation of the protocol, shamefully demanded by some local parties and the Irish Government, is damaging to the public health of everyone in Northern Ireland. It isn't an orange or green issue, it isn't a leave or remain issue. It affects everyone. And while some members opposite will no doubt seek to dismiss these issues, it is their cherished protocol that is depriving lung cancer patients of the same chance of recovery as those in GB. Absolutely scandalous. I will not. No, thank you. And this is a stark example of how the EU and the Irish Government and others, even in this place, will stop at nothing to penalise the people of Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, the invoking of Article 16 in January ended the facade that Northern Ireland is to be treated as a full and equal member of the EU single market. And as Brussels considers new exports controls on COVID-19 vaccine, there is no guarantee that our province will escape the fallout. Given the residual threat to domestic supply of medicines, this is one of the most telling examples of why best of both worlds is a dangerous myth. Given that there is already very little direct north-south trade in medicines because of different licensing regimes, there is minimal threat to the EU market or consumer. The reality is that while the protocol was championed on false pretences, the issue of medicines and medical devices should never have been in the conversation in the first place. It is long overdue that the EU and UK decouple public health from the protocol permanently. They should pursue a comprehensive mutual recognition agreement on medicines which takes the politics out of this and ensures the free flow of goods across our United Kingdom. The bottom line, the minimum requirement, is that medicines produced in Great Britain should be able to be legally used in Northern Ireland without additional barriers or hurdles. Quick fixes and tinkering at the edges of these problems will not cut the mustard. There needs to be meaningful and sustainable replacement to the protocol. It is time we all recognise the perilous implications for patients, our pharmacies and local health services moving forward. I ask all those who will go to the doors of constituents within the next 12 months to back up their claims, put health as a priority and to support this motion. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. I would remind you that you should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Order, members. Order. Would members resume, resume their seats, please? Before I put the question, I would again remind members that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division and use of the lobbies. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in do we have tellers? Order, members. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Gary Middleton and Jonathan Buckley. Tellers for the noes, Pat Sheehan and Colin Gildernew. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirements for social distancing while the division takes place. I would ask you all to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies themselves. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members resume their seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The motion is negative.
The motion is negative. The motion is negative. Unfasten the doors. I would ask members to pause for a few moments before we go on to the next item in the chamber.
Members, I have received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 17th of May 2021 be extended to no later than 7:30 p.m.
And I call Mr Robbie Butler to move the motion.
So moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 7:30 p.m. this evening if necessary. Now, the next item on the order paper is a motion on ending religious discrimination in teaching appointments. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly notes the exemption in fair employment law allowing discrimination on the grounds of religious belief when appointing teachers, acknowledges that it is unacceptable that teachers should be excluded from protection from discrimination in employment on the grounds of religious belief, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to repeal urgently this exemption to ensure equal opportunities in employment are afforded to all without exception.
Thank you. And I call Mr Robbie Butler to formally move the motion.
Move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to an hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I at the start put my, on the record my thanks to all our teachers across Northern Ireland in respect of their service, not only for their service throughout this pandemic, but also for what they do day and daily for our young people. And whilst the role and challenge for teachers is predominantly to engage and promote academic attainment and that growth for our children, increasingly teachers are being tasked with responsibilities that are increasingly diverse. And I know everybody in this House, have full admiration for the job that they do, and I believe that what we seek to do today by way of this motion is to recognise an archaic and unfair barrier to fair employment for teachers across our diverse community. No one reading the research information contained within the debate pack can ignore just how important an issue this inequality has been for the Ulster Unionist Party and for many years. Whether that be in 2013, when a petition of concern was used to block a legislative attempt to change that was sought by my UUP former colleagues, and also multiple private member motions debated in this chamber, again tabled by former colleagues such as Danny Kinahan and Sandra Overend. Sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, much like today, in fact, in 2015 there was no executive minister here to hear the motion, and that's disappointing, I have to say. I'd like to put that on record. I also recognise that the issue is as important for other members in this chamber, certainly on the Education Committee. Many members have verbally committed to it, and perhaps no more than Chris Little, who is also consulting by way of a private member's bill on the same topic. And we need to be clear about exactly what we're going to talk about today. This debate should not, in my mind, be broadened out beyond the out-of-date, out-of-place and out-of-order circumstance where employment discrimination has a home here in Northern Ireland due to the teachers' exemption rule. The following, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a quite startling statement from the Ulster University's Transforming Education, Employment Mobility and FEDO exemption briefing paper. They state that the separation of teachers is maintained through 3 areas of policy. 1, teacher education. 2, religious education in schools. And 3, the teacher exemption from FEDO 1998. And if we are truly sincere about a shared future here in Northern Ireland, then legislation that actually legitimises discrimination cannot be okay. Another telling excerpt from the Transforming Education briefing paper reads, "No other profession has the same potential for daily engagement with young minds. But no other profession separates its exponents so rigorously and effectively along community, religious and ethnic lines. And it is unlikely that any other profession will have as many exponents with as limited exposure to the other side." And I'll caveat the use of the other side. It's in the document, but they also caveat it by saying, explaining what that actually means. And yet no other profession carries the same burden of expectation around the building of the community bridges necessary to ensure a shared and peaceful future. And I know that across this chamber that's exactly what we want to see, even if the vehicle we travel in is sometimes different. Mr Deputy Speaker, we place massive burdens and expectations on our teachers with the futures entrusted of our children, especially around building a better shared future and a vision for inclusivity that we actually had to tolerate as young people. We must ask ourselves, are we making this task an impossible dream by corralling our teachers, whether that be deliberately or by political inaction? It is hard, in fact, it's nigh on impossible to imagine where an exemption like this would be permissible or acceptable. The impacts of this draconian measure, I believe, extend beyond the employment opportunities for teachers, however. It has been pointed out in reports that the reality for many teachers in Northern Ireland in what has been achieved by the status quo is a chill factor that exists when teachers look for employment and, by no fault of their own, select and make application predominantly to schools which reflect their own community identity. This can then extend to a circular cycle of, as a pupil, learning in a community-concentrated school, who then achieves teacher qualifications in a community-centred college, and then to complete the circle to go on and teach in a community-concentrated school. This assumption has been borne out by the findings from a survey in 2018, when over 1,000 teachers completed an online survey conducted through the UNESCO Centre at Ulster University. And it was shown that 2% of those teachers who worked in the Catholic maintained sector primaries had attended a controlled primary school in Northern Ireland, and that 7% of those teachers employed in controlled primary schools had been educated in a CCMS primary. And further to that, and given the vast majority of our nursery and primary school teachers are women, this clearly can be seen to be an indirect discrimination against women in particular. Similarly, 8% of those teaching in CCMS post-primaries and 17% of teachers in Catholic voluntary grammar schools had attended non-Catholic primaries in Northern Ireland, while 17% of those employed in controlled post-primary schools and 23% of teachers in non-Catholic grammar schools had attended CCMS primaries. And while some may point to the obvious disparity between the measurable ability of the controlled sector to attract teachers from a more diverse community background than the Catholic maintained, we must insist that more can be done, more must be done, and none of the figures reported can be called a success or be celebrated. It must be reinforced that I have no concern as to the level or quality of teaching that our teachers give in every sector and their ability to provide a first-class educational return, but rather I am concerned about the missed opportunities that a more community-balanced and reflective slate of teachers could bring to all our schools that would contribute to a deliberate and meaningful move towards the shared society we all desire. Today it was welcoming to hear the continued commitment of Geraldine McCackey, the Chief Commissioner of the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland, who welcomed the motion being debated today. The Commission has long recommended the removal of the teachers' exemption from the Fair Employment Treatment Order 1998, and their view is that all teachers should be able to enjoy the same legislative protections as other workers, and that it is no longer acceptable to exclude the entire teaching workforce from the provisions of the fair employment legislation. Mr. Speaker and Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my mind there is a complete hypocrisy at play if we are truly in pursuit of a shared future. Without change, the vision of shared education will not succeed unless schools have interchangeable staff, whether that be at recruitment or upon promotion, where teachers can and do apply across the school estate, and then to be selected 100% based on their holistic ability and fit for that school, then perhaps we are doomed to fail. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion.
I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I caught me off the hop there. I thought it had been the other side first. Can I commend the mover of this motion? And I think, given that he has went through so much of the statistics and that, I think it's actually hard to follow, other than to lay out our support for the motion. Sorry, for the motion whenever the Speaker's left out. And I would also like to go on record with his comments around the teaching staff, regardless of what background they come from. I think it's a vocation that these people go into, and I'm sure whenever they chose that as a vocation, they didn't see some of this, possibly some of the things that we're wanting to debate today about the discriminationary part of that. And I'm sure that was never far from, or that was always far from one's mind. And I suppose when I was thinking about this here today, I was actually thinking about a young teacher who sets out. Young people actually shape their idea of their career at a young age. And we hear about the oversupply of teachers. But then when we look at how this has been played out, there's positive discrimination, particularly for people coming from a Protestant faith background. And that shouldn't be the case. I think everyone should be treated equal, education should be equal, and some of the religious aspects of this should be taught in the churches as opposed to in the schools. I mean, as the mover of the motion has laid out, I mean, this has been well and often debated. You talked about right back as far as 2013. I think it's disappointing that we're still having this conversation today. I'm looking forward to hearing others' comments today to see if we can actually right what has been wrong for so long. I will indeed.
Thank the member for giving way. Northern Ireland has an educational system and extremely good school records in terms of our ability to present opportunities to the pupils that lead on to qualifications and on to university. Can the member think of any particular reason why a member from one faith should not teach in a school predominantly by another faith, and indeed why, as an applicant, should be refused an opportunity if he is a well-qualified teacher in history, geography, mathematics or whatever, just because of his or her religion?
The member has an extra minute at it.
I don't think I'll need it. However, I think the member who has made the intervention made it much better than I could have made it myself. I actually had that point down. I think he makes a very interesting point. I mean, you could expand on that by suggesting that, in terms of the raised document, there's reference made to the need for the certificate and what the purpose of that's been designed for, in terms of the ethos of particularly the Catholic Church. However, equally could be said in terms of the Protestant faith, that, in terms of practicing, people who practice in that faith, there is particular things, but there is nothing there to impede anyone else from teaching in that sector. So it's as if this has been created in here as a positive discrimination article. So rather than rehearsing everything I have said, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this motion by the proposer of this, and we will be supporting it on these benches.
Sir Pat Sheehan on couch. I call Pat Sheehan.
And I rise to speak to the motion and to support it here today. Before I move on to the main part of my contribution, I want to say a couple of times today now I've heard about the great education system that we have here. I heard it earlier during the statement that was being given by the Education Minister. In actual fact, we have the longest tail of underachievement here in Europe. Yes, we compare well with our peers in terms of A-level and GCSE results with across the water, but the longest tail of underachievement in Europe. Nobody can stand here and boast about a great education system when we have that. However, moving back to the motion, this relates to the exemption under the Fair Employment Treatment Order, shortened down as FETO, which allows schools to lawfully discriminate on grounds of religious belief in the appointment of teachers in schools. And a consequence of this exemption is that schools are not required to monitor the community background of their teaching staff. In addition, schools are not required to carry out reviews of their teaching workforces or the employment policies and practices affecting teaching staff, or consider whether they are providing fair participation to members of the Protestant and Catholic communities in relation to the employment of teachers. The Equality Commission, as Robbie Butler has mentioned, has recommended the removal of this exemption to FETO, and we share their assessment that all teachers should be able to enjoy the same legislative protection as other workers. In the course of the Equality Commission's investigation into this issue, concerns were raised within Catholic schools that the FETO exemption was a necessary tool in protecting the ethos within their schools. And Catholic schools do help many young people to reach and achieve their academic potential. And that, in part, no doubt, is due to the excellent teaching standards within those schools. But the sector would also argue that their strong emphasis on a particular ethos within their schools also contributes to the positive outcomes in Catholic schools. And I suppose it's well documented that the highest achieving schools, the vast majority of them, are all within the Catholic sector. But be that as it may, I would argue that exemption... Yes, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. The member is right. Catholic education system is performing extremely well in Northern Ireland, and we should all be glad of that. But this isn't an issue that is particular to the Northern Ireland educational system. This is an issue that operates in various parts of the world.
Moment you brush sugar to Forik, you have an extra minute added to your time.
And I was going to say that I would argue that exemption from fair employment legislation is not the platform that should be used for nurturing any ethos in any school. Members will be aware that the Ulster University's Transforming Education programme has produced a series of papers on a range of issues. This Assembly recently debated their paper on academic selection, and they also published a paper in relation to teacher mobility across different school sectors, which I think Robbie also referred to, and the impact the FEDO exemption has had on that. And while there was evidence of a considerable number of Catholic teachers moving into the controlled sector, there was evidence that traffic in the opposite direction was much lower. So our education system only stands to benefit from greater levels of professional mobility across sectors. And I want to take this opportunity to commend the work of the Transforming Education team in Ulster University for their positive evidence-based contributions to education policy in the North. Sinn Féin is on the side of workers in this issue. We can't continue to have a situation where our teachers do not have access to the same level of protections as other workers in terms of equality and discrimination. The main teaching unions are also in favour of removing the exemption, and all parties now seem to be on the same page on this issue. Yes, I could wait. Go ahead.
Thank the member for giving me an honest point, and I know that you do always speak up for the workers. With regard to the point that I made, I'm just looking to see if you do agree with me that because nursery school and primary school teachers are predominantly women, you do agree that this is like an indirect discriminatory measure against women, again in employment through this provision in legislation?
The member has very little time.
Well, I don't disagree. I would have to see some evidence. So. In conclusion, I'm aware that there's a level of consideration being given to this issue in TEO, and I hope some progress can be made before the end of this mandate.
Thank you,
Mr. Principal. Mr. Deputy Speaker. I give you an elevation there. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important motion, but I must state from the outset that I am disappointed that no minister turned up for this all-important debate. Maybe they're stuck in a lift somewhere, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is an issue that has been lingering on for some years and one that does need to be dealt with, and I welcome the opportunity to debate it today. We in the SDLP have considered this motion in great detail over a long number of years on the occasions that this has come up, and today we will be voting in support of the motion. It's very clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the issue of FETO, the Fair Employment and Teaching Order, has been previously very contentious in this chamber. There's been differences of opinion, but it's interesting today, engaging the chamber, that opinions have shifted, that things have changed. But it was once a very contentious issue and one of considerable debate in this House. It's also equally important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the context of this debate, that we recognise that the issues we are discussing impact most on our valued, dedicated and hard-working teachers right across Northern Ireland. It is important that today's debate not only reflects the views of various parties across this chamber, but also the views of our teachers, especially our young teachers who are entering the educational workforce for the very first time. Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP will support this motion as we believe that the legislative measure currently in place has long outlasted its necessity. The Fair Employment and Treatment Order was brought into being in 1998, and it includes an exemption under Article 71, which is based on 1976 legislation to address the imbalance in employment opportunities for teachers. But since 1976, the social, political, cultural and religious landscape across the North has changed substantially, and I do not believe that an exemption affording a legal right to discriminate against a teacher is something that we can support in 2021. Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is absolutely abhorrent that any teacher could be selected for the job simply based on their religion rather than employing the best candidate for the job. This exemption needs to be stripped out of legislation which would bring our laws up to date and provide a blanket protection for teachers against religious discrimination. Over the past number of years, what we have seen in these institutions is ministers and departments passing the buck in terms of dealing and grasping this issue. We have seen the Education Minister and consecutive ministers attempt to wash hands off the issue while the Executive Office sit on their hands and fail to act. The inaction, despite a majority consensus on the way forward, is unacceptable and raises significant questions as to who is actually or what is actually holding us back from moving on this issue. I believe it is important to refer to the CCMS position on the teacher exemption, where it has been welcomed that CCMS have previously categorically stated that they would be happy to see the exemption removed and have written to the Executive Office as far back as 2013 to express their support for this. This was welcomed 8 years ago, and yet we are still waiting a review into abolishing this measure. Again, I ask, what has taken so long? I'll give way to the member. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way. The members obviously read the pack in detail, and it's good to note that. With regard to the discussion in around 2013-2015, the same question was raised. It couldn't quite be perceived and identified where the logjam has been. The non-appearance of executive ministers or the Minister for Education, it's the executive minister we're looking today, perhaps points to something. Would you share my sort of reservations? This could be a good debate. We could get unanimity, but perhaps the logjam is higher up the chain than we once thought.
Yes, I welcome the member's intervention and absolutely agree that there needs to be questions asked as to what is the root cause of this, because the First Minister sat in this House and answered my constituency colleague Nicola Brogan a few weeks ago and said that she was in support of getting rid of this. Sinn Féin are in support of getting rid of this, so I don't quite understand where the logjam is. I note, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in the point, I also, Mr Deputy Speaker, note that it is important to reference in today's debate the Certificate in Religious Education, the CRE, which has spurned a number of debates over the years. The SDLP has welcomed the ongoing collaboration that has existed between St Mary's University and Stranmillis since 2019 in ensuring that teaching students have access to the CRE as part of the bachelor's degree. This commitment is an example of St Mary's commitment to shared education and equality, and has been a massive step forward and fully complements the great work that St Mary's and Peter Finn in particular have been doing for many years. Yet it is not too long ago that there were financial threats emanating from this very institution, the Executive, that called into question the very existence of St Mary's. The SDLP remained in full square in support of St Mary's, which has been and remains a centre of teaching excellence in West Belfast, catering for teaching students from all across the North and beyond. Mr Deputy Speaker, to conclude my remarks on today's debate, the SDLP are happy to support the motion in the context that the entire landscape has changed since the introduction of the teaching exemption to equality legislation here. I do welcome this debate. I think this is a sign that things have changed, and I welcome the Ulster Unionists and my committee colleague Robbie Butler for bringing it. I think this is a sign that things have changed, and I welcome and commend the motion.
Thank you. I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too am genuinely shocked that not one of the 4 Executive Office ministers have attended the debate today. I would be genuinely eager to hear if there's an explanation for the non-attendance, because in the absence of any explanation, it's hard not to conclude that the failure of any of the 4 Executive Office ministers to attend is consistent with the failure to respond to this equality issue in over a decade of responsibility for it. The Alliance Party, and it seems most political parties in this Assembly, are clear that teachers should be included in the Fair Employment and Treatment Order. I will therefore speak in support of the motion, and I acknowledge this is a matter that the proposers have brought to the Assembly previously on a number of occasions. The Assembly should, however, be debating legislation on this matter, not motions. That's why I'm proposing a private member's bill to repeal the exception of teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order, and I hope that I will have the support of all parties for the consideration of this legislation in the Assembly. The consultation on the proposed PMB is open for public response, a link for which is available on the Assembly website, and will close on June the 10th, in time for submission of a final proposal to the Speaker of the Assembly, which I hope will meet with approval for drafting into a bill that will be presented in time for consideration before the end of this Assembly mandate. Deputy Speaker, we cannot allow another mandate to pass without considering legislation to repeal this anachronistic exclusion of teachers from fair employment protection. The Fair Employment Act outlawed employment discrimination on the grounds of religious belief in Northern Ireland in 1976, and yet the Fair Employment and Treatment Order continues to permit discrimination on the grounds of religious belief in the recruitment of teachers to this day. Almost all workers in Northern Ireland can rely on legislation to protect them from discrimination on grounds of their faith, but this protection is denied to teachers. And whilst employers in Northern Ireland must register with the Equality Commission and monitor the composition of their workforce if they employ 11 or more employees, this does not apply to the teaching workforce. Deputy Speaker, what is the consequence of this legal discrimination? Well, recent research carried out by the UNESCO Education Centre at Ulster University suggests that only 2% of teachers in Catholic primary schools are from a Protestant background, and in primary schools with mainly Protestant pupils, only 7% of teachers are from a Catholic background. This can't be an acceptable status quo. The Equality Commission of Northern Ireland recommended the removal of this exception at secondary level in 2004, and that early consideration be given to removing it at primary level, as it is considered no longer acceptable to exclude the entire teaching workforce from fair employment legislation covering all other occupations. It has also recommended teachers be included in monitoring and review requirements. Alliance supports this recommendation, will support this motion, and will seek the support of all parties in the Assembly for a bill to include teachers in fair employment legislation. Thank you.
Sir Nicola Brogan on council. I call Nicola Brogan.
First of all, I'd like to thank my committee colleague, Jonathan Buckley, for bringing this to the floor, and to say that I will be supporting the motion. Those within the education sector who at some point would have been supportive of the exception would have argued that the exception was necessary in preserving specific ethos within some schools. I've no doubt that a strong ethos is the foundation from which a lot of the academic success that many of our young people enjoy is built upon, but fair employment legislation is not the place to be dealing with issues of ethos. In recent times, teacher representatives have quite rightly viewed this exception as discriminatory and called for its removal. I'm sure our faith-based schools are sufficiently confident and resilient enough to welcome teachers from all backgrounds and different faiths. These changes do not remove the right of schools to exercise exception where the nature of the task is directly related to a particular religious belief. Our schools are already working together to promote understanding and tolerance across different faiths. It's simply an extension of the good work our schools are already actively undertaking. And they don't need me to tell them that diversity is something to be cherished and even celebrated. As Mr Butler has already said, and in fact I think Mr Little had the same statistics, that recent research has shown only 2% of teachers in Catholic primary schools were from Protestant backgrounds, and in primary schools with mainly Protestant pupils only 7% of the teachers were from a Catholic background. And it has already been mentioned today as well that the Equality Commission has recommended the removal of this exception from secondary schools and early consideration of its removal within primary schools. They've also recommended that teachers be included in monitoring and review obligations attached to fair employment legislation. It's clear that what was once seen as a pragmatic compromise is now being viewed as a barrier to equality. All workers should be afforded protections under fair employment rights. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. So I support this motion and I urge other members to do the same.
Sir John O'Dowd, on Kench, I call John O'Dowd.
I too rise to support the motion, and I too also wonder why it's taken this length of time to bring forward legislation to bring this matter to a conclusion. During my time as Minister, I stated publicly that I supported the removal of this clause from FETO, and that I also at the time corresponded with the Executive Office around bringing forward legislation to remove it, because it is no longer necessary, if it ever was necessary, within our education system. And it is about protecting the rights of workers and protecting those who work in our schools to be under the same legislation as if you were in any other workplace. I think it's worth noting that in terms of the figures around the percentage of one denomination or another denomination working in schools, the control sector is a very varied sector. It would be a mistake simply to refer to it as the Protestant sector. There's a variety of schools encapsulated in that. And I think you need to drill down deeper into those figures just to see how well it's very poor. The figures either way are very poor in terms of how there is people from different communities working in different backgrounds from the schools they themselves were taught in. So I think there needs to be further examination of that. And the ending of the exemption will bring opportunities across our society for people to work in schools from different backgrounds perhaps than they were originally from themselves. Oh well.
I thank the member for giving way. Can I ask the member, as a former Minister for Education, what he believes is the reason for the delay, that this has gone on so long, so many years? Is it something in the department, or what do you believe the issue is?
It's not within the gift of the Department of Education to bring it forward. It is legislation related to this belongs in OFM, DFM, who are responsible for equality legislation. I don't know, is the simple answer. There may be of other legislative pressures at various times within the different executives that have been in place. I simply don't know. But I just want to put on the record, I'm not suggesting anybody has hinted at this today, but anybody who believes that by removing FETO and the support of parties to remove FETO is an indication that they're in favour of an education system which doesn't recognise the ethos within the Catholic sector. And I'm not talking about the religious ethos. It is not my job to defend any church. Not my job. But you have to look at the history of this state to understand the Catholic sector. If it wasn't for the Catholic sector, the Irish culture and the Irish identity in this part of the island would have been educated away. And in fairness to those who embedded the Catholic education system in our society, they defended the Irish culture, the Irish language, and allowed young people to be Irish in their own land. And that ethos has to continue. Just give me 1 second. That ethos has to continue as our education system evolves over a period of time. I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way, but would the member not recognise, as I replied to Mr Sheehan, that indeed this is not an issue that is particular only to Northern Ireland, that it is an issue that actually operates in other parts of the world, and indeed some of the parts of the world which have the most liberal societies?
Well, the point I'm trying to make is not necessarily in terms of the educational attainment, which is higher in certain Catholic schools. There's also high levels of educational underattainment in the Catholic sector, it has to be said as well. A higher number of Catholic boys leave school without proper qualifications than there is actually within the Protestant sector. There's a higher number of Protestant young people leave percentage-wise, but numbers-wise there's a higher number of Catholic young people. What I'm talking about is identity. And the Catholic sector allowed the identity of Irishness to exist. And as we move forward and our education system evolves, as our society is evolving, then that has to continue. That has to be an important part of any future education system. But on this stand-alone issue, I support the removal of it. I don't know why it has taken so long for that to come about. Mr Little's private member's bill may well be the solution to that, though I never judge any piece of legislation until I've read it clause by clause. and I wait to see this piece of legislation. That may be the answer to the equation before us, but the principle of removing this, fully supportive of. Thank you.
Yes, you Sir Justin McNulty on Cancha. I call Justin McNulty.
Can I thank the member for Lagan Valley for bringing this motion before the House today, and I am happy to support it. I attended a Catholic primary school and a Catholic secondary school. My Catholic education helped shape the person I am today. It helped to hone my values, my beliefs, my identity and my sense of humanity. My Catholic education taught me we all belong to one human family. It taught me to be a global, outward-looking citizen and to play my part in making this world a better place. To me, the ethos of Catholic education is about the whole school and the whole world experience, or as Pope Francis put it, Catholic education recognises that humankind's moral responsibility today does not just extend through space, but also through time, and that present choices have repercussions for future generations. I believe there is now and always will be a place for faith in our education system. But I also believe that to discriminate or prevent someone from getting a job in a school or indeed any place of work based on their religious belief is wrong. As I said at the Education Committee recently, I cannot believe that such a piece of legislation is still on our statute books. I believe it is outdated and should be removed. I want to take Pope Francis on his word in that present choices have repercussions for future generations. I want to build a fairer, better and more equal society. I want to build a society that shares this place and provides opportunity with everyone who opts to call this place home. I want to build a society that embraces those of Christian faith, other faiths and indeed those of no faith at all. I want to build a society with an education system that at its core promotes equality, nurtures ambition and opportunity. I also believe that we must lead by example, and I believe the exemption of teachers and schools from fair employment legislation or the veto legislation has passed its sell-by date. I support the motion.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As with everyone else who has spoken so far, of course, I'm going to support the removal of the, not exemption, but it's called exception in the law from teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order. And the reason why is because why are teachers not protected? This isn't just about religion or teaching religion. This is actually about protecting teachers. It's across the world, Northern Ireland is picked out for having very good recruitment processes, that there are protections in place for employees, and if you're not treated well, then you can take a tribunal or take it to court and you can win that case and you can have, be awarded the job or have the promotion that you've been turned down for. You can actually have access to that. But we don't allow our teachers to do that. These are the people who look after our children for more hours of the day than quite often parents see them. I believe completely that teachers should be included within our Fair Employment and Treatment Order. Of course they should be. As others have said, Mr Sheehan I think has said it, that unions of course have said that it should be done away with because, as Justin McCampbell had said, that the exemption to the FE and TO is outdated and needs to be removed. So why hasn't it been done? And I have to say, Deputy Speaker, given how many party motions, non-binding party motions that we have had in this place over the last number of weeks, I have to ask, why haven't the Executive Office brought it forward? It's not as if they're overburdened with legislation. I don't get it. I don't understand, and I would really have loved one of them to be here today to explain to us why this cannot happen. Why does it have to take a private member's bill? Why do we have to take up the time of Assembly staff for something that could be easily done? We're all supporting this. And just to be very clear, we do have the independent review of education, but that will take years and years to implement. That, if it comes forward, has the potential to have the biggest changes to our education system here in Northern Ireland. But it will take a long time. And also to be clear to anybody else who's listening in, although I doubt it at this time of the night, this is not about bashing people of faith. This is not about Catholic bashing. There are other areas where Catholic ethos can be carried through. We see it already in integrated schools. I went through Catholic education, primary school, post-primary school, one of the best schools in Northern Ireland. And my daughter went through integrated schools. She still got her Catholic sacraments. There was no difference. I certainly will.
I thank the member for giving me. I'm just going to make reference to learned colleague Justin from the Education Committee when he made reference to Pope Francis. In 2018, I had the privilege of going to Dublin to meet the Pope. When I went to meet the Pope, I went down a Christian Protestant Unionist, and when I came back up, I was a Christian Protestant Unionist, and the Pope was still a Catholic. Genuinely, what were they trying to do? Did people genuinely fear that the teachers would be converted or children would be converted? This is absolutely just discrimination. Would you agree with me on that?
Member has an extra minute.
I hopefully won't need it, Deputy Speaker, but look, let's be very clear. We don't want discrimination in anybody's workplace. But what I have said, as I said before, this is not about bashing people of faith. This is about giving teachers fair employment. But what I would say is, when we're looking at independent review of education, this removal of this exception is one step further towards an inclusive education, not to bland out people's backgrounds or cultures. We should be developing people who respect themselves and who they are, and respect others for who they are. It is time to move forward, and this would be a good way forward. I think it would be very welcome, just as much as we have Stranmillis who offer the education certificate. There is a way to move this forward. But what I would say, and this is what we do need to be careful about, I can understand completely the Catholic Church's concerns, especially in primary education, where there has been that protection where Catholic teachers can bring forward the ethos for sacraments. But what I would draw people's attention to is the Equality Commission has basically given a solution here. They have said that to take the chill factor away from people of other backgrounds not being able to be employed or don't feel that they can apply for a teaching job in a certain type of school, that positive action, if it needs to be taken, or affirmative action, if it needs to be taken, there can be a discussion about that and plans can be in place, as long as people know clearly before they apply if they can apply or not. So I think that we do have an Equality Commission who's been asking for this. We're all asking for this. I think there are solutions there for people who have issues with it. I don't think we need to bland out who people are. I think we can celebrate diversity and inclusion. And I think now's the time, but I would love if our Executive Office had been here and could have stood up and said, "Grand, no problem, we've heard you all, we're going to take it forward." I think that there's not enough time left to the end of this mandate for them to do that. So it'll be over to Mr Little. I hope his private member's bill comes forward in time to be heard and taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the absence of a ministerial response, we now move to Rosemary Barton to wind up debate on the motion. And Ms Barton, you have up to 10 minutes to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank you all for taking part in this debate this afternoon. It's really been interesting, and it's great to hear everybody speaking with such a united voice. We had Mr Butler, first of all, who spoke about this inequality as something the UUP have been working towards since 2013, when I know Sandra Overend brought several motions here to the Assembly. And Robbie is looking towards a much better and shared future, and to inclusiveness, and that we all can also have diversity and also work together in. He talked about a chill factor that is related to discrimination within the teaching employment, and he was looking forward to that being removed. We had Mr Clark. Mr Clark gave us support for the motion. He welcomed the motion, and he stated everyone should be treated equally. Religious aspects should be taught within churches, not within schools, what he referred to. Mr Sheehan, he gave us support for the motion, and he spoke of, in Northern Ireland here, that we have the longest tail of underachievement in Europe. And he said schools should not be required to carry out a review of the workforce in relation to fair employment. He said that schools don't require At the present time, they're not required to do that in relation to fair employment. He also talked about the excellent teaching standards in Catholic schools, and he said that was attributed to their ethos. However, we need great levels of... He also spoke about the greater levels now that there is of professional mobility across the sectors. Then we had Mr McCrossan, and he was disappointed that there was no minister here had turned up to listen to the debate. And he said the SDLP would be supporting this motion, and he talked about laws needed to be brought forward to update against this religious discrimination, and we need to ask what is holding these laws up in this Assembly, that these laws need to be enacted as quickly as possible to get rid of this discrimination. We had Mr Little, and Mr Little spoke about the legislation that he was hoping to bring forward through a motion, and he spoke quite passionately about that. And he talked about the Equality Commission, and the primary and secondary school levels, and the teachers, the number of the teachers in the primary and secondary schools, and that their employment. Teachers, again, will need to be reviewed and monitored, hopefully in the future when this legislation is brought in. And Ms Brogan, she also spoke about teachers' representatives calling for the removal of this discriminatory law, and she spoke about it being supported by the Equalities Commission, and that all workers should have the right of fair employment protection. Mr O'Dowd, he supported the removal of this clause for FEDO, and he said it was no longer necessary. He spoke about the controlled sector was a very wide and varied sector from different communities and different backgrounds, and he spoke about the Catholic culture, that it fended the Irish identity and helped it to exist. Mr McNulty, he spoke about his very good Catholic education, and it made him the man he now is. And he believed that there was still a place for faith within education, but certainly there must be legislation brought through that there would be no discrimination against teachers when they are applying for positions within schools. And Ms Armstrong, she also asked questions about the Executive Office, what the hold-up was, and she also talked about teachers must have fair employment, be afforded the right of fair employment, and there must be a development towards an inclusive education system. Thank you. And I just want to say a few words myself on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party. In Northern Ireland, discrimination laws still apply. It remains perfectly legal for an employer to select between applicants for teaching posts in grant-aided schools solely on the basis of their faith or religious belief. Unlike other organisations and businesses that employ 10 or more staff, the employing authorities for employing teachers are not required by law to monitor the practices for fairness or to record the community composition of their workforce. It is, however, clear from the debate this afternoon that a fairer way leading to equality of opportunity for all teachers as they enter the profession and apply for their first posts or as they progress up the career ladder will have to be established. Over the past few years, approximately 40 to 50% of the jobs advertised in teaching have limited appeal to all teachers because they do not meet the eligibility criteria for teaching posts, particularly in the Catholic-maintained nursery and primary schools. These positions require the applicant to possess a recognised RE certificate, leading to this inequality when teachers apply for their posts. This mandatory certificate is a requirement by CCMS, although I've learnt this afternoon now that they have dropped that requirement, which is good news. In very recent years, particularly in the post-primary school, There has been greater mobility among the teaching profession, with many controlled schools now employing teachers that have not been educated in the faith of the school. This has happened particularly in the controlled sector, where appointments are more subject-based. Teacher mobility between the traditional sectors is also inextricably connected with both the separation of teacher education institutions and the policy concerning the place of religion in schools in Northern Ireland. As we become an increasingly multicultural society, this fair employment treatment order needs to be recognised in our Northern Ireland education system. Parents have a right, according to the Convention on Human Rights, to bring up their children in the religion or belief of their choice. However, apart from independent Christian schools, all schools in Northern Ireland are fully state-funded, so should not teachers have a right to apply for all available positions within their ability without being curtailed? In April 2019, a lucid poll showed that 98% of those surveyed indicated that the organisations that employ teachers should aim to select the best person for the job, whilst 82% stated that these organisations should be subject to the same equal opportunities monitoring as other employers. 71% believed that the teacher exception to the Fair Employment Treatment Order should be repealed. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is certainly not acceptable that teachers today are subject to discrimination on religious grounds. Therefore, I ask the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to remove this and ensure that every teacher has equality of opportunity and is able to apply for work in any school, regardless of their faith or perceived community background. No teacher should be denied an opportunity to teach or become a principal of a school on the basis of their religious belief. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. One final item of business then is the adjournment, and the final item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.